projection. The next came much more quickly. Within days, Cassie found herself soaring over Panhandle Park, able to drop into any situation and watch it from the perspective of a fly on the wall. All the while meditating on the floor of her walk-up's living room. At least she'd achieved the same level of astral projection as she had when she'd experienced the remote viewing of Lindsay Rowe's abduction from the park and her mother's subsequent murder in a dark and dreadful place. Cassie now believed that she had seen both occur in real time, though she had no idea how or why this had happened. The difference between then and now was that Cassie was the one controlling it. The situations she dropped into were not only of her own choosing, but were much more innocuous. A young couple's plans regarding their upcoming wedding as they strolled hand in hand through Panhandle Park. An older man jogging. A young boy playing chase with his dog. But sometimes, when she dropped in, those conversations would stutter, the people briefly faltering or even stopping what they were doing as if they sensed Cassie was there. Practicing to the point of obsession, she soon became adept enough to achieve this state almost at will, and without the subjects of her astral projection sensing her presence at all. She floated unnoticed about a family's picnic celebration of the 80th birthday of their patriarch. She hovered invisible over two hippies making love in a secluded copse of trees. Patty would love this, she thought, daring to move so close that she could smell their sex. She took up residence on a bench, becoming party to conversations both inspired and banal. In an odd manner, Cassie felt a growing emotional closeness with the regulars she saw in the park. A kind of extended family or circle of friends of which she had become an honorary member, though none of them knew it. For the first time since sequestering herself and Bella from the outside world, Cassie felt the pangs of longing and loneliness from her self-imposed isolation. She missed seeing people in the flesh, feeling the air brush across her skin as they walked by. She longed to have a conversation with anyone but Bella Luna, and while it might seem odd, she pined for the pleasing scent of shampoo in freshly washed hair, or the subtle sweet aroma of perfume on skin. She craved the smiles that lit up a friend's face when they met you, and yearned for that human touch, the feel of their skin, warm and soft, as they hugged you. But most of all, she longed to be with her friend again. The desire for all of these things was more than emotional. Just as you physically ache for that intense moment of release when you've gone too long without truly fulfilling sex, so Cassie again felt what her brother had once called little zapples, bubbling up from within her, like teasing prickles of sensation that came from somewhere deep inside. Once she felt them, they would not stop until they were satisfied. Mrs. William Kennedy would have ignored them, suppressed them, shoved them down even deeper to a place where they would fester and rot until they ultimately destroyed her. Not Cassie Albrighton. That girl would welcome them, submit to them, fulfill their needs as they shaped her into the powerful and shiny creature of this world she was always meant to be. The very idea of it was an opiate. At last, the time had come to go and see her friend again. It was time she finally introduced Patty to the real Cassie Albrighton. The anticipation of it made her giddy with relief. In this heightened state, Cassie was a whirlwind of ideas and action, blissfully and frenetically tackling every and any chore she could think of. All the while, the thought of her new future became that tropical island that's finally in sight of the shipwrecked man who is weak and moments from drowning. This tropical paradise finally being within her reach was still impelling her forward when the first knock came on Cassie's door. Hard. Loud. It yanked her back to the here and now with a crash. Her apartment, which had been filled with warm color and light as she tidied and cleaned and organized and straightened, now dissolved to cold, hard shade. The second knock was a thud. The third a reverberating bang. In its frame, the door shuddered. From her room, Isabella peeked out and Cassie waved her away, yelling, "Hide, Bella! Now!" She frantically scanned for something in the apartment she could use as a weapon. "Go! Hide! And don't you come out until I say so!" One final, thunderous crack, and the door flew in. Silhouetted in its busted frame was the figure of Solomon Albrighton. 21. October 1969. It had been nearly 3 months since little Lindsay Rowe had been abducted from Panhandle Park. Still, the authorities had no knowledge of the whereabouts of either the girl or her mother, Veronica. 2 months had passed since Hannah Wilson's brutal slaying, and the sheriff of Contra Costa County was as much at a loss as his brethren at the San Francisco Police Department. The initial buzz about each had been everywhere at first. But as the weeks progressed, concern receded into idle chatter, which in turn devolved into unfounded speculation. In the case of Lindsay Rowe, this included a not-so-whispered rumor that the 6-year-old's mother had to have had something to do with the little girl's disappearance. As information waned and speculation grew rife, the Ledger resorted to publishing sporadic editorials about both cases in a bid to keep eyeballs on their paper's column inches. It didn't matter if the basis for such were factual or not. After all, the young wife from Sausalito was deceased, and the mother-daughter pair who disappeared into thin air from Panhandle Park in broad daylight were still at large. So who was to say otherwise? Internally, the editor defended his stance on the matter by insisting that any ongoing interest the newspaper was capable of drumming up was better than the cases falling from the public eye altogether. The authorities in both cases had precious little to go on as it was. If the public stopped caring, which he assured his team was largely down to the paper's ongoing coverage, or not, as the case may be, then the cops might as well kiss goodbye to any more leads, cry uncle and chalk up 2 more L's on the perps side of the scoreboard. "If you think you're going to tell me how to run my newspaper, then we're moving on," he told the chief of police while treating him to a filet mignon at the editor's favorite Nob Hill restaurant. "If that happens, your leads dry up. No public interest equals no more leads. It's that simple, and you know it." He threw back a whiskey sour and signaled for another. "You've got nothing else to go on right now, Herb. So, here's the bottom line. If we give in to your demands and stop editorializing on those cases, in a matter of days the public won't even remember their names. Never mind you catching the sick fuck who killed Hannah Wilson." He plucked a piece of gristle from his teeth with his steak knife. "And you can kiss goodbye to any hopes of ever finding that poor little girl and her mother, to boot." The catalyst for this impromptu meeting was a small piece the Ledger had run in the last few days. In it, an ambitious new journalist by the name of Bobby Sutherland revealed that a psychic had been spotted coming to police headquarters in Mission Bay shortly after Lindsay Rowe's disappearance. Where Sutherland had gotten his information, no one knew for certain. Patty's guess was Chinese whispers. Someone had told someone else about a surprisingly gifted psychic causing quite a stir in the Haight-Ashbury district. A psychic who had appeared around the same time Lindsay and her mother had gone missing. One person would have told another, and so it would have gone, ad infinitum, until the whisper found ears in this eager young reporter. fashioning this weak hypothesis into an even weaker story. Sutherland's only goal was to fill a few more column inches toward his weekly quota. Edited back to a meager 200 words and consigned to page 28 below the fold, the article was birthed into relative obscurity. Further hindered by an ardent denial from SFPD detective Douglas Ressler, the allegation passed from the collective consciousness as quickly as it had been born, being perceived as printed gossip far more than investigative insight. Just as attention upon the Rose had tapered off, so public interest in the case of Hannah Wilson's murder also dwindled, once Contra Costa County officials admitted they had little to no promising leads. While Jerry Wilson, Hannah's husband, remained a person of interest, word on the street was that he was no longer viewed as a credible suspect. On the other hand, they were actively seeking information from any member of the public who might know the whereabouts of a man they identified only as Holden. In the weeks leading up to Hannah's disappearance and murder, the man had been a frequent customer at the Sausalito diner where Hannah worked. To help jog memories, there was an unstated suggestion that the two might have become rather close friends immediately before Hannah's murder. According to Tina Mercer, a colleague and friend of Hannah's, Holden was a veteran, recently home from his tour of duty in Vietnam. She did not recall seeing him at the diner previously, and did admit that he and Hannah had gotten pretty close, pretty fast. There was no suggestion of impropriety of any sort from the waitress, however. Though a big part of me really hopes there was, she said in an interview with a reporter from the San Francisco Ledger. Holden was a very handsome young man, polite, quiet. He had that air of respect about him that you only seem to find in military guys, you know what I mean? And sure, the police are right when they said he seemed to care a lot about Hannah, because he did. It was like they just hit it off straight away. He was sweet, and even helped me organize a surprise birthday party for her when that redacted husband of hers couldn't even bother to remember. So yeah, I don't mind saying, I really kind of hope now that she was getting some of that Holden sugar before she died. When asked if she thought Holden might have anything to do with Hannah's murder, Tina replied that there was a better chance of us putting men on Mars. And that was the last the people of San Francisco heard of Hannah. No sooner had Channel 5's Mike Driffield dubbed her killer the hurdy-gurdy man than public interest had already latched itself onto the next sensational headline. Not one to throw in the towel, in a late September broadcast, the TV reporter fought to reignite the public's interest by doubling down on his theory that the hurdy-gurdy man was not only still active, but was operating all across the San Francisco Bay Area. He reiterated his claim that Hannah Wilson's August murder was perpetrated by the same sadistic predator who had abducted Rosalie Sherwood from Mount Diablo in June. Nothing new there. Driffield first made the allegation in his remote live broadcast from Mount Diablo the night Hannah was discovered in the trunk of her convertible. Driffield was in possession of no information to corroborate the claim, merely laying it at the feet of Hannah's unknown boogeyman, despite Rosalie's disappearance remaining a mystery that could just as easily be a runaway situation as it could an abduction. The big kicker to Driffield's latest broadcast was his claim that the hurdy-gurdy man was also responsible for the disappearance of Veronica Rowe and her daughter Lindsay in July. Like Rosalie Sherwood, he argued, the mother-daughter pair were still at large. He also noted that Veronica Rowe and Hannah Wilson were both married females in their mid to late 20s. But that was the extent of any similarities between the three cases. As such, Mike Driffield's last desperate effort soon fizzled out, effectively erasing any more mention of the hurdy-gurdy man from casual conversations. And when the clever moniker Driffield assigned the killer faded away, so did Driffield's dreams of becoming the first San Francisco TV journalist to be awarded an Emmy. That all changed a week later, when the famous Gemini word search arrived on the desks of both Bobby Sutherland at the San Francisco Ledger and Mike Driffield at Channel 5 News. 22. Thursday, October 9th. The Cop Shop, Mission Bay. Affectionately known to locals as the Cop Shop, due to the number of uniformed officers and detectives who frequented the bar after their shifts, O'Malley's Tavern on Pier 40 was virtually an extension of the station itself. Unlike other bars or cafes where conversations about rapes, shootings, stabbings, kidnappings, or any number of other heinous acts might only be muttered under one's breath, at the Cop Shop, those topics comprised half the conversations. In all honesty, it was where a good number of their cases were cracked, the files able to be closed. You'd be amazed how your mind opens up when you're no longer staring eye to eye at your problem, but permitting yourself to place it to one side, for a bit, at least. It's also why Detective Doug Ressler, after a lifetime of chronic alcohol consumption, would one day be saddled with a half-dozen unpleasant symptoms of hepatic steatosis on a daily basis. But when that day did eventually arrive, if you were to ask him whether he would do things differently, whether he would go back in time and swap the peace of mind the closure of his solved cases provided 127 families of murder victims, he would tell you no. He wouldn't change a thing. Every time. Unequivocally. I can't believe we're actually sitting here, dicking around with a crossword puzzle, acting like it'll make a damn bit of difference to any of our cases. Ressler waved down one of the barmaids and asked for 2 pints of beer. "A stout for me," his partner Sid Younger amended, offering the waitress his best smile and mouthing, "Thanks," before correcting Ressler a second time. "And it's a word search." "What do I give a shit, Sid?" "You said it's a crossword. It's not. That's where you're given clues and empty boxes where you write your answers. With a word search, the answers are right in front of us." "Okay, Poindexter. Whatever floats your boat." "What floats my boat is the possibility of uncovering some real clues about who sent this. I think it's our guy from the road disappearance." "Why would he do that? Help us to catch him? I don't buy it." "Because he's bored. We're not even close, and he wants to play. To be challenged. He's the type of sicko that gets off on it when we're getting closer. The thrill of the chase and all that. Either that, or he's an egotistical SOB who wants us to know just how much smarter he is than us." Ressler rolled his eyes. "Maybe it's all just a goddamn hoax and we're wasting our fucking time." "You're not." The voice that cut across Doug Ressler's was feminine, foreign, a lilting cadence filled with an easy confidence. "Detective Younger is right." She pronounced this as right. "Violent psychopaths are inherently narcissistic. They're selfish, vain, attention seekers, and they place a high value upon their own intrinsic cleverness." Although Siobhan Jacobs had relocated to the San Francisco Bay Area a full dozen years earlier, the time had done little to dull her bold Belfast brogue. As if she weren't difficult enough to understand already, Ressler remembered thinking in the first moments of meeting her. A licensed psychiatrist from Northern Ireland, Jacobs was a specialist in profiling homicide cases and was also the county's head of forensics. It's like listening to a leprechaun spouting off a bunch of psychobabble gobbledygook. Though, to be fair, in the spirit of full transparency, that wasn't the first thought that had come to Ressler's mind when they met. The first was something more akin to how Boss, the leggy, strawberry-blonde doc, would look sprawled out across his bed. And he'd made it his mission to find out. A mission that took nearly 3 years to achieve, only to be gone in a puff of smoke in a matter of months. Biggest mistake ever. Don't shit where you eat. "Thanks for that," Ressler chimed. "Feel free to go into all sorts of boring detail about it with whoever you're here to meet." Jacobs leaned in, propping her hands against the booth's tabletop. "Oh, don't you worry. It's not you." "Thank God for that." Ressler crossed his arms and leaned back into the bench seat as Jacobs grabbed the 8x10 photo of the word search puzzle and spun it toward her. But Doug slapped his hand down, loud and fast, pinning it beneath his palm. "Jesus Christ, dog!" Always more pronounced when she was irritated, surprised, or drunk, and she certainly wasn't the latter. Jacobs's Irish brogue enunciated it as, "Jesus Christ, dog! Do you want me to study it now or don't you?" Sid sighed, shaking his head. Here we go again, look drawing his face. "Listen, kids, can we just play nice in the sandbox together, for once? I asked her to take a look, Doug. Unless you're digging the idea of scouring this thing for endless hours." Refusing to honor Jacobs with eye contact, Ressler released the photo of the puzzle while his eyes bore into Sid's, which his partner duly ignored. Sid snatched up the photo and politely handed it to Jacobs. "We appreciate it, Siobhan. Well, I do, at least." "I know you do," Sid. "But I don't know how you do it, day in, day out, with this one here." Jacobs side-nodded in Ressler's direction, equally refusing to make eye contact with him. "Really, I don't. He's not so bad, deep down. You should know, you guys were all but inseparable when you were together." 10 weeks, Siobhan confirmed, making it apparent that she had counted each and every painstaking one of them. "Nothing compared to you, Sid. So, how long did you say you've been saddled with this tosser again?" The coming month would mark 7 years since Ressler had asked his captain to assign Sidney Lee Younger as his partner. Asked, more like mandated, their captain was wont to tell anyone who had ears. San Francisco's first black officer promoted to detective, Sid Younger was an idealist determined to change the system from the inside out. Having worked closely with the city's urban youth for half a decade, he came to realize, at least by his way of thinking, that the best way to change the direction he saw things heading was to sleep with the enemy. He'd earned a bachelor's in criminal justice with a minor in psychology from Stanford. Combine this with his familiarity of the workings and vibe of the inner city, and Younger was a shoo-in for detective from the outset. The lieutenant at the time, an old boy with ancestral connections to Mississippi's lingering antebellum South, didn't see it that way. Which left Sid 2 options. He could go back to social work and continue to treat the symptoms, or he could at least begin to effect some kind of cure by accepting the only position on offer to him, a beat cop, which, according to the kids he worked with, now lumped him in with a group they scornfully called Flatfoots, Pigs, Blues, The Fuzz, Heat, or 5-0s. The beat he was first assigned relegated Sid to overnight 11 to 7 shifts in the Tenderloin district. Nestled so innocuously between Market Street and Van Ness Avenue, the Tenderloin was one of the most deceptively dangerous districts in the city. It was 6 long and arduous years before the old boy lieutenant, who relished every opportunity to remind Sid that he was his superior, hung up his badge for good. Dogged by allegations ranging from accepting brides to racketeering connections and organized crime, the lieutenant decided that retiring to another bay all the way across the country in Tampa, Florida, might be a pretty good idea. Not only did this get Sid off one of the worst beats in the city, it also enabled him to finally make detective. Now reporting for duty on the 3rd floor instead of the 1st, Sid became a lone, optimistic black face in a sea of tired white ones, which ranged from the diffident to the distrustful. On his first day, Sid Younger came dressed for success in a cashmere blazer he'd saved a month to buy. On his second day, he came back from lunch to find the blazer draped over his chair, with the word "raisin" scrawled across the width of its back in black marker. A hackneyed reference to that year's controversial and equally lauded film, A Raisin in the Sun, It didn't help that Sidney shared the same first name as the movie's award-winning lead actor, Sidney Poitier. Or, to make matters worse, that Sid's last name was the same as the character Poitier played. With his colleagues laughing as he took his desk, Sid refused to honor them with the response they hoped to get. Instead, he studied the blazer, dusted it off, and went straight back to work on the piles of papers before him. They called it a traditional rookie indoctrination. Light-hearted antics, and Sid's non-response only served to infuriate them more. So the constant vitriol and mutterings grew. Black as coal piece of shit thinks he's better than us. Chip on his shoulder, big as dog shit. Not one of us, and never will be. The worst was the most menacing for its lack of censure. He'll learn, by God. Though it tore him up inside, the incessant attacks were anything but unexpected. In his previous work with some of the city's most disenfranchised youths, Sid had witnessed instances of police brutalities that would haunt your dreams, and perpetrated for no other reason than the color of their skin. And because the cops could. By comparison, a ruined jacket was nothing. To make a point of how he felt, at the end of that second workday, Sid proudly donned the vandalized jacket and took the roundabout way to the stairwell, parading through the maze of desks with his head held high. If it had all stopped there, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Perhaps Sid Younger and Doug Ressler would never have become intrinsically entwined in one another's lives. But one affront escalated to another, until that Friday night, Sid was jumped on his way to his car by 3 guys with pillowcases over their heads. As he lay bleeding in the parking lot, barely conscious and unable to move or speak, they tore open his shirt and poured a pint of bleach over his chest. Just for fun, they emptied a box of raisins over him. Doug Ressler wasn't one of them. He'd heard the rumblings, though. He just thought it was the usual chest-beating and spineless bravado from a clan of cowards. But that same weekend, as Sidney Lee Younger recuperated in the hospital with a broken jaw and chemical burns to his chest, 3 of Ressler's colleagues mysteriously found themselves respectively with a fractured cheekbone, 2 broken ribs, and a cracked orbital bone that nearly blinded one of them. For some reason, Douglas Ressler's right hand was wrapped in bandages when he came to work that Monday, the sweet tang of bourbon oozing from his pores. Unable to draw his weapon, he was relegated to desk duty for the rest of the week. Then the following week as well, even though his hand had healed. 6 weeks later, Sid returned to the station. Little did he know that long before he'd set foot through the door, the captain had already assigned him to be Ressler's partner. Doug made clear to all and sundry that he had no idea why the captain had done such a thing. But, he added as he lit a Marlboro without breaking eye contact with any of them, I guess it's all right by me, anyway, seeing as this young Negro fella here seems to have more grit than all the rest of you ass clowns combined. Jesus, Sid. 7 years with Ressler? It'd kill me, sir. She cut herself short and clamped her lips tight, but it was already out there. Now she did look at Ressler and refused to look away until he met her gaze. It took a good minute, which is a long time during awkward, uncomfortable silence. I'm sorry, Doug. That's just a stupid, heartless expression. You know I didn't mean it that way. Ressler softened. He breathed out, uncrossed his arms. Don't worry about it. You want to make it up to me? Take that fucking thing home. See what you can find out. If it's legit, we've got 3 days. He downed the rest of his beer and left before the waitress had brought his second. I'm going to bed. It wasn't yet 7 in the evening. Friday, October 10th. As enthusiastic as she was exhausted, Siobhan Jacobs met Wrestler and Younger at the station the following morning, brimming with nervous energy. "God, Jacobs, you look like you were up all night." "Jay, thanks, Sid." "You know I don't mean it like that. You look so drawn, though. Were you really up all night with that puzzle?" Jacobs nodded. "I was, yes, and I'm spent, to be sure. But I have a lot to share with you two." She pulled the 8x10 photograph of the word search from a prim leather attaché case, along with a lined notepad covered in scribbles and notes, along with the traditional silver fountain pen. "Where do you want to start?" This she addressed to Doug, gracing it with a consolatory, thin-lipped smile, and he silently mouthed, "Don't worry about it." Then he offered her a coffee. Not from one of the bean burners, what they called the percolator pots that sat half empty on hot plates all day until the coffee resembled lukewarm sludge, but fresh from the new cafe down the road. It was still steaming, the milk foam the perfect amount of frothy. She placed her hand on Wrestler's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Sid noticed how she lingered just that little bit longer than she would, had the shoulder been anyone else's but Doug Wrestler's. "How about you just start wherever you want?" Sid suggested as Jacobs caught him eyeing her hand and immediately withdrew it, a flush rising to her cheeks. "Right. So here's the helicopter view. Then we can take a deeper dive on any points you'd like. Sounds good?" "Absolutely," Wrestler agreed quietly with great forethought. "Thank you for ruining your whole night to do this. Personally, I'd rather chew my own arm off than look at that thing for longer than a minute or two. I don't know how you do it." Jacobs smiled, almost bashful. "Well, thank you for saying so, Doug. I appreciate that." She dragged a worn, steel-legged chair up to the two desks pushed together and laid out the 8x10 of the puzzle and her notes. "No, like I said, let's look at the overview. For a start, I believe, without a doubt, this puzzle was sent to the newspaper and TV station by someone who has either killed before or has, at the very least, acted in some kind of predatory fashion." "So you believe it's legit?" Sid Younger confirmed more than asked. "Yes, I do. And there's a lot to unpack here. I found over 30 viable references I believe are a mixture of validations that the sender of this puzzle is not only someone to take seriously, but that it may also be a confession of sorts." "Well, before we go there, I have one big, stupid question." Doug Wrestler raised his hand while leaning back in his chair, tipping it onto its two rear legs. When Siobhan addressed him, he slid his raised hand behind his head and balanced there, teetering. "Why a puzzle? Isn't it fucking childish?" "That's actually a really good question." Wrestler snorted. "Well, maybe don't act so goddamn surprised about it." Sid Younger almost choked on his coffee. Jacobs ignored them both, barreling into a response. "It is a rather juvenile way for him to communicate to us, I agree. But there's a good reason for that. We develop our social coping skills very early in life. That's how we learn to interact with our peers and the world around us. But if a child is exposed to prolonged or intense abuse or neglect, that process is interrupted. It may even cease to evolve altogether. The result can be a minimized or even non-existent social coping mechanism." "Meaning?" Though Wrestler knew better than to say it. Once again, all he heard was that leprechaun and that gobbledygook. "Meaning, dog, that their emotional development is stunted. In essence, a part of their personality remains forever at the age at which the person experienced said extreme trauma." "So," Sid qualified, "if, say, a 9-year-old is beaten by his father, hard and often, you're saying his development can be stuck at that level of a 9-year-old's? "Psychologically, yes. Partially.
Does that mean he's intellectually retarded?
Ressler brought his chair back down to rest on all fours. He was spread across the desk, now intent on finding out where this line of thought was going to take them. Not at all, Jacobs answered. In fact, many psychopaths are of above-average intelligence. Their social awkwardness is sometimes attributed to having near-genius-level IQs.
So, you think we have a psycho on our hands?
This was from Doug as he sipped his own coffee from the same cafe. Siobhan Jacobs thought about her answer before offering it. I think we have an unknown perpetrator with an above-average IQ, who was hurt as a child and has now hurt others as an adult. I think this is a cry for help before he does so again.
So he's smart, but socially inept? Like book smart and street stupid?
Sid asked. That might be the case, Siobhan conceded. But he may also be very good at picking up on weakness and opportunity. So if that's what you define as street smart, then I'd say we're looking for a man who is both book smart and street smart. What he's lacking is the empathy gene.
Empathy gene?
Both Ressler and Younger said in unison, and Siobhan Jacobs grinned, glancing from one to the other. See? That's how I can tell you guys have been together for a long, long time. You even act like an old married couple. Next, you'll be finishing each other's sentences. How adorable.
Yeah, Ressler quipped. We're fucking precious. What's an empathy gene?
It's not a real gene, per se, Jacobs explained. It means that the part of development where a child learns empathy by receiving it and watching it applied to others, be it other people, animals, pets, etc., is stunted. They themselves have not been treated with empathy, so they don't understand it. It's a key piece of their personality that will not evolve the way it does with emotionally healthy individuals.
So what you're saying is that hurt people, Sid exclaimed. You know, people who've been hurt end up hurting other people. No, we get it, Ressler mumbled, unimpressed. But to Siobhan Jacobs, this was perhaps the most sublime and poignant thing to ever come from Sid's lips. She adored him, that much was true. He was kind and generous and forthright. But Sid was hardly known for having a reputation for profundity. Now, if only Doug Ressler could take a page from his book, maybe there would still be a chance at their reconciliation. As though he sensed her thoughts, Ressler rolled his eyes. Okay, then, Siobhan reconsidered, or Pegs might learn to fly. She cast the unwelcome negativity from her mind and repeated, hurt people, and I think this poor guy has been very badly hurt in his time. Poor guy?
Ressler sat upright, becoming rigid.
You're about to tell us where this guy fits into our caseload, based upon what you found in this stupid fucking puzzle, and you're feeling bad for him? Because let me tell you, if he fits into any of our cases, nothing about him deserves sympathy.
Siobhan retracted. Of course, you're right. He doesn't deserve our sympathy. But he does deserve our empathy. If not, then how do we differ? It was a good point, and Sid nodded, pulling his mouth into a pensive pout. In fact, Jacobs added, I'd go so far as to say that finding him demands our empathy. If you cannot put yourself in his shoes... Her Irish lilt had become more prevalent as Siobhan's emotions ran deep. I'd be willing to bet that you might never catch this bloke. And honestly, I think he wants you to.
Well, how about we find out what we're pinning on him before we jump ahead of ourselves here?
Sid recommended they delve into the puzzle.
What did you find? Let's zoom in from that helicopter view and get down and dirty with some specifics.
This lit a spark in Siobhan Jacobs's eyes, and she cracked her knuckles before flipping through pages of notes and scrawled facsimiles of various grids of the puzzle. I wish I'd had a few of these photographs so I could have marked them up separately. It would have made the whole discovery process go faster, to be sure. But I made do with scribbling sections of it out until connections like words and phrases became apparent. So, pardon if it looks a bit of a mess, yeah? I promise it all makes sense. So, here goes. Like I said, I found a good 30 words or numbers hidden in here with varying degrees of relevance. That part will be up to you to decide. Some of them might very well be dead ends. Ruses added to the puzzle to confuse or distract us. But I believe most of them are legitimate clues. The first I want to show you is this one that he's circled himself. She turned the photo of the puzzle for them to see. At the top, the sender had circled the words, "Stop me." That tells me a lot about him. For one, you'll notice that the standard word search convention of connecting complete words up, down, left, right, or diagonally do not apply. He is applying the standard convention to letters, not to whole words. So the letters must be adjacent to one another, in any direction, but the word or phrase itself might make this snake-like pattern. This tells me he's a rule breaker, or maybe you'd call him a trailblazer. Take your pick. Secondly, he does possess a certain sense of equity. He gave us this first clue to forewarn us that he isn't following the typical rules here.
So he's giving us a heads up, Wrestler noted. But at the same time, he's taunting us. Stop me. Sounds like a cocky asshole.
Or maybe, Siobhan countered, it's a plea, as in, please stop me. Because on a subconscious level, he wants us to stop him before the 13th of October.
Depends on how you want to look at it,
Sid said and tossed his paper cup into the garbage. I think the next clue provides the lens through which we can determine what he means. In the lower left quadrant of the grid, Siobhan ran her finger around the diagonal phrase, "Help me." I also found the word help 2 more times, interlaced with one another up here. She traced her finger over them both in the top right quadrant. They shared the same L and P. Sid absently nodded. Surprisingly, so did Doug Wrestler.
Okay, but you said you had evidence he's killed, or at least preyed upon others, before?
Maybe. I wouldn't call it evidence, but an indicator. His way of telling us, which is why I'm even more certain he wants us to stop him. She ran her finger in a snake-like pattern starting on the bottom line, 4 letters in. They watched her do this twice, to no avail. The third time, she tapped each letter and spoke it. R-O-B-I-N-H-O-O-D. Robin Hood.
Jesus Christ, Wrestler said. Is he really making himself out to be some kind of populist hero?
No, I don't believe so, Jacobs challenged. It's more mind games. He's testing us to see if we're as smart as he is. Do you remember the story about the girl who went missing from Mount Diablo in June?
I remember she had a flower's name, or a color, I think, Sid replied. Scarlet? Violet? Rose. Wrestler snapped his fingers. That's right. I remember now. Her face was on a missing persons poster in our lobby, guys. 20-year-old, I think. Pretty girl. I passed by that fucking poster every day and thought nothing of it.
The gravity of the admission weighed heavy on them all, for they had each done the same, for weeks. I'm afraid you're right, Jacobs confirmed. Her name was Rosalie. Rose Sherwood. I've already verified it. Sid pulled a small leather-bound journal from his blazer's inside pocket and scribbled a notation as she spoke.
So, you think whoever sent this had something to do with Rose's disappearance? If so, first thing I do tomorrow is speak to Morris Miller and see if he has any updates. For all we know, she's already been found and is home watching the Carol Burnett show right now.
Ressler doubted it. Jacobs was certain of it.
Robin Hood was from Nottingham, she explained. England. He and his merry band of robbers were infamous for having a hideout in the wilds of Sherwood Forest.
And?
Sherwood, dog.
Siobhan leaned in, lowering her voice.
The name of the girl who went missing in June was Rosalie Sherwood.
You could hear a pin drop.
God damn it!
Doug Ressler slid the 8x10 of the puzzle his way and stared at the serpentine of letters. It was suddenly clear as day. Robin Hood.
Christ, Siobhan. Do you agree with Sid? Has he got it right? That whoever sent this is claiming responsibility for abducting Rose Sherwood?
Yes. Ressler again tilted back on his chair, wavering to the verge of imbalance as the thoughts raced through his mind.
Okay, then. You know what I'm gonna ask you next.
You're going to ask me if there's any link in this puzzle to Veronica Rowe and her daughter Lindsay, who went missing from Panhandle Park in July.
Without shifting the photo from Ressler's line of sight, Siobhan showed them 2 words on the left third of the puzzle. Pan went up at a reverse diagonal. Immediately above the N was another P. The word park ran backwards from there, ending with the K on the outer left edge of the grid. The word handle was right of center near the bottom, running in reverse up the page.
Coincidence?
Sid asked, though he already suspected not.
Perhaps,
Siobhan agreed.
If I hadn't also found this.
5 letters in from the bottom left was a C with a letter A above it. Then a V, I, A, and R rising upward from there.
Caviar?
Sid asked, confused. Awareness dawned in Doug Ressler's eyes, and the front legs of his chair slapped the floor with a clap as he hunched over the puzzle.
Fuck me. All right. Someone want to let me in on the joke?
Sid threw up his hands in surrender.
What am I missing? Caviar is fish eggs, Ressler explained. The unfertilized eggs of sturgeon, to be precise. And fish eggs are also known as fish roe, Sid. Roe, as in Veronica and Lindsay Roe.
But we're still not done yet. I need you to look at this.
The head of forensics ran her finger backwards near the top of the puzzle. RENNIDYCUAS. Sid and Ressler both shrugged, and Jacobs presented them with her notebook where she'd handwritten the letters backwards. They now spelled saucy dinner.
Tell me where Hannah Wilson worked. That's the name of the young wife Sheriff Miller found in the trunk of her convertible, right? And wasn't she from Sausalito?
She was, Ressler confirmed. Morris, the sheriff, he and I talk from time to time. They go way back, Sid elaborated,
and Siobhan Jacobs seemed surprised.
Even longer than he's known you?
She failed to hide her apparent amazement.
Hell, dog. I didn't know you could hold a relationship for longer than a couple months. Now I've got 2 examples that prove me wrong.
So I guess it was just me, then. She appeared crestfallen and had to clear her throat. Ressler did his best to ignore it, though a cloud like something close to regret had settled over his expression.
Anyway, you two. As I was saying, Morris called me that night, late. Was pretty shaken by it all and needed to vent, which just isn't like him. So I let him. And he gave me the skinny on Hannah Wilson. And you're right. She worked for years at a local diner there. A Sausalito diner.
Saucy diner, Sid repeated beneath his breath. God almighty. Ressler was on his feet.
Motherfucker! Are you going to tell me that piece of shit Mike Driffield from Channel 5 was right all along? I swear, Siobhan, if you tell me the perp who Driftfield was trying to name the hurdy-gurdy man is a multiple murderer—
A serial murderer is what I hear the FBI is starting to call them, she corrected. They've just launched a new section of the Bureau called the Behavioral Science Unit. It'll explore the behavioral connections between unusual and bizarre murder cases. Or as you would call it, wrestler, they've formed a witches' coven.
Warlocks, Sid corrected her. The FBI is all men. Male witches are called warlocks.
Both Wrestler and Jacobs smiled in wide-eyed surprise that Sid would even know such a thing. They shared a cheeky smile between them before Siobhan carried on. At my conference last month, word was going around that this new unit's going to start interviewing killers in prisons across the country who meet certain criteria to build a profile of what a serial killer looks like.
Looks like? Wrestler asked.
Behaviorally, not physically. They want to find commonalities that link them. And one of the biggest factors they're looking for is a childhood filled with extreme and unrelenting abuse. They allowed this to sink in as they huddled around the puzzle and silently compared it to Jacobs's notes. When Siobhan spoke again, it was a list of some of the other words she'd found, many that were innocuous everyday words or phrases without any obvious connection. Words like lion and wolf, flower, house, wife, ring, and cookies. The word light was there, as was multiple and altar. This one Sid questioned, wondering if it was a misspelling of the word altar as a place of worship, but Jacobs wasn't sure. Then more ominous words like mine, Halloween, monster, and slaves. There were numbers typed among the letters, also breaking from word search convention. But in these, Siobhan Jacobs could find no obvious meaning. Until Sid and Wrestler both lit up over the numbers 6, 7, twice, 8, and 10, that is. What's the connection? She asked, but realized the answer as soon as the words had passed her lips. 6 is June, 7 is July, and there's 2 of them. 8 is August, and 10 is October. Whoever sent this letter is telling us he took Rosalie Sherwood from Mount Diablo in June. In July, he moved an hour west to San Francisco and abducted Veronica Rowe and her daughter Lindsay Rowe from the Panhandle in broad daylight, hence the number 7 appearing twice. In August, he took Hannah Wilson from her home in Sausalito,
which is Marin County, Sid interjected.
Right, a third jurisdiction. He stuffed her body in the trunk of her convertible and dumped it at Mount Diablo in Contra Costa County. No wonder we haven't connected the dots before now. This guy's operating in multiple jurisdictions where each agency is concentrating on their own case and not catching the link with open cases outside their boundaries.
Street smart, Sid accepted. Very street smart.
In a way, he was almost impressed.
But the number 10,
Wrestler questioned.
October. He's threatening to kill by the 13th. Did you find any clues that can tell us who or where? What about all these other numbers?
He pointed to 31 and 1223 and 8213.
Don't they look like addresses to you? Maybe house numbers?
They all agreed that they did. Their perp had given them the address of the woman he was planning on preying upon next. But with over 1 million homes in San Francisco, not to mention those in neighboring Marin and Contra Costa counties, the question wasn't if they were house numbers, but on which street. With hundreds of possible combinations, you could add 3 zeros to the end of that figure if any of the numbers were transposed. The likelihood of them finding the right one was little better than random chance. Unless there were more clues in the puzzle to narrow it down, which is exactly what Siobhan Jacobs dedicated herself to do over the next 3 days. If she didn't find one, come Monday, they were going to have the blood of another victim on their hands.
23. Saturday, October 11th. Brewster's Cafe. After 2 months, Cassie showed up at Brewster's Cafe just as Patty was saying goodbye to her last customer of the day. She was already turning the key in the lock when she spotted her prodigal friend. Her first instinct was to continue locking the door anyway. After a moment's hesitation, she swung it back open and held it as Cassie ducked under her arm and scurried in. Patty finished locking up and turned off the open sign. Without saying a word, she faced Cassie with her arms crossed, a stained table rag reeking of sanitizer gripped in her left hand. Cassie pivoted on her toes, a sprightly double-footed pirouette, and flashed Patty her best and brightest smile. As contagious as a sneeze in an elevator during flu season, Patty instinctively returned the smile despite not wanting to. So, I guess this is where I say something inane like, "Long time no see." Patty's delivery was deadpan. Instead, I'll just say that you look different. Happier, I think. Better. This is the new old me. Cassie spun again, her skirt twirling and rising like a fabric hula hoop. She swept her hands from her head to her waist, a game show assistant showing off the prize package. "Patty, meet Cassie Albrighton." To herself, she said, "Cassie, meet your best friend, Patty." She curtsied, genuflecting. Patty scoffed and went back to clearing tables, her attention no longer reserved fully for her friend. "Did you ever decide about talking to the police again?" The question was cordial, but direct and impersonal, spoken in the manner of a polite but busy waitress asking if you've had time to look over the menu yet. "Okay, so that's how you're going to play it?" Cassie rose from her playful bow and backed up to the counter, elbows firmly planted on its surface and her hands hanging over its edge. A James Dean vibe if ever there was one. "Play what?" "Like I'm just another one of your guests." Patty twisted to the side, sweeping her hands through the air as if showcasing the cafe to a first-time visitor. "Mine, yes? Which makes you the guest." I'm your friend, Patty. Your best friend." "Best friends don't just disappear for weeks on end the way you do, Cass." She made herself busy wiping down the same high-top table she'd already cleaned twice in the last 30 seconds. "You completely blanked me. Do you know how many times I called? Showed up on your doorstep and rang your buzzer? Hell, once I even stood beneath your balcony and shouted for you to let down your hair, a la Rapunzel. That I may climb thy golden stair. That's awfully literary of you. Well, I'm more than a pretty face, you know." "Yes, you very much are. And I'm sorry." Cassie revealed the hand she'd been casually concealing behind her back. In her palm was a small blue box tied with a magenta ribbon. She presented it to Patty, and the act succeeded in breaking the cafe owner from her cycle of absent-mindedly cleaning the same table over and over again. Patty gave the gift a fleeting glance. But with Cassie, she locked eyes. "I was worried, Cass." Her monotone had softened into her natural inflection. "Shit. I was more than worried." Cassie said nothing by reply, only jiggling the gift in her extended arm. "It's from Bella and me. She misses her Aunt Patty almost as much as I do." Patty shook her head and casually plucked the present from Cassie's open palm. "Thank you. Bella Luna helped choose it. I wrapped it." Of course, Cassie echoed. "It's very pretty. I almost don't want to open it." But she was already sliding her finger beneath the magenta ribbon as she raised the small box to her ear, lightly shaking it. "I can't begin to imagine what it is. Something from Tiffany's?" she chided. It doesn't make up for me going AWOL since August.
That's right, it doesn't.
Patty was quick to agree, but a gentle smile unclenched her lips as she referred to the gift. Still, you shouldn't have. Really. You need to watch your dollars. Now as much as ever, Cass. Unless you've discovered in these last 2 months that you're the sole heir to a recently deceased and very wealthy uncle you didn't know you had. I found a dollar bill on the sidewalk the other week. Does that count? Patty couldn't maintain her stalwart diffidence after that, and laughed out loud, hard and real. She wrapped her arms around Cassie, the gift still cradled in her left hand. God, I've missed you, Cass. And Bella, that precocious little girl. How is she? She's been keeping herself busy. You know, she loves seeing all her friends at daycare, which has given me time to reflect and learn about my gift, the visions, all of it. Then there have been long walks in the park. We've now explored all of Panhandle and on through most of Golden Gate Park as well. Patty scrunched her lips together, eyebrows raising high. A Stan Laurel grin, if there ever was one. Must be nice. Some of us have been stuck in the same old routine here, day after day. Yeah. Thriving business, surrounded by friends and adoring customers all day. Sucks to be you. Open your damn gift already, will ya? Patty chuckled and tore the paper from the box, tossing it aside with the heedlessness of a child on Christmas morning. She raised the small, unadorned box to her ear and shook it one more time. Something like a spritz of water dashed the side of her face. Uh-oh, is this fragile? Here I am shaking the hell out of it, and it's not fragile, Cassie assured her. Just open it. Skeptical, Patty swiped her hand over her cheek. It came away with a fine red film across her palm. What the hell? She turned over her hands, inspecting them, gave a scoffing chuckle. I think I must have given myself a paper cut or something. Look at this. You haven't. Just open it. Circumspect and quizzical, she opened the box with measured movements until the flaps released. Along with the stench. Patty gagged, the back of her hand shooting up to cover her nose. Oh, Cass, what the hell is this? Her question was muffled, uttered between coughing spasms. Cassie grinned, a smile that did not reach her eyes. Look. And Patty did. Lying in a bed of pale blue tissue paper was a severed finger. Cassie Kennedy's wedding ring finger, to be precise. On it, her wedding band gleamed as if freshly polished, a shiny gold ring encircling a long, ivory finger stained red. It shifted in the box from side to side as Patty's hands began to quiver. Still, she brought the box closer for a better look. Surely she wasn't seeing what she thought she was seeing. Oh, it's real, all right, Cassie Albrighton assured her and displayed her left hand. A cyclical jet of blood pulsated from the stub where Cassie's third finger had been. It arced high into the air and painted the high-top table Patty had been repeatedly cleaning. Laughing maniacally, Cassie swung her arm round and round, and the red spray pinwheeled through the air as its foul, ferrous stench coiled deep into a place within Patty, where she would smell it forever. She dropped the box and fell to her knees, screaming. She was still screaming when she woke. Snatching her hands from beneath the duvet as though they had been trapped in an oven, she turned them over and over before her eyes. No red film was smeared across her palm. She wiped her cheek and looked again. Clean. Then once more. Nothing. Still only half conscious, she expected to find the immaculately wrapped gift of her friend's finger neatly tucked away under the sheets alongside her. She threw off the covers and they billowed to the floor. No box.
Between heavy gasps, she cursed her morbid imagination, forcing herself to sit upright. She pressed the small of her back against the headboard, and its cool, reassuring firmness was both physically and emotionally grounding. "Christ help me," she muttered beneath her breath as she openly broke down and wept. Her hands blindly searched the bedside table for her pack of Virginia Slims, as hot tears blurred her vision and stung her eyes. Sunday, October 12th. As the first rays of light crept through her bedroom window over the cafe's awning, Patty wriggled into a brown and yellow paisley dress and boots that stopped just below her knee. The signature hustle and bustle of Haight-Ashbury's diverse marketplace had yet to commence, and Patty found its silence almost unnerving as she fast-walked to 122 Lyon Street. She rang the buzzer to apartment number 3, then again, once more, this time holding it obnoxiously long. When no one answered, she stepped back and called up to the balcony, cupping her hands around her mouth like a megaphone. "Cassie!" The French door to the tiny balcony was slightly ajar. Not like Cassie at all. The Cassie she knew was terrified of a potential intruder. She'd never leave a door unlocked, let alone open. And especially not at night when Isabella could wander out there unsupervised. She called out again. A curtain from the second-floor unit rustled. A man by the name of Joe lived there. His first name was all she knew about him, but they'd exchanged hellos on the stairs enough times to recognize one another. Patty gave the covered window a cursory wave, a reflex of social covenant more than a greeting. From inside the third-floor walk-up, a weak, solitary cry. "Isabella." Patty formed her hand megaphone a final time and shouted as loud as she was able. The strain was like acid rising in her throat as the words burst from the depths of her lungs. "Cassie Kennedy! Open the front door!" The bottom pane of the second-floor window shot up with a bang. From between the curtains, Joe's face peered out, his eyes squinting in the morning light. "Come in already, Christ! We're trying to sleep here." He withdrew into the cool darkness and pulled the curtains tight as the front door buzzed, barely long enough for Patty to race up the 3 outside steps. She snagged the handle and pulled just as the sound stopped. "Thanks, Joe." She took the stairs 2 at a time. Panting, she pounded on Cassie's door. It was met by another whimper coming from inside. "Cassie, it's Patty." A deliberate pause. "Cass, open the door." Another wail, this time louder. "Cassie, open the goddamn door!" She slammed both fists into it, and the door creaked open. Where the strike plate should be recessed in the jamb was only a cavity edged by fresh splinters. The latch of the lock was still extended. "There's no way I struck it that hard." She nudged it the rest of the way open. The strike plate was lying a good 10 feet inside the room, bent and twisted. Now I know I definitely didn't strike it that hard. "Hello?" She crept in, holding her breath as she lingered just inside the doorway. "Cass?" She waited for a response. When none came, she called out for Isabella. From somewhere near the kitchen came a tiny response. "Bella? Are you here, baby girl?" Again, she received a barely audible keening by way of reply. She shouted for Cassie one more time, and when her friend still did not answer, Patty let herself fully in. If she wasn't already on high alert, the ammonia smell did the trick. Like a floundering boxer who has a vial of smelling salts snapped beneath his nostrils, she twisted her head away with a gasp. She covered her nose with the back of her hand as she navigated past a pool of dried and crystallizing urine. Oh, God. She bolted down the corridor toward the 2 bedrooms. "Cassie? Bella?"
Both rooms were empty. In Cassie's, the bed was still neatly made, no one having slept in it.
Hello? Anyone?
In the living room, a bag of potato chips had been picked clean, the waxed paper bag itself shredded. Not a crumb remained. Picking her way through small, congealed puddles of lime-yellow bile, Patty eased her way into the kitchen. She pulled a knife from the woodblock and brandished it before her.
If there's anybody here, I want you to know I have a knife.
Again, she caught the faint sound of a cry.
Hello? Bella?
The figure came at her faster than she could react. With a shriek, Patty stabbed at the air but missed, striking a nearby cabinet instead. As the tip embedded in the painted wood, her hand slipped from the handle. She released it just before her palm had slid down the length of the razor-sharp blade. The figure ran into her open arms. Isabella! And Patty had never been so relieved that she had the aim of a blind person. She wrapped Bella into her embrace as her breaths raced and her body shuddered. And Isabella pressed so close that for a moment they appeared to be one.
Oh, my poor baby! What happened? Where's your mama?
But Isabella did not respond, only pressing her shape deeper into Patty's bosom.
You look like you're starving, baby girl. Oh, Christ! What happened here?
As Isabella burrowed into her, Patty scanned the room with fresh eyes. The signs of Bella's abandonment were everywhere. When whatever happened here went down, Bella must have peed herself in the living room. Alone and terrified, whatever potato chips had been left in that discarded bag appeared to be all Bella had eaten, for who knows how long. No other packages were lying around, no cupboard doors open, even though Isabella could easily reach the lower cabinets. Gently loosening Bella's grip, Patty prized her from her bosom. Weak and scared, Bella shook like a leaf as Patty looked her over at arm's length. The little girl's lips had dried to flakes, and she was visibly thinner than she had already been. "Bella, where's your mama, babe?" She filled a wide-mouthed glass with water, which Bella all but inhaled. A moment later, she was spraying watery bile across the kitchen floor. Stroking her back as Bella retched over and again, Patty twisted away to hide the tears. God help me. How fucking long has she been gone? Once Bella's vomiting became a bout of dry heaves, Patty gave her another water, this time allowing her to take only the tiniest sip. When she was certain Bella was able to keep it down, she gave her another. They did this for several minutes until the glass that was full had been completely emptied. Bundled into Patty's arms, Isabella wept. Her own eyes streamed with tears of fear and outrage as she carried the 5-year-old across town to her modest flat above the cafe. Once Bella had soft food in her tummy and enough sips of water to soften her lips, Patty laid her down in her bed and closed the curtains. Her first instinct was to call the police. She already had the phone in her hands. Then she remembered the last time Cassie had gone missing, how Patty had to wait on the street to call them off because Cassie had shown up out of the blue after 3 days missing. This time, it would also be calling the police on her, not for her. She dropped the receiver back in its cradle. Oh, Cass, where are you this time? I should never have let us be apart this long. Why did I not try harder? Patty clamped one hand over her mouth, then the other. Standing alone in the silence, she shrieked until the muffled wail faded into a silent cry, laden with tears. Then she picked up the phone. 24. October. Location unknown.
Cassie awoke in a room she didn't know, sprawled across a dirt floor in the dead of night. Pressing heavy upon her, the weight of the stagnant air was oppressive as wet wool. Her head throbbed, though enveloped by darkness. She knew her bare, sweat-soaked arms, legs, and face were caked with dirt where she'd been lying in the filth. How long she'd been here, she had no way of knowing, nor could she recall how she'd gotten here, or where here even was. None of this mattered when the odor struck. Thick and putrid, it attacked her waking senses with a fetid sweetness that not only clung to the inside of her nostrils, but filled her mouth and coated her tongue with a taste like grease. She recognized it immediately. Bill had once treated them to a week in the mountains of Oregon to escape San Francisco's blistering summer heat. When they returned home, the house was in darkness. The few lights they'd left on were off. The ceiling fans were motionless. But worst of all, no hum came from the Frigidaire which Cassie had only recently stocked. When she'd swung open its robin's egg blue door, of course, no little light came on. Instead, she was met by the stomach-heaving fragrance of rancid meat, eggs, curdled milk, and rotten fruit. In the semi-opaque compartment marked vegetables, a wonderful new feature designed to keep her fresh produce crisp, she spied the silhouette of something large and wet. She then remembered the full head of cabbage she'd bought the week prior to their vacation. Having every intention of trying out a new homemade coleslaw recipe, time had run away from her, and she'd never gotten around to it. After this, she never would. Covering her nose and mouth with the crook of her elbow, Cassie yanked open the drawer. Actively decaying in a slurry of its own algae-brown juices, the cabbage skated forward. Displacing the liquid as it came to a sudden stop, putrid brown sludge sloshed the fridge's interior in front of Cassie's new ivory slacks. Wanting to curse, but retching instead, she wrested the drawer from its slides and emptied it into the kitchen sink. The base of the cabbage had compressed with rot, so that it was no longer round, but a gelatinous dome of furrows and convolutions that looked every bit like an embalmed human brain. Repulsed, but unable to look away, Cassie watched as it drifted slowly toward the drain upon a film of slime. Now, that same vile image and those carious stenches were again roiling her gut. But this time, they were accompanied by a smell that galvanized them until they were as palpable as the phlegm-like aftertaste of a bad oyster. It was an odor she knew from that cramped and lightless coat closet in the basement of her aunt's Pennsylvania farmhouse. A lifetime ago, and one she would never forget. The slick petroleum stench of mothballs. Crouching on all fours, Cassie threw up in the darkness. "It gets better." The disembodied voice came from somewhere in the darkness. It was faint, weak, a very young woman's, or maybe an older child's. "The smell, I mean." Cassie heaved and coughed, a dry, painful bark. Had she been a character in one of Bella's Saturday morning cartoons, it would have been accompanied by puffs like desert sand billowing from her mouth. "Well, it sorta goes away," the voice said. "Or maybe I'm just used to it by now." Cassie swiped the back of her hand across her chin. Panting to catch her breath, sinewy strands of mucus came away. "Who are you?" The words were thin, strained, painful croaks from a throat lined with sandpaper. "Where are you?" "Try not to talk," the voice answered. "You're dehydrated.
I've barely heard a sound from you since you showed up 3 days ago.
3 days? It wasn't possible. She'd only just left Isabella, hours ago, tops. So that couldn't possibly be right.
And haven't had much water. Only what he managed to get into you while you were out. Just enough to keep you alive, I'm guessing.
Cassie sat stunned in the dark and the silence. Her head throbbed.
And I'm Rose Sherwood. Rosie to my friends. Rosalie when I'm being formal. Not that it matters. You'll never be able to tell anyone I'm here. That I didn't run away. That I'm still alive.
As Rose audibly swallowed, Cassie's second sight anticipated 6 more words yet to be spoken. No sooner had they formed in Cassie's mind than Rosalie Sherwood did indeed speak them.
Because none of us ever leaves.
Cassie said nothing, absorbing, trying to understand any of this. Somehow, she'd stepped out of her apartment and into one of those childhood puzzles made up of hundreds of numbered dots. If you had the patience to draw a line through them all, and in the correct order, they'll reveal a hidden picture. Except a fog had settled over her brain, making it impossible to connect any of them. The result was a baffling melee of neurons firing at random to create a surreal and terrifying dream. Until her mind chose to simply flick the off switch.
Are you still there?
A pause.
Hey, you!
Another interval, this one longer.
Hey, lady! Come on! What's your name?
Now a sense of rising panic.
Hey, tell me you're still alive over there!
How many times had Cassie herself used some variation of that same decree when addressing Isabella, as the 5-year-old stared out the window, lost in a world of her own? It was hyperbole, intended as humor, but coming from Rosalie's detached voice in this dark, fetid place, it had been terrifyingly literal.
I'm alive, Cassie barely whispered to herself. I'm here.
Had she blanked again? She cleared her throat, swollen and hot with pain. Forcing the words out loud enough to be heard made each a red-hot ember.
You said your name is Rosalie Sherwood?
Rose brooded in silence before deigning to reply.
Don't do that again, okay? You scared me. I don't want to be alone in here anymore.
Yeah, sure. The dryness in Cassie's throat still continued to fight her.
I promise. Thank you.
How old are you, Rosalie? The words were coming more easily now, the pain being relegated behind Cassie's desperation to understand what the hell was happening.
I'm 21 now. At least I am if I've been keeping track of time right. It's finally legal for me to drink.
Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department say that 20-year-old Rosalie Sherwood, wife of Robert Sherwood, daughter of Miles and Leona Layton, went missing last week in...
In her mind, Cassie heard the news report as vividly as the day she'd stumbled upon it, turning the radio's dial in search of the Beach Boys or the Beatles to match the mood of that early summer day in June. It was October now.
Wait, you're telling me that you're Rosalie Sherwood from the news, Rosalie Sherwood?
Cassie's throat again fought her insistence to speak, and by the second Rosalie, her question had trailed off to little more than a husky wheeze. In much different circumstances, it might have sounded sexy.
Uh-huh, I guess so.
Rosalie contemplated the idea that she had been all over the news.
Have they been looking for me? Cassie nodded in the dark, a sibilating yes hissing from her protesting vocal cords. Her tongue felt thick and sluggish, her larynx as if it had been serrated by razor blades. "Maybe you can just knock once for yes, twice for no," Rosie suggested. "You really shouldn't speak. You still need water." Cassie knocked once. "Okay, good. So, they were looking for me?" Again, a single knock. Rosalie exhaled with a relief that was audible. "Did they know I was at the park, over at Mount Diablo?" One knock. "And they're still looking for me, right?" Uncertain how to respond, Cassie hesitated. She chose to knock 3 times. "Wait, was that 3 knocks?" One knock. "So, not a yes and not a no?" One knock. "Does that mean you don't know? If they're still looking for me, I mean?" No, she didn't want to. Cassie knocked once. "Oh. You promised you wouldn't do that." The voice floated dreamlike in Cassie's head. Bella's voice. "You said you wouldn't go away like that again," she mewled. "Oh, baby." Cassie's own voice sounded distant to her own ears, as if it could be someone else's. "I'm so sorry. Mommy's just very sleepy today." Shunning a patch of morning light which had lit upon her face, Cassie twisted away, squeezing her eyes tight. She felt the pain rising in her head. "Bella, honey, will you close the curtains, please? For Mommy?" A faraway reply, a foul odor. Cassie sucked in her breath, trying not to cough. "Bella, what's that smell, baby?" She opened her eyes to a room she didn't recognize. "Baby, what's that smell?" Thick and humid, the air reeked of the unimaginable, and Cassie covered her nose with both hands to keep from retching. Her fingers slid across cheeks that were slick with sweat. "Don't ask," the voice answered, no longer distant or dreamlike, and no longer her daughter's. "I don't want to tell you, and you don't want to know." Cassie bolted upright, not from her couch, but from a dirt floor. The spear of light which had blazed hot over her face was gone, leaving her effectively blind until her eyes might adapt. She reeled backward, stumbling against a wall concealed by darkness. It felt rough and cool on her skin in contrast to the wet, dense air. "Who are you? What's happening to me?" "I told you." A muted moment. Then a response that no longer shielded the young woman's exasperation. "I'm Rosalie. Rosie. Remember? You must have passed out again." "Rosie?" But maybe that's a good thing, because he came back. I could hear him giving you water from a sponge or a wet cloth or something. At least, that's what I hope those sounds were. Cassie gagged, dry heaves that tore at her empty gut. "You don't remember him being here?" Cassie did not remember. "Rose, where am I?" "You're 2 to my right, I think. There's 1 between us. The bad one. I'm in number 3. Are you in number 1? That was far from what she meant, but Cassie found herself squinting, sharpening her vision in an attempt to answer the question anyway. Inching on all 4s, her outstretched hand arced back and forth through the empty air, grasping nothing but darkness. She hadn't crawled more than 2 or 3 feet when her hand came upon something solid. Something heavy. Something immovable. Blindly running her fingertips over the object's contours, It felt like some kind of timber gate or slatted wood door. The type you see in spaghetti westerns where the hero gets himself tossed into a makeshift jail in some rinky-dink little one-horse town. It's a cliffhanger that ends the show with a close-up shot of the guy grabbing those bars and peering out with a steely gaze as the camera tracks closer and closer. And that's where he'll say, "At least until next week's episode." Except Cassie knew she was no hero. And if she couldn't figure out what was happening, there would be no episode next week. A surge of panic jolted through her chest, a physical sensation that choked out her breath like drowning. Her heart was beating too fast, her skin cold and clammy despite the oppressive heat. Cassie Kennedy screamed, but no sound came out. "Help, please!" Loud and clear in her mind, the cry was soundless. "I don't know where I am. I think there's some kind of door, but I can't see anything." "Well, you'll know soon enough," Rose muttered, though it could have been a direct response to Cassie's inaudible appeal. Rose was in fact answering her own question, which Cassie hadn't. "That light that came through the bars a moment ago, that's the sun coming up. Think it's hot in here now? Just you wait." No sooner had Rosie said it than fleeting patches of amber slowly filtered through the bars. Shifting and coming together into a single shaft of light, swirling dust gave it the shimmering appearance of a material thing. It could have been one of those transporter beams that so delighted Bella when they watched the latest episode of Star Trek together on a Friday night. All it needed was a futuristic sound effect. Mesmerized by the memory, Cassie Kennedy was no longer on all fours over a pile of her own vomit. She was not suffering the acid smell of her own bile as it mingled with the fetid stench of rot coming in waves from somewhere beyond the door. She was not being schooled by a disembodied voice called Rosie. And with eyes slowly adapting to the changing light, she was not staring at a makeshift jailer's door. Instead, Cassie was in her living room, safe and sound, on the couch with 5-year-old Isabella, who howled with unbridled giddiness as those sparkling beams of light and magical sounds transported the show's characters to another place or time. The delusion abandoned her as swiftly as it came when the dawning sun began to expose her new space in patches of shadow and light. No longer concealed, Cassie clearly saw 4 crude walls constructed from a haphazard mix of brick and cinder block. They defined a room so small it was barely larger than she was. If she were to stretch, she was certain she could touch all 4 while standing in one place. Not a room, Cassie corrected herself. Not even a cell. With no toilet or sink, no bed or chair, this empty 4x6 dirt enclosure was nothing more than an animal's stall. A slaughterhouse pen. See? I told you. There was a sudden weight to Rose's voice, a sense of knowing while wishing more than anything that she didn't. Cassie forced herself to her feet and took 2 small, hitching steps forward on legs that threatened to buckle. Tingling with pins and needles and lacking even the most basic coordination, she immediately collapsed against the door with an outcry of pain. The heavy timber bulwark shuddered in its frame, and together with her shriek, the sounds merged to echo like a gunshot through a vast chamber Cassie could not see. God damn it! What is this fucking place? Place. Ace. S. Her words boomeranged back in chilling echoes. Hey! Rose whisper shouted. You have to keep quiet. Cassie did not heed her warning. Gripping the door's thick vertical bars, she shook them and screamed. Again her cry returned to her, a diminishing, wraith-like wail. With all her weight leaning into it, Cassie gave the door a shove. It drove outward, but only an inch before catching on a hasp latch with a metallic clang. Rebounding back into its frame, the door issued a report like a small explosion. "Stop it!" Rosie openly shouted this time. "You gotta cut that shit out!" "Out? If he hears you, he'll get mad. At both of us. Sus. Cassie didn't care. She'd be damned if she was gonna just sit here and wait for this guy, whoever the fuck he was, to come back and do whatever sadistic shit he planned, just because some good little obedient victim like Rosie Sherwood said so. She pounded on the door once more and crumpled to the floor as the merging echoes faded to the sound of silence. "Tell me," Cassie said as she hid in a corner where the sun's direct heat couldn't reach. It was a while before Rosie's voice replied to her through the walls. When it did, there was a sense of despair to it that hadn't been there before. "Tell you what happened to the woman? The one whose smell I know that is. I know he did something awful here." 25. 7:42 p.m. Monday, October 13th.
Maybe nothing's going to happen tonight after all,
Sid Younger posed aloud as he shared a drink with Siobhan Jacobs at the cop shop.
Maybe that puzzle was just a sick hoax, a desperate ploy for attention.
Jacobs believed otherwise. A desperate plea? Yes. A hoax? She genuinely doubted it. "Why isn't Ressler waiting with us?" The head of psychiatric forensics was unconsciously circling her fingertip around the lip of her wineglass. "Does he think it's just a hoax?"
"No, he trusts your insight. Implicitly. He always has."
Jacobs nodded with an accompanying, Sid finished his glass, wanting another but knowing it was a bad idea, on the off chance that they did get a call yet tonight.
"He still thinks very highly of you, Siobhan."
"Perhaps." He cut himself short and simply offered her a pensive smile. "Perhaps too much?" Jacobs pressed. "Do you feel he thinks too highly of me, Sid?"
"I think you deserve the highest possible respect from everyone. Certainly more than you get around here."
"Well, thank you," Sid. "That's very kind. But what about Doug?"
"I think Doug still loves you. As much as he ever did. Maybe more, now that he knows he blew it."
Siobhan Jacobs allowed this to process before responding. She mentally changed her reply 3 times before reverting to the first, her initial instinct. And yet, he never could say it. Sid shrugged, grinning.
"Come on, you know Doug. He's barely told me that he even likes me, and it's been 7 years.
He chuckled to himself, his thoughts drawing inward.
"Did I ever tell you about my first days as a detective, and how Ressler got 2 weeks desk duty?"
Siobhan smiled, also drawn to the memory.
"So, I know he cares. I've always known it. How could I not, after what he did?"
"But you didn't need a hero to come swooping in, Sid. You're a smart and capable man. You could have taken care of it yourself."
"Yes, I could have. But I was in the hospital with a broken jaw wired up. Could I have taken care of it when I got out? You know it. Maybe not the way Ressler did, but in my own way."
"Say, you didn't need a hero."
"No, I didn't. But I did need a friend, which is what he gave me. And that's better than a hero in my book, any day."
Jacobs finished her wine as her memories of the months she and Ressler had spent together ran through her mind like a movie on 10 times speed. "Just don't fall in love with me," he said. "What's that even supposed to mean? I feel like I was being used."
"Of course you did. I would too. But you're the head shrink here, Doc. Do you really think he was talking to you? Or was he maybe trying to convince himself?
8:43 p.m.
There's been a murder.
The call came into the police switchboard operator just as the residents of West Summerdale Street, along with much of America, were watching musical guests Sonny and Cher walk on stage to enthusiastic applause on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. Glued to their TV sets, none of them noticed anything out of the ordinary happening on their street. Not even Gladys Noble of 8220, whose modest mid-century home was diagonally opposite 8213. As Sheila's killer fastidiously arranged the hair, makeup, arms, and legs of the recently separated wife and mother, much as a child might arrange their prized doll, the dazzling flashes of his Polaroid camera were mistaken by Gladys as reflections of approaching lightning. It wasn't until a flurry of strobing red lights started dancing across curtained windows all up and down the street that the residents of West Summerdale finally sat up and took notice. Sporting long dressing gowns or tattered tank tops and boxers, Sheila's neighbors wandered out onto their porches and stoops, dumbstruck. Others peered through curtains tossed wide, craning their necks behind rain-speckled picture windows to catch a glimpse of the hubbub. Desperate for a closer look, a die-hard dozen or so braved the thunderstorm to crowd a police perimeter cordoning off number 8213. With hats pulled low and collars yanked high, these spectators thrust their hands deep into trouser pockets and scrunched their shoulders up to their ears as they made themselves small against the driving rain. Each seemed patently unaware of anyone else around them. But together, they watched in mesmerized silence as a San Francisco coroner's gurney was wheeled through the front door. Folded neatly atop it was a heavy black zipper bag. There was only one bystander who'd never had the occasion to taste Sheila McCabe's lemon drop cookies. Slight of build and unassuming in every way, Solomon Albrighton was every man, just home from his 8-hour shift. Had you noticed him, you'd be forgiven for thinking his rain-soaked gray mechanics coveralls were the color of his black wing-walker boots. In the sheeting rain, you might also have mistaken the runnels of diluted red leaching out of those coveralls, or the rust-colored whorls from the thick, compacted clots still in the treads of his wing-walkers, both of which drifted away from the man in a lazy current toward a storm drain that struggled to keep up with the downpour. Surely these were nothing but the dirt of a hard day's manual labor washing away in the rain. You probably wouldn't have thought twice about the 5-gallon workman's bucket suspended from his left hand, and you most certainly would not have expected that in it, casually covered by a hand towel which appeared to be soaked with some kind of fresh oil the color of ox blood, probably brake fluid or engine oil, was Sheila McCabe's head. It wouldn't have mattered, one way or the other. With all attention wrapped upon the exposed living room window of 8213, not a single resident of West Summerdale Street had even noticed the man who was not one of their own, let alone their neighbor's blood swirling down the curbside gully. Even Gladys Noble was oblivious, caught up in the spectacle of busyness and light while comforting a jittery Mr. Whiskers. So it transpired that nearly every family who had enjoyed Sheila's famous lemon drop cookies, most of whom had kept her Tupperware for themselves, despite Sheila's courteous presage for its return, gawked in communal awe. Though none would ever admit to it being true, what they eagerly awaited, as much as they dreaded the idea of it, was the moment the coroner would zipper what remained of Sheila McCabe into a bag, to be carted away in the back of a dull gray government-issued station wagon. Despite the lingering chill from the storm, the air inside the home was thick and heavy. Already on the scene, directing uniformed officers while assisting the forensics team in the collection of samples, was Detective Sid Younger. Standing at the threshold,
was Detective Douglas Wrestler. As he'd found himself needing to do these days, Wrestler gave himself one more moment in the life he currently had before it was adulterated yet further by the horrors he knew were waiting inside. Just one more set of stains to the fabric of his life that would never wash away. For years, he'd denied this exposure had any effect on him whatsoever. By the time its impact was unmistakable, his callous and obdurate demeanor had already become his identity, something he couldn't change if he tried. The person Douglas Wrestler had slowly morphed into was now so far gone that it was too late to admit it had all been a fragile facade. So he confided not in friends, but in Jim and Jack, and any other bottle that would listen. He came to work in a permanent haze, which few had noticed for it occurring so slowly, and went home alone to repeat the cycle all over. Wrestler's path to self-destruction had to veer in a different direction after Sid Younger had become his partner. It wasn't something he considered, but something that simply had to be done. Nothing makes you more responsible for your own life than being responsible for somebody else's. That isn't to say Wrestler felt any less jaded. If anything, the vileness of human depravity seemed to be getting only deeper and darker by the day. Neither can it be said that Douglas Wrestler never touched a drop of alcohol again. Nothing was further from the truth. But he found himself coming to work that little bit sharper, caring that little bit more. And although he would never share his feelings outright, Wrestler had found in Sid at least an empathetic sounding board that somehow deflected some of life's detritus. Just a little less of it now stuck. And that was enough for Wrestler. "Hey, Sid."
He snuffed his cigarette and tossed it into the mist and drizzle.
"What we got? It's a bad one,"
Sid Younger hollered from the corridor as Wrestler appeared in the doorway. There was little emotion in Younger's delivery, certainly less than was expressed in the groan he uttered as he forced himself up from one knee. A small sound like a bad billiards break accompanied it.
"Damn weather. Does a number on my joints anymore. And these ribs. Can you believe? All these years later."
Doug Wrestler squeezed his fist into a tight ball. The knuckle of each finger cracked in succession.
"It's the hands for me. And yes, the rain. Take anything for that today? Aspirin's about it. Have a bottle in my kitchen cabinet. I down a pair the moment I see the clouds roll in. You?"
Sid already knew his partner's pain reliever of choice, but figured he'd ask anyway. It was met with an eye roll.
"Uh-huh. Thought so, Doug. That why you're late?" "Late? How exactly am I late? I should be getting ridden by some sweet little blonde with daddy issues right now. Not by you. And especially not for showing up 10 minutes later than you'd like at yet another goddamn house of fucking horrors."
Stepping into the hallway, Siobhan Jacobs had the misfortune of also stepping into the middle of their conversation. A humorless expression dulled her crisp green eyes. "You know, Doug, you really can be a right," pronounced as right, "arsehole."
"Well, I don't know what an arsehole is. Sounds a bit piratey to me. You know, shiver me timbers and all that. But I've been called an asshole plenty, if that's what you mean."
For a split second, Wrestler considered just stopping there, but his mouth chose to keep on going.
"My little Irish wench."
Siobhan whipped him the finger.
"All right, you two. Jesus Lord, I swear. It's like dealing with a couple children."
Sidney Younger handed a sealed bag containing strands of long ginger hair to one of the uniforms.
"Speaking of which, did you see that girl out front when you came in, Wrestler?"
In the arms of Officer Julie Chen, a young girl rocked back and forth, staring at a distant point, unblinking, far beyond the flurry of activity taking place around her. Officer Chen was strolling in small, repeating circles. Though the rain had stopped, the ground was sodden,
and the grass had worn down to a ring of mud. Wrestler wondered if Chen were aware she was doing this. Siobhan Jacobs chose not to look at all, having little confidence she could stave off the feelings this time.
"That's why we're here," said Sid. "So what do you two say we go ahead and just put this little lover's spat, or whatever the hell this is, aside and get to doing what we came here to do?" "There is no body," Sid shouted at Wrestler, interrupting his partner's tirade against Siobhan Jacobs for allowing the victim's remains to be moved before he could observe them. Jacobs refused to respond. Shaking her head as she walked away, she held her hands high in mock surrender. "Doug, man, you gotta chill, brother. She's on our side." Wrestler told Sid he could give a steaming shit. "She missed the clue, brother. It was right there in that fucking word search puzzle the whole time. 8213 West Summerdale. If she'd caught it, this woman would still be alive. We all missed it, Doug. Christ, you're gonna blame Siobhan for that? I didn't see you offering to take it home and scour it all damn weekend." Wrestler's jaw clenched, his frustration apparent. But now wasn't the time, or the place. "What the fuck do you mean, there's no body?" Sidney Younger ushered him into the living room of Sheila McCabe. "Go ahead, smart guy. Have a look. Then you tell me." Even from the hallway, the metallic scent of the mother's blood was unmistakable. It was everywhere. Absorbing into the carpet were puddles of it deep enough to still be tacky. Sprays of it speckled 2 walls. But most disturbing were the 2 overlapping patches on the popcorn ceiling, which had dripped in places until the blood had congealed into a half-dozen reddish-black stalactites. It was more than enough to leave a lingering smell in your nose, a bitter tang like a penny upon your tongue. Wrestler didn't flinch. "Okay, I'll play along. Where is she, then?" "She," Sid noted, a little impressed. "Wow, I think that's the first time in 7 years I haven't heard you call a victim it." Through the curtainless window, Julie Chen continued to wear away the grass with Sheila McCabe's daughter in her arms, and Wrestler's throat tightened. He swallowed hard, forcing down the emotion. The effort was small, but noticeable. A quick bob of his Adam's apple. He hid it by pretending to clear his throat. "Okay, it. Where is it, then? She wasn't here when uniforms arrived." From the volume of blood, it was evident Sheila McCabe hadn't just gotten up and walked away from her injuries. Wrestler studied the corridor. There were no obvious blood smears on the floor. Unconsciously biting his bottom lip, he began humming the same 5 notes he always did when deep in thought. So he carried her out? He looked closer, scanning the hallway to the front door, then the opposite direction, toward the kitchen. From where he stood, Wrestler could clearly see the door leading to the backyard. There were also no drip marks. In fact, no visible sign of blood in the corridor at all, in either direction. "She was already dead," he murmured to himself, still absently humming. "So she had to have been drained of most of her blood when he took her out of here." Wrestler studied the living room once more. "That's not just a lot of blood. That's all her blood, isn't it?" Siobhan Jacobs hadn't heard Wrestler's process of deduction, but she knew him well enough to realize what he'd just figured out. From the far end of the living room, she caught his eyes, and her own softened before she cast them down. "He took off her fucking head, didn't he? The sick piece of shit decapitated this woman in her own living room, drained her blood right here on the carpet while her daughter slept in the next room." Possibly. Siobhan rejoined Wrestler in the hall. She had been wearing a pair of disposable latex gloves and was now removing them to be placed in a separate evidence bag of their own. "Based upon the spray on the ceiling, its pattern,
and its horizontal position relative to the hair strands we found in the carpet from the victim's scalp. I can't say that he fully beheaded this poor woman, but he certainly cut both carotid arteries. He did so with a single incision and one very fast, powerful stroke.
You can tell all that, just from the blood?
Siobhan nodded.
Even though it's all over the damn place?
Yes, Wrestler. There was no pride in the affirmation. As I've said, I can't be sure he actually removed her head in full, but
I can.
Sidney Younger approached them with something that looked like a greeting card. He was holding it at arm's length and desperate to pass it off. Still, he waited until Wrestler donned gloves of his own before he did so. With a dry heave, Sid made his way out the door where, if he was lucky, the fresh air and remnants of rain might wash away what he'd seen. 26. October. Location unknown. From 2 cells to her left, Rosalie Sherwood's muted sobs were the only reply Cassie received. "Rosie?" she asked again, this time limping to the door so she could speak through the makeshift bars with a voice that was dangerously close to giving out. With legs that were weak and hands that were bruised and sore, it took everything she had to tug herself upright. As she peered through the wood-slat bars, a dazzling ribbon of sunlight cut across her face. Its heat was instant and sweltering upon her cheek, its light temporarily blinding. She blinked hard and jerked to one side, already on the verge of heatstroke and dehydration. Only a little while longer, and it would be sunset, and the cells would again begin to cool. "Rose, hon." Her voice was barely audible now, a frail facsimile that was foreign even to her own ears. I'm gonna make sure we get out of here." A painful swallow, a breath of stale and putrid air. "But I'm gonna need you to help me make that happen, okay?" Rosie's soft whimper lessened to a quiet, broken lament. She sniffled, inhaled, swiped her forearm across her nose. Then came the sounds of the girls shuffling to the front of her enclosure. I'm here. I know you're scared, and I am so proud of you, Rose. I can't imagine being in here all by myself for months." Between stuttering breaths, Rosie mumbled something that sounded to Cassie like a combination of yeah and mm-hmm. "You're so brave. I just need you to stay brave for me a little while longer, okay?" Cassie heard no discernible response. "I know it's hard, hon, but to get us out of here, I need to know what I'm dealing with. So I want you to just focus on my voice and try to answer my questions without emotion." After a slight pause, Rosalie agreed. Cassie rubbed her throat. Inside it were a dozen razors, each slicing her larynx with every word. Rosie, I need you to tell me what he..." She had to pause, the pain on the brink of unbearable. She was beginning to feel lightheaded, the cell slowly moving. "What he does in here." "I don't know how many others there have been," Rose told her as both women clung to the bars in their doors. Cassie's face was pressed to hers, craning to see if she could lay eyes on her fellow captive. But all she saw were 4 more cells opposite, each the same constricted, hemmed-in space no larger than an animal pen. These were separated from what she presumed were 4 more on her side of a tight corridor, barely wide enough for a person to fit. Like her cell, the floor was rough stone layered with dirt. Along its center was a swath where the dirt had been swept aside, a trail from something sizable being dragged along the floor. Something human-sized.
Along the wall opposite, she saw a series of ragged, horizontal lines scored into the paint of the brick and cinder block. Running parallel to the floor, dozens of them overlapped one another. Some were deep, some were shallow. All were at the height where the fingernails of a person being dragged would have etched their last resistance. Cassie squeezed her eyes shut, trying her best to evade the mortifying thoughts of so many screaming, terrified, and injured women. Each was someone's daughter, very likely someone's wife, possibly someone's mother. She swallowed back her own tears, and the razor blades that had once been her vocal cords tore at the inside of her throat until her words were little more than a wheezing series of syllables. "How many since you've been here?" There was a woman and her daughter. The girl was so scared. They killed her mother right in front of her. There's a lady who sometimes comes when the guy isn't here. What was the little girl's name? Did she tell you? Rose had to choke back her tears before she could answer. Her name was Lindsay. I don't know what her mother's name was. But Cassie did. Veronica Rowe. What can you tell me about the other lady? Janice Wynne. The one who sometimes comes instead of him. I only saw her face once, when she put little Lindsay in my cell. But I'll never forget it, because she kind of looks like him. Then what happened? She left and came back about an hour later with Lindsay's mom. Rosalie hesitated as the moment played out in her mind. Then I heard him, and, oh God, the mother was screaming. She was just screaming so loud. It was awful, Cassie. I just wanted her to stop. God help me, I just wanted her to stop. In the corner of her cell, Rosie tucked herself into a tight ball. And then she did. Like that day, the silence was instant and deafening. Tell me what they did, Rose. Please. It could help me figure a way out of this. The next minute passed as slowly as an hour, with Rosalie Sherwood not replying. Somewhere in the distance, a muffled sound like a faint and faraway horn. I think they cut her throat. She was begging them not to hurt little Lindsay when her words suddenly cut off mid-sentence, and for a moment there was no sound at all. Then I heard a kind of gurgling and scuffling sounds, and I could tell she was flailing around in her cell. And then came the sound of her blood hitting the walls. God help me. I could hear it. Cassie covered her mouth and turned from the bars, her hands and legs trembling as she fought to stay on her feet. I'm so sorry, Rose. It would be so easy to just crumble right now, to drop to the floor and wait for dehydration to take her from this hell. If only she didn't have Isabella, she might have done exactly that. What happened to Lindsay? He took her that night. I haven't seen her since. I don't know what happened to her. Maybe she got away? The stench of putrefaction and rot emanating from the empty cell between them told Cassie that she probably didn't. What about any others? Were there more? Another woman, maybe a month after that. She was still alive when he brought her here. I watched him drag her between the cells and drop her in the one between you and me. Are you sure she was alive? Rose nodded, though no one would see it. She was breathing like she was drowning. Its sound was all wet and choked off. A couple times she cried out like she was trying to tell me her name, but I couldn't make it out. Han or something? Hannah? I think so. Is there a Hannah that's gone missing too? It had to be Hannah, Cassie thought. Yes, a young woman by the name of Hannah Wilson. Rosie reflected upon this, putting a name to the horror her memory had visibly built around the sounds she'd witnessed. Hannah, kept trying to tell me something that sounded like, hold on. Over and over, she kept saying it. Hold on, hold on, hold on, until she just couldn't speak anymore. The nightmare vision of Hannah being overpowered in her own home replayed in Cassie's mind. Wincing, she watched as the man overpowered the young wife, beat and stabbed her, then dragged her away in a shower curtain, unconscious and badly bleeding. It was beyond comprehension that she had somehow still been alive when he brought her here, and the thought that she spent her last breaths coaxing Rose to hold on, while she herself was riddled with knife wounds and dying like an animal in the dirt, just shows what an amazing person Meredith Harper's daughter truly was. More than a loss to the mother, Hannah's murder would leave another void in a world that was already so barren. No wonder Meredith was so impassioned to garner Cassie's help. After all, wouldn't Cassie do the very same if it were Bella Luna who had gone missing? It was too much for Cassie to bear, and she slumped to the floor and sobbed until the welcoming void of unconsciousness took her. As night fell and their bank of 8 cells descended into darkness, the clanging sound of a metal gate slamming ricocheted through the vast antechamber beyond. Rosalie Sherwood started from an uneasy sleep. "Cassie," she whispered, "if you're awake, please, just stay quiet." If Cassie had roused from passing out, she made no sound to indicate it. She was either still out cold or finally trusting Rosie's advice. Either way was good. Silence and doing as she was told is what Rosie put down to her still being alive. Now came the footsteps. His footsteps. And a familiar skft sound that came in cycles between each labored step. A sound that Rosie had heard before. The telltale indicator of a body being dragged behind him. With a thump, Solomon dropped the woman's legs. From her cell, Rosie listened for a grunt as the woman's shins clapped the stone floor with a sharp sound like a ball-peen hammer tapping ceramic. Nothing. Now came the metallic rattle as the man unlocked the padlock and flipped the hasp from the staple loop. With a grinding creak, the door to the cell between Rosie and Cassie swung outward, followed by the skft sound of the body being dragged inside. Knowing he was pulling it behind him and would be in the cell first, Rosie leapt silently to her feet to peer through the bars of her door. The woman's face, white as ash, was stained with mascara runs. Her eyes, though open, were vacant and glazed over, mercifully devoid of life. As the man turned her body to maneuver around the partially open door, the woman's head rolled from her body where it had been resting upon her stomach. Her mouth sagged open, slinking over its corner like a pale pink sea slug. Her tongue lolled out and dragged through the dirt. Her neck had been sliced with almost surgical precision. Her throat cleaved open from one ear to the other. Gaping flaps of skin revealed muscle and tendons, and a cylindrical column that could only be her vertebrae. Rosie covered her mouth to keep herself from gagging, averting her eyes. Despite the horrendous wound, there was little blood in the woman's wake. Instead of a swath of red, Rosie saw only more of the stone floor where the woman's corpse had swept away another layer of dirt down the narrow corridor's center line. Also detached from her body and resting upon her breast as if this were perfectly normal was the woman's left hand.
when her body passed through a bright blade of sunlight swirling with dust. Her wedding ring glimmered like a star. Outstretched behind her was her right arm, and when the man pulled her through the doorway, her elbow kinked at a funny angle and caught on the jamb. Rose could tell he was tugging on her legs as her body lurched once, twice, a third time. The fourth was a sharp and violent tug accompanied by the man's strained groan. It was followed by a pop as the woman's radius bone snapped, the ulna dislocated, and her arm twisted into a morbid, impossible angle. Dragged into the adjacent pen, the woman disappeared from sight as Rosalie, in hers, began to dry heave. All other sound stopped, and Rosie stifled her retching by biting down on the meat of her hand. Had he heard her? Was he listening? Seconds passed like hours as she held her breath, fearing the sound of those footsteps. Rising into her esophagus with the taste of a car battery, Rosalie swallowed her bile back down as the acid burned and her stomach churned until the sound of the man's movements resumed only in the adjacent cell. First came a rummaging noise, then a clattering of metal and the soft thumps of wood upon leather. He was pulling tools from his bag. Rosalie had seen it just once before, although it was probably a workman's tool bag. There was something ominous and creepy about it that reminded her of an old medical bag. The type you see in black and white period dramas where an old gray-whiskered doctor makes a house call with his bag of potions and tinctures and sharp, morbid tools. Either that, or the type of bag Jack the Ripper carried. Perhaps they were one and the same. Now came the grating to-and-fro rasps of a saw blade. Methodically, and with great attention to detail, the man began to saw through the woman's ribcage until the final pull of the blade fully separated the cartilage from bone. With a violent tug of both hands, he spread open Sheila McCabe's chest, a sound like the staccato crack of a snare drum echoing through the cells and dark chamber beyond. Holding her breath and trying not to throw up, Rose's world began to waver and blur at the edges as she listened to the man in the adjacent cell neatly arranging Sheila's severed limbs inside her chest cavity. By God's grace, Rose passed out before there was nothing left but a bulging torso beside a detached head. Neither she nor Cassie had to endure the sounds which came next, as the man humiliated the lifeless head of Sheila McCabe, mother, former wife, and considerate neighbor. For the third time that night, the man climaxed.
27. 9:43 p.m. Monday, October 13th. The piece of cardstock Sid discovered in Sheila McCabe's living room had been folded and decorated by hand to resemble a Halloween card. The front was dyed black by watercolor paint. A paper skeleton and orange pumpkin cutout were glued to it. Far from scary, the skeleton was whimsical and appeared to be wearing the pumpkin to cover its private parts. At the top right, handwritten in white ink or paint, was, "From your secret pal." In the hand of the skeleton, E3:1 had been written in red pen. At the bottom left of the card, in the same white paint as the message at the top, was the beginning of a handwritten rhyme. I feel it in my bones. You ache to know her name, and so direct from me. Carefully, Doug Ressler opened the card as Siobhan Jacobs watched attentively over his shoulder. A Polaroid photograph slid from the crease and wafted to the floor. Landing upside down, only a black square and 2 white borders were visible. Siobhan bent over to pick it up, but stopped when she remembered that she'd already removed her gloves.
I'll get it.
Careful not to bend the card in his hand, Ressler plucked the photo from the carpet.
Ready to see what this sicko wants to show us? Given Sid's reaction, it can't be pretty.
He flipped it over. Staring at them from eyes forever frozen in horror was the decapitated head of Sheila McCabe. Beneath it was the pool of blood Ressler could still see from where he was standing in the corridor. Only, in the photo, the blood was bright red. In the living room, it was dark, thick, and almost rust-like sludge.
He took this photo within seconds of severing her head, Jacobs revealed. Look, see the way that blood is so bright? In our bodies, blood is constantly circulated so it can be cleaned and oxygenated. It has an iron rating of Fe2+ and carries oxygen well. Once outside the body, the hemoglobin begins to break down and convert to methemoglobin with a rating of Fe3+, or thereabouts. That's why old bloodstains look so dark and have a smell like metal. Ressler understood up to the point when she started rambling on about Fe2 something or other. But that's not the worst of it, Jacobs proceeded to share. See the fear in her eyes. Not only is Sheila McCabe still alive in this photo, but it's also very possible that she's still conscious and aware.
Impossible,
Ressler determined. The woman's head had been completely detached. Jacobs was full of shit, and he was happy to let her know it.
Not at all, she refuted. Brain ischemia, or brain death, occurs when the cells don't receive enough oxygen, but it doesn't occur instantaneously. It takes at least 3 minutes for brain cells to begin to die.
You can't be serious.
Ressler's revulsion was apparent, from his tone of voice to his body language, which had immediately become closed and tight. Protective. His unconscious mind making himself small against an invisible threat.
You're actually telling me right now that people who are decapitated can remain alive for minutes?
Alive, yes. Conscious, no. Not for that long, anyway.
But they're still aware, so they know what's happening?
Nobody can have 100% certainty on the matter, Ressler. But it's my scientific belief that they are, yes.
Jesus Christ on the cross.
The detective was actually beginning to pale. Over the years, Jacobs had witnessed the man in just about every awful situation conceivable. But this was a first. You okay, Doug?
Fuck you. How long?
How long what?
How long are people still able to think and feel after?
Not long, babe. It took a beat for her own thought processes to catch up with her word, and Siobhan reflexively stiffened. All the time that they'd spent together was still proving a hard habit for her to break. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to call you that. Ressler waved it off.
How long?
Jacobs gave herself a second before answering, staring intently at her feet. Her hands fumbled with one another. Quick to gather herself, she raised her head and flashed a businesslike smile that felt forced as much as it did awkward. Higher cognitive functions like thought and emotion are likely still being processed for approximately 4 or 5 seconds after a full, clean decapitation.
Clean.
Doug Ressler couldn't imagine a word more unsuited to what he was seeing in this horror photograph. Medically clean is what I mean. Jacobs took a breath to clear away the cobwebs of emotion and return to the logical, objective, medical professional she was trained to be. Precise, fast, which, in its way, is merciful, Doug. If it were you, would you rather he hack away at your neck? Or would you prefer a clean cut with a single, very fast, very powerful stroke? Ressler grunted. So, as much as it comes across like some sex scene in a horror movie, the truth is, Doug, that it's very likely Sheila McCabe was alive when he took this picture. Siobhan allowed a beat for this to sink in before she continued. It was important, for his own well-being as well as that of the investigations, that he grasped the rest of what she had to say. I can only hope that she was drugged. And of course,
We'd run tests for that. If we had a body.
After this, even Wrestler needed a moment before he was prepared to examine the rest of the card. God knows what other sadistic torments this sick fuck has in mind, he told Jacobs before marching out of the horror house to join Sid on the front lawn. He lit another Marlboro, sucked the smoke into his lungs, and waited for that moment when he could feel it cleanse away his angst. Using his thumb to slide another from the soft pack, he offered it to his partner with a shit-eating grin. Jacobs is right, you know, Sid revealed as he folded a stick of gum in half before popping it in his mouth. After quitting smoking some months earlier, he'd taken to chomping packs and packs of the stuff as a substitute. Doctor's orders. Though, for the life of him, Sid couldn't see the slightest correlation with his other health issues. Hell, it was only a few years ago that the radio and magazine ads were spouting off about how good smoking was for you. Now, the doctors seemed to be on the fence about cigarettes. Many were starting to cover their asses by preaching moderation or unofficially prescribing cigars or pipes as a healthier alternative. As they sat in their mahogany-clad offices and lit up cigarettes of their own between patient visits. In the most stressful of times, Sid would be seen meticulously smoothing the silver waxed paper the gum had been wrapped in. Pressed between thumb and fingers, he'd rub it warm and iron it until it was smooth and polished like a tiny rectangular mirror. He was doing this when Doug offered him the Marlboro. You really are an arsehole, Wrestler. Wrestler shrugged, a shit-eating grin replacing the temporary vulnerability which had overcome him. A vibe he was loath to maintain. And, of course, it had been Siobhan Jacobs who had made him feel that way. Shocker. What else was new? Better than an asshole, I guess, Wrestler said. Is it? I'd say so. He snubbed out his cigarette, rolling it between his thumb and forefinger. After all, what was one more nicotine stain to the burn callus which had been forming for years? You coming back in to look over this card? Sid pursed his lips, shaking his head. Already read it. Once was enough for me. Holding it so he and Jacobs could both study it, Wrestler splayed it wide open. Just as the front had been, its interior was saturated with black or dark gray watercolor. On the far left-hand side, there appeared to be a primitively drawn tree trunk running from top to bottom. In it were lines and various markings apparently meant to represent knots and grain in the wood. The most prominent of these could easily be misconstrued for a vagina. Or maybe not so coincidental, Wrestler suspected. A cartoon-style cobweb adorned the top right-hand corner, and painted randomly across both pages were 11 eyeballs, each with exaggerated feminine lashes, again drawn in such a rudimentary manner that the whole thing looked like a child had done it. Handwritten in big capital letters across the middle was, "Boo." Again, a cutout of a paper skeleton had been glued to the card, but this one had either been poorly positioned or had shifted before the glue had set so that it partially covered the greeting. Happy Halloween. Below this was a hand-painted signature in white. It read, Gemini. But most importantly of all, the punchline of the rhyme was handwritten across the inside crease. Like the greeting, this too was partially obscured by the skeleton. What was visible was, it is Cass something something, K-E something something, E-D something. Wrestler squinted as if confused, turning the card over to view the front once more. Then the inside again. This time he read it aloud, for himself as much as Siobhan Jacobs, who continued to study it over his shoulder. I feel it in my bones. You ache to know her name. So direct from me. He opened the card. It is Cass L or I something, K-E something, D something. Is that last letter there a Y?
He thrust the card at Siobhan so she could take a closer look. Ugh, too close, wrestler. She pulled back, refocused her eyes, moved in closer again, slowly and unblinking. Yes, that definitely looks like a Y to me, there at the end. And that one. She poked a finger at the middle of the name, and Wrestler melodramatically yanked the card from her reach. Jesus Christ, dog! I'm the head of forensics, for God's sake. I know not to touch evidence without gloves, which, by the way, my office provided for everyone here. Without apologizing, he raised the card to Siobhan's line of sight while he himself chose to stare into a distant void. He shook his head. It was subtle, but Jacobs picked up on it. Anyway, she circled her index finger around the cartoon skeleton's torso. Look here. That's an N, is it not? After the E? Wrestler lost interest in the distant void and pulled the card close to examine it further.
If it is, then there's definitely space next to it for another. So that makes it Cass something.
Kennedy, Siobhan declared. Cassie Kennedy.
But our victim, the woman in that Polaroid photo, the woman who lives here.
Wrestler glanced out the window, but Officer Julie Chen had already left in her squad car with the daughter of the victim.
The name of that baby girl's mother is Sheila McCabe, not Cassie Kennedy.
Siobhan Jacobs had no answer for him.
You sure you don't want to join us?
In a rare attempt at genuine cordiality, Doug Wrestler coaxed Siobhan into joining them at the cop shop for a drink. Or two, maybe some food. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a pass. If you remember, that's how we got ourselves into this in the first place.
Well, then maybe it's the best way to get ourselves out of it.
And there it was. That natural, relaxed charm that somehow oozed from one of the most irascible men she'd ever met. Of course, in time, Siobhan had come to learn why. As is so often the truth, underneath that short-tempered and combative shell was also one of the most sensitive and caring human beings she would ever have the privilege of knowing. Little boy lost is how she'd come to think of him back then, and also how she had described Doug to a few girlfriends with whom she felt she could safely speak about him and the relationship so many just wouldn't understand. This vulnerable underbelly, and the wit conceived of it, was why Wrestler had so easily torn down the wall Siobhan had not only built around her, but had also meticulously tended for years. A wall from which not a living soul had removed even a single brick. Yet Wrestler had razed it to the ground with the perfunctory ease of a wrecking ball. But she had again begun to lay the bricks. You know, Doug, you're probably right, but I still think I'll take a rain check. Maybe next time, okay? Of course, Wrestler knew there was no next time in Siobhan Jacobs's mind. And if there were, it was such a nebulous, intangible concept, so far in the future and so far removed from who they had once been, that anticipating it was no longer worth its cost.
Well, if you change your mind...
He knew she wouldn't. I won't. She knew he'd ask one more time.
Then I guess we'll catch you tomorrow.
He and Sid turned left. She turned right. Over his shoulder, Wrestler craned to get just one more peek as Jacobs sauntered away.
I hate to see you go.
But you love to watch me leave, Siobhan finished while waving goodbye without breaking stride or even looking back. I know you do, Wrestler. Good night.
So, here's the obvious,
Wrestler declared as he plopped himself down in their usual booth with an ale, while plunking a pint of stout in front of Sid.
But humor me, all right? Let me just run it by you, if only to make sure I'm understanding it myself.
This was, in so many words, how Ressler began every one of these conversations, and Sid Younger feigned a moan of despair, leaning back in the booth and crossing his arms.
Christ, Doug. You want to talk about that damn card, don't you?
Ressler chugged a third of his glass, wiped the phone from his lips with an exaggerated backhand, then issued his customary sigh of euphoric pleasure.
Ah, it's the spot. And yes, I do. Fine, then the dogs are on you. I thought we were coming here just to blow off some steam.
Of course, Sid didn't think this at all. He knew full well Ressler would want to discuss the case. And he came because he knew he could finagle a free meal out of him.
Sure, I'll buy, Ressler said. I think a couple chili dogs and a beer or two are a small price to pay for catching a multiple murderer.
Ressler didn't think this at all. Cheap as a $2 whore is how Sid so often described him. But he would get the tab this time, because he knew Sid would get it the next. It's just how it worked. The dance they played. And they'd been dancing for 7 years, so why stop now?
All right, Doug, Sid complied. Hit me. What you cooking up in that big ol' head of yours? Shit, I can see the steam coming out your ears as we speak.
Ressler laughed without knowing why. After all, wasn't this exactly how Sidney Younger jumped into these conversations every time they had them? By the 200th or so, you'd think it would lose its sparkle. But maybe that's why he still found it so amusing. Because Sid still did.
Okay, so here's the thing. We know our victim's name was Sheila McCabe, yes?
Sid nodded as he sipped his pint more conservatively than Ressler, who would be on his second before their food arrived.
But the dude gives us a different name in the Halloween card he made just for us. Siobhan thinks that name is Cassie Kennedy.
Sid shrugged.
I could see that. You fill in the blanks we can't see, and it works. So, is she a victim we're not aware of? Or does he plan to kill again, and for some fucked up reason, he's giving us a warning about who his next victim will be?
Sid treated the question as rhetorical.
I'm with you so far, brother. Just keep running with it, and I'll let you know when you're jogging ahead too fast. He puts a number 3 and a number 1 in the skeleton's hand on the front of the card, separated by 2 little dots. That's called a colon, Doug. Okay, a colon. Sorry I'm not a Shakespearean scholar like you. It's basic grammar, dude.
Ressler dropped his hands to the table.
You gonna let me get this out or what? Anyway, those numbers are written in a hand that's making the OK sign, for whatever reason.
Sid waggled his finger round in forward circles, the gesture like a roll of spooling film.
Keep rolling. Then there's those 11 weird eyes drawn all over the place. Fuck, what is it with those? They look straight out of those old black and white cartoons they'd play at the start of the drive-in movies when we were kids. Remember?
He waited for Sid to respond, but his partner only wanted him to keep on chugging down whatever track this train of his was heading.
Anyway, so there's 11 of those eyes, and they seem to get bigger as they get closer to that paper skeleton he's stuck in there. Could be some kind of meaning in that, Sid reasoned. Or it could be a fake clue, so we spend days, maybe weeks, barking up the wrong motherfucking tree. Mm-hmm. If this even is the same guy that sent that word search, I mean, we believe it is, but what does Siobhan think? She's the expert on deviant behavior and patterns. We haven't discussed it yet, other than a quick glance at the scene, Ressler admitted. But you know she's gonna corroborate it. I mean, the word search threatened he would kill on the 13th, and here we are. The victim type, the scene, the MO, the jacked-up games he's playing, all the same. Okay, but let me play devil's advocate that this is a copycat. Copycat my ass, Sid. You know it's the same guy. There's too much in common. Here, look at this a sec, will ya?
He pulled a Polaroid from the inside breast pocket of his gray sports coat and pushed it across the table.
Jesus, Doug. Is that the pic fuck's sake. Think I'd just pull evidence like that? How long you know me? Long enough to know it wouldn't be the first time.
Previously relaxed with his chin resting in his hand, Sid shot bolt upright, pressed hard to the booth's backrest. His eyes were wide as a cat on a hot tin roof.
Don't go showing me that pic if it's the one I think it is. I don't want to see it again. All right, settle it down there, Nancy. Nancy? Yeah, what are you, a little schoolgirl? It's not the lady's head. It's a photo of that fucking card he left us. Before we bagged it, I had one of Siobhan's techs snap a few with that Instamatic of theirs.
With a side eye and incoherent mutter, something that included Wrestler's name, Sid leaned forward and spun the photo around to examine it. He sucked in air through pursed lips, and his face visibly soured, the taste of depravity coating his tongue like burnt oil.
This is one messed up cat.
Wrestler didn't disagree. Although his skin was crawling as much as Sid's, the only one who would know it was himself. He pushed Sid to give him his thoughts.
Okay, I'm getting there. Yeah, so what's with the vagina tree?
He scoured more closely, looking for patterns. Logic.
And you're right about those eyes. This whole thing is so sophomoric. My kids drew better than this when they were in grade school.
Speaking about his children while holding the photo of the killer's calling card churned Sid's stomach. He washed the feeling away with a stiff swig of stout.
And, like you said, none of it makes a whole lot of sense.
He tossed the Polaroid with disgust, and it spun across the table to rebound off Wrestler's glass of ale.
Or, like I said, this is a copycat killing. Just think how many people in the Bay Area would have seen that word search. I mean, it was on Channel 5 and in the Ledger. All it takes is for one psycho to take the idea and run with it.
I don't think so, Sid. I really don't. This is the same guy.
Rising above sporadic pockets of laughter and the smoky static thrum of male voices, a woman's voice chimed in. It was crisp and clear, lilting. I agree. Siobhan Jacobs appeared at their booth. May I? She squeezed onto the bench seat next to Sid. And what's more, I have the proof. 28. I was halfway home when it hit me, so I turned around and went back to the station. Siobhan Jacobs moved Doug Wrestler's beer aside and plopped her handbag in a file folder on the table. Reagan, the staff sergeant, was about to go home, but I caught him just in time. Bless his heart. He has a kid down with the flu and a wife who's about to go postal if he's late one more time. But he stayed behind to pull the file on the call that came in.
Imagine that, Wrestler chided. A guy with a snot-spouting kid at home and a wife the size of a dump truck going out of his way to do a favor for a stone fox strawberry blonde with out-of-sight green eyes.
Sid shot Wrestler a look while Jacobs gave him the one-finger salute and started to stand. Gently placing his hand over hers as Siobhan pressed up from the table, Sid asked her to please stay. You're a good man, Sid. I don't know what kind of shit you've done in your life to get this kind of karma. She gestured toward Wrestler. But I can't imagine you deserve it. She turned to Wrestler. Do you want to hear this, Doug? If not, I've got a good book, a nice glass of wine, and a comfy bed all calling my name. Wrestler remembered that bed. What he wanted to say was that he would give anything to be in it again, merely lying there, staring at the ceiling and taking in the wonder of it all as the one woman he ever actually cared for lay next to him. It wouldn't be the first time, but sadly, the last had already come and gone,
It was meant as a compliment. I'm sorry. I'm a dick. Please.
Compliment? I get more flattering remarks walking past a construction site. Ressler had no response. All right. Siobhan sat back down, patting the back of Sid's hand. Any chance a girl could get a drink, then? Younger caught the attention of J.B. behind the bar and mouthed wine with a side nod toward his companion. J.B.'s face brightened with recognition. He knew which Chardonnay to pour. Choosing his tone more carefully, Ressler's words were awkward, faltering, unlike his own. But at least they weren't abrasive.
You were saying you saw the sergeant's notes?
I was, Siobhan said, as J.B. made his way from behind the bar and placed a generously poured glass before her.
Oaky, not buttery.
Thank you, J.B. The bartender began making his way to 3 new customers leaning against the bar and searching for his whereabouts. 2 steps in, he turned to add,
And can I say, it's a pleasure to see you back here, Miss Jacobs. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
He nodded at Sid, offering a professional smile. It faded when his eyes rolled past Ressler before heading back to his station. Along the way, he waved at the waiting customers he clearly knew. Looks like you make friends wherever you go, Doug. Jacobs couldn't help the little giggle that came out as she took a sip of wine and leaned in toward Ressler with a satisfied sigh. And something that felt to him like the tiniest glimmer of the way she had once looked at him. Not that long ago.
Yeah, I'm the life of the party. Anyway, your notes?
Okay, the notes. You're not going to believe this. She took another drink, this one much more robust. The call that came in to report the murder? It came from the killer himself. If the rest of the patrons in the bar were still there, neither Sid nor Ressler would have been able to tell you. I know, Jacob said. That's how I felt when he told me. And are you ready for this? He outright confessed to the switchboard operator that he was responsible for 2 of the crimes we pegged him for, based upon clues he left in the word search. She pulled a small notepad from her handbag and rifled through its pages of scrawled shorthand that looked to both of her companions like some kind of Egyptian hieroglyphics. She found the one she was looking for, about halfway through. Shorthand, gentlemen. See, it pays to be a girl and get that mandatory secretarial training, while you fellas get together and learn how to polish your wood or steel rods or whatever.
I think you mean wood shop and metal shop, Sid corrected with a chuckle.
But engrossed in her notes, he assumed Siobhan hadn't caught the double entendre, let alone intended it. Ressler wasn't so sure. Whatever, same thing. So, here it is. She gave herself a moment to decipher the symbols scrawled across the tiny, lined page. He told the switchboard operator, and I quote, I took that girl from Mount Diablo in June, and the pretty young wife from Sausalito. No, let me see. This next bit, a clap like thunder made her entire body flinch, and the notebook dropped from her hands.
I knew it,
Ressler proclaimed, slapping his hands together a second time.
I damn well motherfucking knew it.
But wait, there's a lot more. Jacobs rescued the notebook from a tiny puddle of spilled ale and carefully separated the wet pages. This next bit is important, so I'm going to tell it to you exactly the way the operator wrote it down. Okay, here it is. He said to her, that young wife's sexy wedding ring finger dialed the phone for me. Then he told the switchboard girl to pass that on to the Contra Costa County Sheriff, because he'd know what that meant. Oh, and something about her possibly getting a pay rise if she made out like she'd coaxed that out of him. Siobhan tipped down her eyeglasses and peered over them. Who's the Contra Costa Sheriff again?
Miller, Sid answered. Morris. An old boy with a reputation for not playing nice with others. A lot like Ressler.
This made Siobhan laugh, and a bubble rose from her wine as she took another sip.
Don't listen to him. Miller's an old friend of mine. We go way back. He called me from home the night Hannah Wilson was dumped in her trunk at Diablo. He was pretty shaken up about it. But here's the thing. He never released any information about her finger being cut off, so that corroborates our guy's claim.
Ressler stroked his chin, his focus drawing inward. Sid agreed, addressing Siobhan.
The M.O. of Sheila McCabe's killer definitely matches the Mount Diablo killing, wouldn't you agree? If you're not too familiar with it, both victims were young, pretty, and married. The scenes of each show signs of dismemberment of each of the victims' left hand, their wedding ring hand, or the ring finger itself, and both were decapitated.
I don't recall anything being released about decapitation in the Mount Diablo case.
Another detail Morris left out, Ressler pointed out to Jacobs. Didn't feel the necessity to broadcast that particularly gruesome info all around town.
Ah, Jacobs replied. What was the moniker that jackass from Channel 5, Mike Driffield, gave the killer again?
The hurdy-gurdy man, Sid replied. Like the Donovan song.
Siobhan shivered. Yeah, that's creepy. And that song is creepy. I don't know if it's meant to be, but it gives me goosebumps. And not the good kind.
But that leads me to ask, Sid interjected, why our guy signed this card as the Gemini if he's the same perp, this hurdy-gurdy man?
Well, Siobhan explained, I may have the answer for you. The hurdy-gurdy man is a nom de guerre that was assigned—
A nom de what?
Ressler cut her off, smirking. Nom de guerre, Ressler. In other words, an alias. In French, its literal translation is war name. But as I was saying, hurdy-gurdy was assigned to the perp by Mike Driffield. Not sure why. But my explanation, Sid, would be that our guy doesn't much care for it. So he gave you the name by which he wants you to know him. The Gemini. And to further corroborate that the person who called in Sheila's murder and the person who left us this card are, in fact, one and the same, he told our switchboard operator, and I quote, "This is the Gemini speaking."
Christ, what is it with these sickos and their aliases?
Sid's question was only half rhetorical.
You know, there's one of them down in Santa Cruz who picks up girls hitchhiking. Goes by the name the Co-Ed Killer. And do you guys remember hearing about that case out in Wisconsin about 10 years ago? Gein, I think his name was.
Ed Gein, Siobhan confirmed. A.K.A. the Plainfield Ghoul. He was arrested a little over a decade ago in 57 after abducting and killing a woman who owned a hardware store. Her son was a sheriff's deputy who was in the store with her, probably still in uniform. The evening prior to his mother going missing. I'm assuming that's the reason Gein left empty-handed that night.
Yup, Ressler chimed in. I'm guessing that would do it. Except the son heard Gein say he'd be back the next morning for some antifreeze. So when the old gal went missing the next day, the son, a deputy, remember, was a smart cookie and immediately checked her receipt book. Let me guess, Sid said. Gein's was the last receipt she'd written.
Ressler placed his index finger to the tip of his nose and tapped it.
You got it, big boy. And when they went to Gein's farm, they not only found the deputy's mother, she'd been decapitated and was strung up in a barn, hung upside down like a deer being dressed. They also found women's faces removed and stored in paper bags, a corset from a woman's torso, a lampshade and wastebasket made out of human skin, and full face masks made from the skin of female heads.
Sid squirmed in his seat, raising the back of his hand to his mouth as though he were fending off the impulse to throw up.
Christ, Ressler, why do you know so much about this? Because it has an impact on our cases, right here, right now. The real question is, Why do you not know so much about it?
Sid shook his head. Still looked like he needed a vomit. Took a swig of his stout. Wrestler's got a point, Siobhan attested. There's real value in studying the patterns and quirks of...
Quirks? Sid interrupted. Human face trash cans? Fuck, that's a sickness is what it is, not a quirk. I don't like eating my corn on the cob straight from the cob. I always cut the kernels away in nice, satisfying strips and then eat them. Now that's a quirk. Please don't put me in the same category as some psycho who wears girl masks made from real girls.
No, of course not, Sid. Siobhan reassured him. Her eyes held upon his until Sid's softened. There's no comparison. What Geen was doing was anthropodermia, or the displaying of artifacts made from human skins. The Nazis were renowned for it. When Allied troops liberated Auschwitz-Buchenwald and discovered the horrors that had been perpetrated there, they also found numerous artifacts made from the skin of Jewish prisoners, some with the tattooed numbers clearly visible.
I've heard that, Ressler admitted. My old man was in the European theater in the war. News of just how depraved the Nazis actually were traveled fast after Auschwitz. And how does any of this help us with our cases? We have women being killed right here in the Bay Area. How about we keep our focus on that?
Sid crossed his arms, shaking his head. In a way, Siobhan reassured him, that's what we're doing. If we understand the pathological deviances of barbarous murderers like the Nazis and Ed Gein and the co-ed killer, then we might be able to understand our perp better.
And if we understand him, maybe we can catch him. I get it, Sid confided. I just wish it wasn't so goddamn gruesome.
I'll go one better than that, Siobhan countered. If we understand him, maybe we can learn how to stop others from killing in the first place.
That's all well and good, Ressler chirped. But I'm with Sid as much as I am with you on this one. Sure, I see the real benefit of knowing what other sickos have done so we can use it against our guy. But curing society? That's above my pay grade. I'll leave that task to you and your gimmicky new forensic psychology pals. Something to talk about at your next coven, perhaps.
That's right. Make a joke of it. We don't understand it, so we'll throw sticks and rocks and kill it, and then see what it was. Siobhan Jacobs was starting to fume. You know, Doug, it's dickheads like you who sat in Salem with smug, self-satisfied smiles as the witches burned. I'll have you know that far from gimmicky or new or a fad, forensic psychology dates back to the 1800s, when Wilhelm Wundt founded the first psychological laboratory. His work was not only employed in legal cases as early as the 1890s, but also blazed the trail for behaviorism. Her eyes had been half closed, distantly focused as she tore him a new one. When she opened them, she saw that Ressler had formed his hand into a puppet and was moving its mouth non-stop while silently mouthing blah, blah, blah. She picked up his pint of ale and poured what remained of it in his lap. Fuck you, Ressler. Grow the hell up, will you? This is why we're not together anymore. You just can't deal with your emotions in a healthy way. And that includes how you receive anything that feels foreign or uncomfortable to you. If I didn't know better, I'd say there were traits of pathological deviance in your psychological profile. You need help. You really do. When she stopped, Jacobs realized that half the patrons in the bar were staring in silence at the three of them, and staring directly at her, dumbfounded, were Ressler and Sid. You could hear a pin drop. Shrinking in her seat, she was about to apologize when the bar exploded in cheers and laughter and jibes like, "What a shame! For the beer, I mean. Wasted on that asshole." And, "Looks like that's the only golden shower you'll be getting tonight, Doug."
I deserved it,
Ressler admitted before Jacobs could apologize. which is exactly what she'd started to do once he returned from the bathroom and the jibes of the bar crowd had fallen off, the clusters of patrons returning to whatever they were doing prior to the spectacle.
You know, I hate this gruesome shit as much as you both do.
He gave Sid a playful punch on the shoulder as he sat down.
Well, maybe not as much as you, big fella. But I do hate it. So I cope by acting the class clown. And I apologize.
It was the first time Siobhan could remember him being so frank and vulnerable. In public, at least. She'd seen plenty of glimpses of it in private. One time, he'd even broken down in tears as she'd held him. That was after the discovery of a 12-year-old girl who had been raped and murdered and left in 4 different trash cans around the city. But she'd never seen him so honest and mature in front of anyone else before. "And I'm sorry," she replied. "Not for pouring it on you, but for wasting your beer." She winked, and a bashful smile crept onto her face as she leaned into Sid and wrapped her arm around his. Like the father figure he was to her, he patted her hand and gave her a closed-lip smile.
"So, can we get back to our case?"
Ressler asked. "Yes, please," said Siobhan. Sid looked at his watch.
"I've got 10 minutes, then I'm out. If not, I'm gonna come home to face a Mrs. Younger that won't be all too happy with me. And as much as I love you two, I love that big hunk of burnin' love a damn sight more."
"Okay, let's jam this out and decide what's next," Siobhan directed. "The person who called in Sheila McCabe's murder corroborated that he was leaving something at the scene, which checks out. Then he gave our switchboard operator the Gemini moniker. So it's clear that the caller and killer are one and the same. No, how do we corroborate that he's also the same person who mailed the word search to the media? If we can link Sheila's killer to that puzzle, then we definitely have a serial killer on our hands. So, any idea how to connect those dots?"
"In the word search, he gave us today's date as his next kill date,"
Ressler offered. "True," Jacobs returned. "But as Sid said, anyone and everyone in the Bay Area had the chance to see that puzzle last week. And today's date was written right there. So that's not proof. A copycat would have seen the same as anyone else. What other ideas do we have?"
"All right. But the caller knew about the Halloween card we were gonna find. He called himself the Gemini, which is how the card is signed. He also knew about Hannah's severed finger, which no other member of the public would have known. So that places him at both Sheila McCabe's house tonight and the phone booth and abandoned convertible at Mount Diablo in August."
Sid Younger concurred.
"That's right, and he said he was responsible for taking Rosalie Sherwood in June. No reason to lie about that."
Siobhan flipped through her notes, pulling out the 8x10 photo of the word search and laid it side by side with the smaller Polaroid of the Halloween card. She palmed them both to the center of the table for all 3 of them to cross-reference.
"Wait!"
Sid Younger held up one hand as he scanned the word search and the Halloween card upside down.
"You know, I didn't see it before, but looking at them both like this makes a difference somehow."
He stubbed his meaty fingertip at the top right of the puzzle, 3 lines down.
"Look, what's this?"
Ressler twisted in his seat to see what his partner was seeing.
"You mean that number 3? There are a couple of them. Why is that important?"
But Siobhan Jacobs saw it too. "Oh my God, Sid, you're right." She tapped her manicured nail upon 3 characters. E31. With her other hand, she tapped the front of the Halloween card, specifically the skeleton's hand making the OK sign. In it was handwritten, E3:1.
God damn,
is all Doug Ressler could muster.
"Not only are they the same," Sid proclaimed, "but I know what it means. It's a Bible chapter in verse. The Old Testament, if I'm correct. There are at least 5 that start with the letter E. but I'd bet my hat on it being Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1.
Sid, that's amazing! Siobhan applauded. How did I not say it? Can you remember how that verse goes?
Although directed at Sid Younger, Jacobs was looking at them both when she asked. Wrestler chuckled, waving away the very idea that he would have even the first clue about a verse in the Old Testament. But Sid leaned back and stared at the ceiling, his lips silently moving while he ran through the lessons of his Baptist upbringing.
Okay, I got it. Do either of you two like the Byrds? What the fuck's some folk pop group got to do with the price of tea in China?
As short-lived as the pint he was drinking, Wrestler's beer-soaked humility was eclipsed by his usual sardonic style as he tapped the empty glass and signaled JB for another.
Because they had a huge hit song just a couple years ago called Turn, Turn, Turn. Remember? It's basically E3-1 put to music. It goes, "There's a season for everything, and for every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, a time to reap, a time to heal, and a time to kill."
That's more than enough to connect our guy tonight with the word search, Siobhan acknowledged. But I do have one more thing, a big thing, to share. When I came back here, it wasn't just to prove that we have a serial killer on our hands. That label still sounded odd to Siobhan's ears instead of multiple murderer, but it sure did roll off the tongue a lot easier. She now spoke directly to Doug. I suddenly remembered the time you came home and told me about a woman who had come to see you at the precinct that day. It was sometime a couple months ago. You said she claimed to have some information about another missing girl. It took Wrestler a moment.
You mean Lindsay Rowe? The little girl who went missing from Panhandle Park?
Yes, I'm glad you remember. How could he not? The 6-year-old had been abducted in the middle of the day on a sunny Sunday in the park, and this nut job claims she's a psychic and has info about what happened.
How is that linked to this? It's way out of our guy's M.O.
I agree, but the lady who came to see you, she's very connected to our case now.
The crackpot?
The psychic, yes, Siobhan rebuked. Wrestler made a pfft sound.
Those whack jobs come crawling out of the woodwork when word gets out about cases like these, especially when the victim's a woman or a child.
Well, my love, it's not really about whether you believe that woman has the gift of second sight or not. She turned to Sid, her open backhand covering her mouth, as if it would prevent Wrestler from hearing what she was about to tell Sid. Though I personally think she does. Sid Younger nodded vigorously.
Mm-hmm. Me too. I remember the one you're talking about. Pretty gal. Single mom with a kid at home, I think. I took over the interview after Wrestler threw a hissy fit. So, what about it?
Wrestler's frustration had begun to rear its ugly head. He remembered the ale in the lap and took a deep breath.
Sorry. Please, go on, Siobhan.
You told me that psychic's name was...
The crackpot's name, Wrestler corrected her.
That psychic's name was Cassandra.
Wrestler shrugged. So what?
Seriously? Come on, Wrestler. Cassandra. Cassie. Sudden realization dawned.
You're not going to tell me her last name is Kennedy.
Siobhan Jacobs lifted her hands, palms upturned. A there you have it gesture. Sid's eyes grew wide as he pressed back from the table in astonishment.
That's what I said her name was?
Doug Wrestler seemed genuinely flummoxed.
Are you sure about that?
I'm certain, Siobhan professed. I remember it because of her last name. You don't often hear it outside of the news, or the front page of those gossip rags at the grocery store checkout. She became solemn, absent-mindedly twirling the stem of her empty wineglass between her fingers. The psychic, the woman and mother, who came to see you was called Cassandra Kennedy. And no, for some reason, she's gotten herself caught in the crosshairs of our killer. 29. October, location unknown. Waking to the stomach-churning scent of stagnant blood, Cassie stirred upon the dirt floor as the metal gate to their block of cells slammed shut. The echo of its jarring clang overlapped the sound of the man fastening its padlock, the chains that bound it jangling as he yanked twice to ensure it was secure. She counted the sound of his footsteps until they could no longer be heard, the steady cadence of his stride as certain as the clicks of a metronome. After 13, they faded away, but it took an additional count of 18 more silent beats until a faint and faraway thud of another door found its way to Cassie's ears. 31 steps in total. With an average of 3 feet per step for an adult male, that made it 100 feet and at least 3 locked doors between herself and freedom. But what lay beyond? According to Rosalie, he came and went all hours of the day and night, his visits erratic and unscheduled, sometimes with the body of his latest victim dragging behind him, which meant it was highly unlikely they were anywhere near the city. They could scream all they wanted. It wasn't going to achieve much, other than tearing at Cassie's already raw throat, that is. "Rose," she whispered. "You there?" Although still sore and swollen, adding a depth to her voice that made it much more husky than her natural timbre. The pain in Cassie's throat had subsided to the point where speaking softly was again possible. She waited in silence, listening for the telltale sounds of Rose stirring in her cell, but heard none. "Rose?" Nothing. "Rose!" Silence. "Rose!" "I'm here," she answered in a voice weaker than before. "You scared me. For a minute there, I thought you were him." Cassie massaged her throat. "My throat is hoarse. It's sore, but at least I can talk. Barely. How about you, hon? Are you okay?" 2 cells away, Rose nodded in the dark, then shrugged. "I don't know. I need food. He hasn't brought me any since you showed up, and I'm hungry." "I just heard him leave, Rose. What does that mean? Will he be back with food and water?" "When did you hear him leave?" "Just now. You didn't hear the gate slam?" Rosie shook her head, though there was no one to see it. "No? Are you sure?" "Yes. I even counted his steps. Wherever we are, whatever this place is, it's big. At least a good 100 feet to the outside world. Maybe more. That's why every single sound echoes in here. There must be some kind of big, empty chamber just beyond these fucking pens we're in." "I must be really out of it," Rose admitted, "because the last thing I heard was him dragging in that new lady after you passed out again." Now Cassie's heart quickened, and she pulled herself closer to the wooden slats of her cell door. "Wait, there's another woman here?" "Hello," Cassie called out as she beat her palms upon the door. "Hello! Can you hear me?" No, she can't. She was already dead when he dragged her here. Rosalie swallowed, feeling her chest tighten. "Cassie, oh my God, I think he used some kind of saw to—" Rose retched, thick, viscoid mucus foaming in the back of her throat. "To cut her up into pieces." She coughed, a dry, choking sound. "You sound really bad, Rose. We need to get him to give you some water." And me too, Cassie thought as she propped herself against her cell door, feeling weak and unsteady on her feet. But you know what, Rose? Fuck this victim mentality bullshit.
What we really need is to just get ourselves the hell out of here before he picks one of us for his next. How? I've tried. Rose's voice trailed away until it was so quiet that it was barely audible. More than the effects of dehydration, what Cassie was witnessing was the active deterioration of the young woman's hope. A survival conviction that had kept her alive for all these months on her own. Together, Rose. That's how. To this, Rosalie did not respond. Hey, Cassie said with a dramatic smile to brighten her tone, an old trick she'd learned from a friend in the radio biz. Tell me a little more about yourself, hon. You said you've only just turned 20. Is that right? A sound of shuffling from Rose's cell, but no audible reply. So you can't be married like the rest of us. The shuffling stopped. 21. I just turned 21. And actually, I am. Well, I kinda am. I'm sorry, that's right. You said you're old enough to drink now. Cassie chuckled. Legally, I mean. Now Rose half laughed, half coughed. Yeah, I was wondering how... Another choking splutter. How I was gonna explain to my dad that I already know I like scotch and hate tequila. Scotch? Me too. There's not many of us gals around that do. So that's pretty groovy that we have that in common. Rose tried to answer, but broke into another dry, hacking fit. And what do you mean when you say that you are, well, kinda? Are you talking about marriage already, at your age? Rose composed herself with several deep breaths before answering. I was married. Well, I am. Widowed now. Robert and I got hitched when we were both 19. His number came up for a tour of duty in Vietnam, so we decided to elope. I wanted him to have the absolute best reason to make it back home, you know. A wife waiting for him, maybe the prospect of a kid or two, somewhere down the line. It was a thought that tore at her heart, and Cassie didn't have to ask what happened. Rose told her anyway. He was killed a little over 16 months ago in a battle near Bong Son in South Vietnam. Rose, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine losing your husband at just 21 years old. 20. As she spoke, Rose's fingers ran over a pendant around her neck. In fact, it's why I'm here. It was the anniversary of his death, and I was beside myself, inconsolable. I don't even know how, but the next thing I know, I was wandering around Mount Diablo Park. I don't even remember the hour-long drive it takes to get there. All I can see, even to this day, is getting out of my car and just walking, aimlessly pacing around the plateau in a daze just before the summit. Do you know it? Cassie admitted that she did not. Well, it's quite beautiful. You can see 4 counties from up there. At least, that's what the sign says. All I know is that I saw trees and hills until it all became a beautiful green blur in the distance. Funny, isn't it? How real life isn't cordoned off into neat little boundaries like it is on maps. Its ownership arbitrarily dished out for this governmental body or that one. She fumbled with her necklace again, the ball chain jangling. That's what got Robert killed. A fucking boundary line on a map, in a fucking leech-infested rice paddy, all the way across the world. Now they're still there. The Viet Cong, I mean. But he's all gone. How is that right? Rosalie lifted the pendant and kissed it. This time, its tiny metallic jingle caught Cassie's attention. Rosie, hon, what's that sound I keep hearing? Oh,
That's Robert's dog tags. Well, one of them, at least. She lifted the small rectangular tag and read it out loud. Sherwood, Robert A., 795-337-8420. B positive, Protestant. That's his whole life, stamped into a little rectangle of metal. Name, Department of Defense number, blood type, and religion. No mention of his wife. No mention of his life yet unlived. Just the basic facts. Again, Cassie apologized. Like most, she found the idea of the entire fucking war unfathomable. As Rosie had said, young American men were being mowed down in the tens of thousands for nothing more important than an imaginary line on a map. If it was for a better reason than that, the government hadn't done a very good job of saying so. What was worse was the fact that nearly 5,000 of those casualties, nearly 10%, were from California alone. No other state in the Union even came close, save New York, and even their losses were 25% fewer than California's. And every single one of those men had mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, friends, wives, sometimes even children, all of whose lives were forever changed by the loss of someone they loved. Someone who made their lives better. Someone who they would never see again, hear from again, or hold again in their arms. All for a line on a map. It was beyond unimaginable. For Cassie, it was utter insanity. I'm so sorry, Rosalie. I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through. And I can't express how much I wish you didn't have to. It was the worst thing to ever happen to me. I truly don't know how long I wandered around that plateau before I finally realized I was up there all on my own. I hadn't told anyone where I was going because I didn't know myself. And now it was starting to get dark. So I was more than a little relieved when I saw a man signaling me from the trail, just a little ways below me. A man? Weren't you worried? Like I said, my first instinct was relief that I wasn't all on my own up there. I mean, I couldn't even remember where I'd parked my car. And if I'm honest, I was starting to panic. Besides, this guy was wearing a sling around his right arm, and he had a nice face. A friendly face, you know. Handsome, in a non-threatening kind of way. And he wasn't all that much bigger than me, so I figured he was harmless. But he wasn't. A little sound issued from Rosie's throat, a noise like disappointment. He told me he had a flat tire and was having trouble changing it. He had a spare, but, you know, with his arm in a cast and all. He said if I wouldn't mind helping him, he'd drive us around until we found where I left my car. The way I figured it, if I didn't help him, we were both stuck. If I did, we could both get the hell out of there and I wouldn't have to wander some mountaintop all alone in the dark. So I did. Help him, I mean. Only his arm wasn't really hurt, was it? Cassie guessed. A statement more than it was a question. No, I guess it wasn't. I bent down to look at the tire, but just like his arm, there was nothing wrong with it. But before my mind was able to register that, he yanked his left arm out of that sling. He had a cloth bunched up in his left hand. It smelled kinda sweet, and he covered my nose and mouth with it while he wrapped his right arm around me. Even though he wasn't very big, I was surprised, you know. I didn't do anything to stop it. The next thing I know, I'm waking up here, on this dirt floor. Rose fiddled with the dog tag some more. So, in a way, I guess Robert and I both died that day. Except you're still here, Cassie assured her as Robert's dog tag rattled like a tiny wind chime around his widow's neck. Rosie, have you ever played any sports? Surprised by the question, Rosie balked. Sports? Why? Because we're getting out of here. Do you think if you reached through the bars just right, you'd be able to toss me Robert's dog tag without us dropping it? 30. Tuesday morning, October 14th. The address Cassie gave Detective Sid Younger during her July interview did not exist. At first, Sid thought he might have written it down incorrectly, perhaps a simple typo or transposed numbers, but there was no record of a Cassandra Kennedy in any governmental database. First port of call was the office of the property appraiser of San Francisco County, where Sid struck out. Still, drawing a blank was better than drawing the short straw, as Doug Ressler had. Sid's partner was now spending the better part of his morning at the county offices of the California Department of Motor Vehicles. The place where dreams go to die, Ressler ensured he didn't have to be there a second longer than necessary. A flash of his badge and a little sweep of his blazer to reveal just a hint of his firearm, and all the pimply teens, freaks, flower child hippies, and octogenarians kindly sidled from the line. Still, he came up empty.
You don't think that chick has anything to do with these murders, do you?
Back at his desk, Ressler chewed on a No. 2 pencil, a once-a-day replacement for a cigarette per Sid's incessant nagging. Similarly, Sid was grazing through a Caesar salad, a once-a-week replacement for his usual corned beef on rye, per Doug's constant cajoling about his weight.
Siobhan said her team found semen in the blood samples they took from Sheila McCabe's carpet. So, unless this Cassie chick's got a dick, I don't think so.
Ressler grimaced.
Can you imagine getting off so hard on doing the sick shit this fucker does that you can't help but stroke it? Right there, right then? All over the corpse of the woman whose throat you just cut?
Sid stopped chewing, put down his bowl, and swallowed hard. He wiped creamy dressing from the corner of his mouth.
Thanks for that, Doug. Come on, man. I'm eating here. Toughen up, you big fat wuss.
Sid whipped him the finger and grabbed his bottle of RC Cola.
I'm gonna pull her interview file again. Maybe there's something I missed when she came in claiming to have info on the Rose's disappearance.
And there was. It was small, a long shot, but it was something. Thursday, October 16th.
Where exactly is this cafe?
Ressler was donning his blazer over his shoulder holster and already heading for the stairs, car keys in hand.
Haight Ashbury. A place called Brewster's, I think. It's the only one I can find that matches what she said. Hippie fucking central, Ressler declared, unimpressed. Of course, the weirdo who thinks she's psychic would be from the Haight. How did you establish this was the place?
Sid had found it in a simple 5-word note he'd scribbled in the margin of Cassie's interview report. Friend Patty, Cafe Haight Ash. It was an addendum he'd made to Cassie's comment about a friend who had come over for morning coffee before she opened the cafe she owned. Ms. Kennedy had then revealed that she'd lost track of the remainder of that day. It was later that night that she'd experienced what she was certain was a prophetic vision about Veronica Rowe and her daughter Lindsay. Another woman called Janice Wynne, plus an unidentified man. That dreamlike, nightmarish vision ended with them all in some kind of dungeon or dark holding cell. Below this part of the interview notes, in his own bastardized version of shorthand, Sid had scribbled one last notation, that the psychic had slept most of the following day away, failing to even see her daughter, Isabella, off to kindergarten. Brewster's was busier than they'd expected it to be on a Thursday morning. One minute, the cafe owner was pulling cappuccinos from a fire-engine red espresso machine. The next, fresh roasting imported green coffee beans in a small batch roaster. All the while, she was explaining every move to her new part-time assistant, a young man by the name of Joseph, who was eager and polite, and, if he worked out, could alleviate some of Patty's overly hectic schedule. Exhibiting an atypical level of patience, Doug Ressler said nothing as the cafe owner and her new protege bustled back and forth behind the counter. It didn't hurt that she'd plied them with bottomless coffees and warm chocolate croissants as they waited. "All right, sorry about that." Patty Brewster grabbed her smokes and beckoned the detectives to follow her to the small table she always set aside for her breaks. "Is this about Cassie?"
"So you do know her," Sid confirmed as Doug Ressler grunted, speaking over his partner. "What makes you say that, Ms. Brewster?"
"Yes, of course I know her," Patty said to Sid. To Ressler, she answered, "I reported it last Sunday. An officer came out but told me there was nothing he could do, officially, at least, until she'd been gone for at least 48 hours. Patty took another drag and spoke without exhaling, her words thin and wispy. "It didn't help that it was the same cop that came last time." She released the smoke, and it billowed toward the ceiling as Ressler and Sid stared at one another in disbelief.
"She's missing?"
Doug Ressler sat upright, leaning in, and Patty's breath caught in her throat. She coughed, and a small puff of off-white expelled with it. "What do you mean, she's missing? Why are you here if not for that?" Patty's expression fell, instantly alarmed. "God, please don't tell me she's been hurt, or worse."
"She's fine," Sid Younger replied, "as far as we know. But we have reason to believe she might be in need of our help. Do you have any idea where Ms. Kennedy might have gone?"
Patty shook her head. Doug Ressler straightened in his seat, squaring up to the cafe owner.
"Why did you say this time, Ms. Brewster?"
"Miss Brewster, please. I've never been married. Single and proud of it. Patty is fine, Detective."
"Right, Patty. Why this time?"
Patty stubbed out the remainder of her cigarette without finishing it. A thin thread of smoke spiraled up and away as she appeared to withdraw from the moment, disappearing to a place somewhere deep within herself.
"No, not a place within,"
Ressler mentally corrected himself, countering his initial interpretation.
"She's gone back to a different moment in time. They've had a falling out of sorts, maybe an argument. And in her mind, this chick's in that moment right now."
"Something happened," Patty admitted, and Detective Doug Ressler settled back into his chair, his arms crossed.
"What a shame Siobhan isn't here," he thought,
and a smug look crossed his countenance, thinking how proud the psychiatrist would be of his psychological assessment. There was a reason she was the head of criminal forensics. Jacobs was the best at interpreting human behavior, period. She could sniff out motives behind actions and predict a perp's next move better than anyone. It was also one of the reasons they couldn't make their budding relationship work. She was always one step ahead of Ressler's bullshit, and his frail male ego knew it.
"What happened?"
Flicking through the pages of his memo pad, Sid absently clicked his pen with his thumb. The ballpoint tip extended, retracted, until Patty's side eye became fixated on the action.
"Sorry. Anyway, tell me what happened."
She had another vision, a really bad one, for a client, right here in the cafe. Patty lit another cigarette, her hands trembling just enough for Doug Ressler to notice, while most others would not. "But I'm not sure how much I should really tell you." She took a long puff, and the exhale danced along the ceiling in a smoke ring. She eyed both detectives with an air of suspicion. In response, Sid closed his notebook, clicked his pen shut, and laid it alongside the tablet in a neatly parallel line.
"Miss Brewster, I understand how you feel, and I assure you, we're all here for the same reason. to assure your friend's safety. So, how about this? Everything from here out will be off the record."
He showed his palms in the universal sign of surrender, then laid them on the tabletop, lacing his fingers as if in prayer. Doug Ressler slumped back in his seat, but said nothing. Looking from one to the other, Patty took another puff and signaled Joseph behind the coffee bar for another latte. She asked the detectives if they would care for another, but both politely declined. "All right, here goes. Off the record, Cassie was doing work here for a short while. It was my idea, actually. She's got a gift, you know. She sees things the rest of us can't."
"We're not the IRS," Ressler informed her, deadpan and losing interest fast. "We don't care if you and your friend had a side hustle for cash. Just tell me what's got you spooked."
Now Patty's defenses kicked in. Her response, as curt as the detective's, was churlish. "I'm not spooked, and I don't appreciate the inference that we were cheating the tax man." Even though they were. In her left hand, her cigarette noticeably shook, enough that it caught Sid's eye. Patty followed his gaze and realized it herself, instantly depositing the cigarette in the ashtray and steadying her wrist with her other hand. "Okay, look. A woman came here, wanting information about her missing daughter." She proceeded to tell them about Meredith Harper, about the awful vision Cassie had of Meredith's daughter, Hannah Wilson, about the Deep Purple album, all of it.
"And this was all before there was any news about Hannah Wilson's murder?"
Sid had asked the question of Patty, but was eyeing Doug Ressler. Ressler knew exactly what his partner was thinking. "We gotta confirm this album thing with Morris Miller over in Contra Costa County, whose case it was." "A couple days before the news coverage, yes."
"And did she see the perpetrator?"
Ressler asked. "At first, the man Cassie saw was faceless. You ever see those mannequins in the fashion department down at the Emporium department store?" She looked both men up and down, realizing that fashion wasn't their strong suit. "Okay, maybe you haven't. But it was like those, just this plain white featureless face. But the second time she had the vision, she thought she might have recognized who he was."
"The perp,"
Ressler confirmed more than asked. "Yes." Patty's hands had begun trembling to the point that Patty could barely pick up the steaming mug Joseph had quietly set upon the table. Patty no longer tried to hide it. She took a careful sip, sucked in her top lip, then chewed on the bottom. "And this is off the record, officially, right? All of it?"
"All of it,"
Ressler assured her, and softened his stance. He leaned in and covered Patty Brewster's shaking hands with his own. They were big and warm, and despite the man's irascible nature, to Patty, his touch felt like safety. I don't know why, 'cause she hadn't seen him for something like 16 years. But Cassie thought the man who killed Hannah Wilson was her brother, Solomon. Patty relayed the heart-rending backstory Cassie had shared about her and her brothers losing her parents, then being taken in by their aunt and uncle, and the terrible, terrible things those people, those monsters, had inflicted upon Cassie and her brothers, none of whom could have been more than 10 years old at the time. She described how she and Cassie had gotten drunk. Despite their conversation being off the record, she left out the part about getting high, and talked the whole thing out until Cassie's identification of Solomon seemed more likely to be a case of repressed guilt than one of Cassie actually seeing her brother. In fact, we pretty much convinced ourselves that the entire vision she had was a mixture of childhood guilt, a longing to see her brothers again, and stress over her breakup with Bill.
"Bill?"
Sid Younger asked. "Her husband, yes. Well, not exactly husband. Not legally, anyway. But they were as good as married." Without breaking eye contact, Sid scribbled the name William Kennedy in his journal next to Solomon Albrighton, among others, making a mental note to do a search on both men later. Patty explained that after the breakup, Cassie was having a terrifying recurring nightmare about a faceless man who would break into her apartment and attack her. "She told me about it just before she started offering readings here," Patty explained. "The breakup with Bill has been harder than she admits. Even though she's never said it, I know she's been worried about money. And she was spending way too much time on her own, just her and Bella."
Her 5-year-old,
Sid repeated, recalling the name from his interview notes, and Patty narrowed her eyes. To her, it seemed such an odd way to describe Isabella. Still, she nodded, confirming it. Anyway, she'd started having that awful nightmare more and more frequently, and it was becoming too lifelike. So when Cassie then had a vision of Hannah, it only reinforced her belief that her own nightmare was also a prophecy of something bad that was going to happen to her. As you can imagine, when we figured out that the Hannah thing was more a product of Cassie's own mind than a supernatural divination, that realization made us both feel a whole lot better. Patty paused, ensuring she had their full attention. Until the local news came on, that is.
"Because then you both knew that what Cassie saw did really happen,"
Sid deduced out loud, a conclusion for his own benefit as much as any other reason.
"And yet she didn't come to us to report it,"
Doug Ressler quipped, shaking his head in disdain.
"Why the hell not?"
"Would you?" Patty fired back without hesitation. "After the way you treated her the first time?" Doug Ressler decided to pull no punches.
"You mean the time she read a newspaper headline or watched the TV news, then came to us claiming some kind of psychic insight about Mrs. Rowe and her daughter Lindsay? Is that the first time you mean?"
"I don't care if she heard it from a little bird sitting on her shoulder a la Mary Poppins. After telling her she was a nut job, why the hell would she ever come back again?" Doug Ressler conceded the point, but found it odd that the cafe owner and Cassie had had some sort of falling out after the Hannah Wilson vision.
"So, what about you? Why did you and Cassie stop talking? 'Cause it sounds like it was right after that."
"It was. That was the last time I saw her. We went from daily visits, sometimes several per day, to nothing at all. For what, the past 2 months now? It hasn't been for lack of trying. But you could have tried harder." A voice inside her castigated, and Patty's eyes began to glisten. Sid leaned in, addressing her in a soft, pastoral voice.
"You haven't seen your friend for the last time, Miss Brewster. I'm certain of that. But we are going to need your help."
He opened his palms, and Patty instinctively placed her hands in his, tears beginning to well in the corners of her eyes.
"I'm going to share something with you, Patty. Something that may be hard to hear. But it's really important that you trust me. Can you do that?"
Patty slowly pulled her hands from Sid's and wiped her eyes, nodding. "Yes."
"Is there some place we can go that's a little quieter? I'd like to show you something."
"There's my office right there, in the back room." She pointed toward the beaded curtain, behind which was a small space barely separated from the cafe's dining space.
"Anywhere else?"
Ressler asked, unsure if what he knew Sid was proposing was the right way to approach this, but willing to give anything a shot right about now.
"Do you live nearby, Miss Brewster?"
Blowing her nose, Patty nodded. "I own this building. My flat is right above us." They were met at the top of the stairs by a small, ivory-colored dog with a face so dark and flat, it appeared to be almost pushed in. Its eyes were adorably oversized, to the point of being Disney-esque, and they sparkled with joy as its whole body wriggled with excitement. a long, silken tail curled over its back and wagging enthusiastically. Sid bent down with a pained grunt and gave it a cuddle. Wrestler walked straight past, but the dog turned and followed him, weaving in and out of his stride.
"Guess I'm chopped liver, then,"
Sid exclaimed as he rose from his kneeling stance with an inadvertent groan.
"If you were chopped liver," Wrestler argued, "he'd still be all over you, my friend."
"She," Patty corrected him. "She's a girl, not a boy." The dog gave her a soft, gentle bark, followed by a contented sigh as she jumped into Patty's arms. "She's a little lion with a joyful spirit, for sure." Doug said nothing, staring past them as Sid laid his attaché case on the kitchen counter and retrieved a photo from a folder stuffed with notes. Wrestler's stare was cold, unblinking. A silent, "Are you sure we should do this?" kind of look. Beyond Patty's peripheral vision, Sid mouthed the words for Doug to just let him do his thing. He was shaking his head in frustration until Wrestler surrendered, and Patty turned Sid's way to see what it was that she was missing.
"Miss Brewster, I'm going to show you a photograph, and I want you to tell me if it means anything to you."
Sidling onto the edge of a kitchen stool, Patty tentatively agreed as she mentally prepared herself for something less than pleasant. She wasn't wrong. On the corner in front of her, Sid placed the photo of a crudely crafted Halloween card. In a dramatic but simple move he'd perfected over the years, he rotated it slowly until it was correctly facing her.
"Do you recognize this by chance, Miss Brewster?"
Patty scanned the photo without touching it, pinning her hands beneath her legs. Emblazoned across the top were the words, "From your secret pal." At the bottom left was a rhyme which began, "I feel it in my bones." Although it appeared to have been drawn by a child, something about the image oozed a dark, negative vibe. Patty grimaced, a sour taste rising in her mouth. She averted her eyes, back to Detective Younger. No, should I? Now Sid laid a second photo atop the first. This one showed the inside of the card, and Patty gasped the instant she saw it. "What is this? Why does it have Cassie's name in it?"
"We found it this past Monday,"
Sid began to answer, but Wrestler steamrolled over him.
"It was left for us at a murder scene. A woman by the name of Sheila McCabe was stabbed to death in her home as her young daughter slept in the next room. This card was left by her killer."
Patty froze, every muscle tensing, despite her heart instantly jumping to nearly double its previous rate. Her face paled, as if bloodless. "This," she began to speak, but her mouth had gone dry. A blank, faraway stare had frozen upon her face, as Sid Younger opened and closed cupboards until he found where she kept the glasses. She took only a sip of the water he poured, enough to wet her lips. This card, with Cassie's name in it, was left by a killer at a murder scene?
"I'm afraid so," Sid confirmed. "Which is why we would like to find her, and quickly."
Patty nodded her head, numb and a little dazed.
"When Ms. Kennedy came to us in July, when she claimed to have had a vision about Veronica Rowe and her daughter, the address she gave us was fake,"
Wrestler stated dispassionately. Patty Brewster just stared at him as if he'd just recited a passage in Latin, or perhaps sprouted a second head.
"What my partner is trying to say," Sid intervened, "is that we don't have the correct address on file. It could be a clerical error as easily as anything. That's why we came to you, Miss Brewster. Cassie had mentioned both you and the cafe when she and I spoke, and we're hoping you wouldn't mind showing us where she lives."
Joe on the second floor buzzed them in. Peering from behind his door cracked open, he studied the detectives as they accompanied Patty to the third floor.
"Did you touch this handle?"
Sid asked as he stood before the entry to Cassie's apartment. Standing slightly ajar in its splintered frame, the strike plate had been torn from the jamb and now lay feet away where the living room transitioned to a small kitchenette. Patty didn't know how to answer that question. Well, yes, of course. I come here all the time.
But not in the last 2 months,
Ressler qualified. No, that's right.
Any old prince would be long gone, given that Cassie would have touched that handle every day. The question is, did you touch it Sunday when you came over to check on her?
Patty stared off into the memory, her tongue playing over her lips as she went back over the scene in her mind. No, I don't think I did.
You don't think, or you didn't? Ressler insisted.
I was scared for her, and Bella was crying inside. So I pounded on the door and remember it just opening. I didn't have to use the handle. The lock was already busted. I just pushed it open like this. She reached between the two men and pressed the center of the door. With a grating creak, it swung slowly open, exposing them to the ammonia smell of old urine and vomit. All three squinted and flinched away. Sid covered his nose and mouth with the crook of his elbow, peering cautiously over the sleeve of his blazer as he took the lead and entered. The apartment was alive with flies. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They swarmed around stale vomit and a half-dozen mounds of feces, a sound like an unfettered electrical current thrumming through their ears. Ressler shook his head in disbelief. Following Sid's lead, he buried his nose in his jacket sleeve.
You told the officer about this when you called Sunday?
Sid's question was so muffled, it was barely audible above the droning buzz. I don't know. It wasn't like this. Patty tried not to retch.
The door wasn't busted?
This from Ressler. No. Yes, it was. The place smelled like pee, but I don't remember feces or vomit. The smell as she strode deeper into the apartment only worsened, and she hacked and dry spat, swatting at flies that dive-bombed her face to light upon her mouth and eyes. I don't recall if I told the officer about the door. Sid seemed unconcerned whether she did or didn't. He threw open the windows in the bay that overlooked the park. A gentle breeze ushered in fresh air, and a dozen flies or more departed. Ressler and Patty joined him, and together they opened every window in every room until the stench was sufficiently diluted that they could breathe without the sensation of their lungs burning. More flies buzzed away. Only a die-hard few hundred remained, and they mostly left the three of them in peace, favoring instead the random piles of shit and vomit, which they regurgitated with their own bile before sucking it back up into their straw-like mouths.
There's nothing here.
Ressler swatted a pair of flies from his hair.
Unless Siobhan's team can find something. Well, we need prints anyway. That doorknob for a start.
Sid sidestepped a pile of vomit en route to the phone perched on the table at the end of the couch, and a cloud of flies jittered in unison.
I'll make the call.
Wait, what about this? Dangling comically by its ankle in Patty Brewster's left hand was a paper cutout of a skeleton. Doug Ressler approached her, never taking his eyes off the floor as he navigated around piles that seemed to move as if alive.
New shoes,
he muttered to explain the fastidiousness as he slapped a fly from his face.
That's not your friends?
No way, Patty answered. Me, I adore Halloween. But Cassie hated... She cut herself short, an abrupt change of expression upon realizing that she'd just referred to her friend in the past tense. She cleared her throat and wet her lips. Cassie hates Halloween. Now that she's told me about what happened in her childhood, I can understand why. After what she went through, losing her parents, the abuse, being locked in a closet like they were, She's had more than enough horror for a lifetime.
Put it down, Ressler demanded,
his voice as monotone as it was authoritarian. Something you'd expect from a bomb disposal expert if you just picked up a live grenade.
Slowly and carefully. I need a mark where you just touched it.
She laid it on the counter with the greatest care, and Ressler ensured that Sid corroborated that her left thumb and forefinger had gripped the cutout by the skeleton's right foot and ankle.
Did you touch it anywhere else?
I'm sorry, Ressler gestured for her to stop talking.
Just tell me if you touched it anywhere else.
No, just the ankle. It was lying here, under her mail.
We're gonna need that dusted, and the mail too. Not just the doorknob. I'm on it.
Sid was already dialing the police headquarters in Mission Bay.
Siobhan Jacobs, please. This is Detective Sidney Younger. I'm at a live crime scene.
It was only a matter of moments before Jacobs picked up. You found her? She asked, praying for a positive response.
Afraid not, but we were right about the cafe. Doug and I are with Miss Brewster as we speak. I'm actually calling you from Cassie Kennedy's apartment. I'm afraid we have a live crime scene, and we need your folks down here.
Siobhan was silent as she took a moment to process this. Okay, sure. Yeah, of course. I mean, what's the address? Sid covered the mouthpiece with the palm of his hand as he asked Patty for the house number. To Jacobs, he then repeated,
122 Lyon Street.
When Siobhan did not respond, he stated it again.
You get that?
You're shitting me, right?
What's the matter?
Sid, is her apartment on the 3rd floor? It was a statement more than a question.
Yes, but how did you—
God damn it! He told us, Sid. In the puzzle. Christ. I was there all along. 122. In the lower left corner. Followed by a 3. Sid held the phone to his chest as he waggled his finger toward his attaché case, which Ressler brought to him. He snatched the photo of the word search from the case folder. And there it was, at the bottom. And just above it was the letter L. Running diagonally down to the right were an I, O, and N. Lion. That's misspelled, but that's because he's playing us. He knows damn well how to spell it. Just like he knows how to spell the name of the newspaper and— Siobhan Jacobs' voice cracked. He fucking handed it to us, Sid. 122, apartment 3, Lyon Street. It's right. Goddamned. There. How did I miss it? The phone line crinkled in Sid's ear, a static like the scrunching of tissue paper when you're keen to open a gift.
We all missed it, Siobhan. We all missed it. Let's just get your guys out here and see if we can make up for lost time.
Covering the mouthpiece, he turned his back on Patricia Brewster. In a near whisper, he added,
And Siobhan, given the rest of the crime scene, I gotta say, things aren't looking too hopeful down here.
They're on their way, Sid told them as he hung up the phone, unconsciously rubbing his face as if it would wipe away his emotional fatigue.
There's not a lot more we can do until we see what the forensics guys come up with. Unless, Miss Brewster, you can think of anything else that might help us find your friend?
Patty shook her head, her eyes weary. She asked Doug Ressler if it was okay that she light a cigarette, and he gave her a nod, pulling his own pack of Marlboros from his jacket's inner pocket. But with her hand visibly trembling, Patty struggled to get the flame to take, so Ressler snapped open his Zippo and lit it for her.
See, he's not as much of an ass as he first seems, Sid confided, giving her a wink. That's right, Ressler declared and lit his Marlboro. Usually I'm much more of one.
His expression was wooden, and Patty averted her eyes. Then a sly half-smile crept onto his face. His voice softened.
We are going to find her, Miss Brewster.
It was the first time Sid could recall Wrestler actually making a promise of that kind. Not only did he never do it, he'd chastised Sid for making that very mistake in the early days of their partnership, all those years ago.
Your mouths writing checks your actions might not be able to honor.
He'd told his new partner when Sid had said much the same thing on what was only their third case together at the time.
Sometimes, despite our best efforts, it just doesn't work out that way. Then you've only set them up for even greater heartbreak.
And he was right. That had been a case of a missing child. And when the result wasn't what Sid claimed it would be, Wrestler had Sid go it alone when it came to breaking the news to the boy's parents. Looking that young couple in the eye and telling them that their 3-year-old son was never coming home was the hardest thing Sid had ever done. And he never made the mistake again. Now he shot Doug a look, but Wrestler only looked away.
"What else can I do to help make that true?"
Patty asked, her trembling hands slowly steadying.
"Anything at all," Wrestler advised. "It doesn't matter how silly or unimportant it might seem. If it comes to mind, just lay it on us. We'd rather more than we need than not enough."
"She gets blackouts sometimes. Loses track of hours, sometimes days. The first time I called you was right after she had the vision about Hannah Wilson. She asked me to stay with Bella for the night because she needed to check something for herself. She said it would verify to her if the vision was true. Of course, I said yes. But then she ended up not coming back home for 3 days."
"Where was she?" Sid asked. "Did she tell you?"
Patty paused, making sure she relayed it correctly.
"First, she said she had this inexplicable pull to go to the Presidio. That was the last she remembered until she found herself walking home."
"Walking? Cassie doesn't own a car?"
"She does."
Patty moved to the bay window, leapfrogging over a pile of dried feces squirming with translucent wings, and looked to the street below.
"Hey, I don't see it. That's good news, right?"
She spun around, and for the first time in the past hour, a semblance of hope was alight in her eyes.
"If it's not here, doesn't that mean she probably drove off somewhere and maybe this isn't some kind of abduction?"
It was a fair point, and as Sid busied himself with scribbling notes in his pad, Wrestler chewed over the idea.
"It could be."
He didn't have the heart to share the possibility that Cassie's abductor could just as easily have forced her into the car.
"What kind of car is it, Miss Brewster?"
"A bug, a VW Beetle."
"Color?"
Sid asked, his pen poised.
"Tan, I think. She was never much of a clean freak or motorhead, so it really was just something she used to scoot around town. Maybe it was a kind of dirty off-white. I'm not 100% sure."
"Ah, I know the color you're talking about. Volkswagen calls it toga white. To me, it's always looked like the color of an old t-shirt that's been worn too much and is now more gray than it is white. I think your description is better. Dirty white definitely nails it."
Sid had barely finished his sentence before Wrestler was pressing Patty for more details.
"You said she walked home? From where? If you can remember, it could give us a place to start looking."
"I do, because it was crazy. Cassie told me she walked all the way home from Oakland."
Sid stopped writing and peered over top his notebook.
"Oakland? To Haight-Ashbury? Christ, that's a good 15 miles, and she'd have to cross the Oakland Bay Bridge by foot. And you say this was..."
Sid checked his notes.
"August?"
"That's correct, yes."
15 miles over one of the busiest bridges, which has no pedestrian option, by the way, in blistering August heat? Why?
"I think she left the bug at the Presidio, maybe?"
It didn't add up, and Wrestler's eyes narrowed into a skeptical squint as he wrestled with the pieces of an incomplete puzzle.
Then how would she have gotten to Oakland in the first place? then why not make her way home by the same method?
Patty shrugged. I wondered the same thing, but when she came home that Sunday, it was clear she'd walked it. Her feet were filthy, her shoes visibly worn from when I saw them just days before, and her car was missing. Next thing I know, it's parked back on the street again, just outside the building. Patty pointed to the spot Cassie normally gravitated to. Right there. Sid joined her at the window and craned to see the street below. There was an empty spot, 3 down from the building's front door.
How did she get it back, do you know?
I think maybe she called you guys, and one of your uniformed officers found it parked over at the Presidio?
Well, Ressler interjected, we can check that for sure. And the whole time she was away, Isabella was staying with you?
That's right. Well, I stayed with her, here, in the apartment.
I know she's only 5, but I think maybe we should talk to her, Sid suggested, and Doug Ressler agreed. She might be able to help us more than you'd think. You know what they say, out of the mouths of babes.
In response, Patty let out a nervous titter, but neither detective cracked a smile. Oh, you're not joking, she realized out loud.
No. If it's all right with you, we'd love to meet with her, ASAP.
Sid closed his notebook and tilted his head in the direction of the doorway.
How about this? You and I go get Bella, while Detective Ressler waits for the forensics team. Would that be okay?
Sure. Furrows of confusion wrinkled Patty's brow, her eyes narrowing as she tried to grasp exactly what they were asking. But I don't really see how Bella can help us. Not to mention, you've already met her, Detective. In my flat, just now. Already heading for the door, Sid stopped in his tracks. His gaze sharpened, an expression of concentrated confusion.
Am I missing something? We met no one at your place but you, Miss Brewster.
Yes, you did, actually, Patty insisted, bringing her hands together to express a small shape in the air roughly the size of a loaf of bread. Isabella is Cassie's little Pekingese mix, Detective. Who did you think Bella was? 31. October. Location unknown. Rosalie Sherwood unclasped her husband's dog tag from around her neck and bundled it into her fist. She held it tight to her bosom, her eyes wet. It felt hard for her to catch her breath. It's all I have left of him. Cassie understood her reticence, but she also understood that time was running out. And you'll still have it, Rose. I promise you, on my life. Never a truer word spoken, Cassie quipped to herself. Because if this doesn't work, we're both going to die. Softball, Rose revealed, answering Cassie's previous question. I played softball in high school. Varsity. We went to state my senior year. At last, the odds were tilting in their favor. That's fantastic, Rose. This should be a cakewalk for you, then. All we have to do is coordinate with one another audibly, so I know when you're going to toss it. I don't know. I mean, what if I miss? Or what if you drop it? It's all I have left of my Bobby. And if the man sees it, he'll do something awful to both of us. I've survived this long. I promise you, Rose. I won't drop it. I'm a good catch. Did I tell you I grew up with 3 brothers? And boys show you how to do stuff. Like play catch, and how to pick a lock. I can get us out of here, Rose, if I have those dog tags. Silence. A light jingle of the tag against its metal beaded chain. The sound of Rosie's uncertain breaths. How do you think we should do this? You'll need to reach out of the bars in your door as far as you can. Then swing it in small circles.
kind of like the way you'd wind up to pitch in softball, only sideways. And I'll catch it.
But you can't see it. How will you know when I throw it, or where it is so you don't miss it?
It's pitch black in here anyway, hon. I wouldn't see it even if we were facing each other. We'll count to 3 together, okay? And when you release it, I'll be ready to grab it. Cassie extended both arms through the bars of her door, flexing her fingers in the air. How far apart do you think we are?
I'm pretty sure we're 2 apart. There's 1 cell, the bad one, between us.
Cassie pulled her arms back in and felt for each wall in the dark. She touched the wall to her left by merely leaning that way. The same with her right. My cell can't be more than 5 feet wide, if that. How big is yours?
Same, Rose replied. I think. I'm not real tall, but I can almost touch both walls with my arms extended out to my sides.
Is your door in the center of your cell, like mine?
Yes.
So, if the pen between us is the same width, that means you're about 11 feet from me.
11?
Yes. We're each 2.5 feet from the edge of our pens. The one between us probably 5 feet wide, and let's say 6 inches for each wall. So 2 walls between us makes another foot. So that's 11 total. Do you agree? Rose did not reply. Rosie, I need us to agree on this. If it goes wrong, I want to know that we both agreed on everything.
You just said it wasn't going to go bad. You promised. Now you're trying to cover your ass if it doesn't?
I just want us on the same page. How far is it from the pitcher's mound to home base in softball?
43 feet.
Okay, so this is 1/4 of that. And you aren't going to throw it fast or hard. Just put a nice, gentle spin on it so that it's going around in a circle. That way it'll wrap itself around my hand. Does that make sense? Rose agreed that it did, but a lingering reluctance in her voice belied her words. Listen, hon, have you ever tied a pair of sneakers together and tossed them over a phone wire? Rose hadn't. Well, again, when you grow up as the only girl in a family of boys, that's the kind of stupid stuff you learn. When you toss those sneakers, all that has to happen is for one of them to hit the wire. Once it does, the other one will wrap around it, since both shoes are tied together. Then they both end up whipping round and round that wire until there's no more shoelace left. Et voila! You've secured those suckers in a way that they're never coming undone. Not without someone getting up there with a ladder to unravel them. This is the same. The spin you put on that chain will make it wrap around my hand. You see? So I don't even have to catch it, really. I just have to make contact with it. You and physics will do the rest. That made sense to Rose, and as much as she didn't want to relinquish the only memento she had left of her beloved Robert, the alternative was worse. Way worse. She didn't have to ask what Robert would do. She already knew. When he received his draft notice in the mail, her first thought was to get him to Canada.
Screw the government, she'd said. What do we owe them? Certainly not your life, Robert.
And he'd thought about it. Genuinely thought about it. But in the end, he knew that if he didn't report to his induction center, they'd only choose another lottery number in his stead. And Robert couldn't imagine a life where someone else paid the price for his cowardice. So he went and paid it himself. The ultimate price. If he were here right now, Rosie knew what he'd do, without a shadow of doubt. Hell, he'd have already done it by now instead of dicking around, debating it in his head. Rose gripped the chain and tag in her right hand and thrust her arm through the bars.
Okay, let's do this.
Do you need more time,
No, just do it. I'm gonna count to 3 and then release. Release on 3 or after? With both arms extended through the wood bars in her door, Cassie again flexed her fingers and wrists. It was so dark that she couldn't see them moving. 3, and then I'll release. Ready? Cassie breathed deeply, as did Rose. Together they exhaled in unison, and Cassie could hear the racing of her own pulse as it cycled through her ears. I'm ready. 1, Rose counted, and began to swing the chain clockwise. 2, 10 feet, she told herself. No, wait, she said 11 feet. The chain spun a little faster, a modest whoosh of air playing upon her cheeks as Rosalie pressed her face to the door, looking in the direction of Cassie to achieve the correct follow-through. 3, she announced and released the chain from her grip. Spinning through the air, the jangling wind chime sound grew as it came toward Cassie, as if in slow motion. She splayed her fingers wide on both hands, creating as large a net as possible. The air current kissed Cassie's wrist. She felt the chain brush her left hand. I've got it. And fast as a trap, she clamped her fingers shut. They closed on nothing but air. The chain spun a full cycle around her wrist, a small tinny sound of metal upon metal passing before her in the dark as the tags spun past. With a cry, Cassie snapped her right fist closed, and the chain snagged around her thumb. I've got it, she screamed as the tag spun like that archetypal sneaker on that childhood overhead wire. But then spun free. It ricocheted off the outside of the door with a clap, shooting toward the floor at an angle. With her left hand, she caught the tiniest loop of the tag's chain before it plummeted from reach. Squeezing as tightly as possible, Cassie held on for dear life. Literally. She exhaled deeply, a sigh escaping her lips as relief flooded her senses, leaving her lightheaded. I have it, Rose, she announced, the confirmation so quiet it was barely audible. I have it. With the care of a surgeon, she pulled her arm back through the bars, reminded of all the times she'd beaten her ham-fisted brothers at the electric board game Operation, avoiding that infernal, nerve-shredding buzzer. Shaking as a flood of adrenaline coursed through her system, she dropped to her knees in the dirt. Between her thumbs and forefingers, she gripped the dog tag of Robert Sherwood, feeling his name and blood type stamped in relief upon the metal. And Cassie Kennedy sobbed. 2 cells away, Rosalie Sherwood also wept in relief. She might actually be home soon. Bending the dog tag back and forth, it took most of the night for Cassie to rive it lengthwise. By the time it snapped in 2, her thumbs were raw and bleeding. Come daybreak, the dried blood, now darkened to a near black, had caked in the crevices of the stamped metal which served as the perfunctory summary of Robert Sherwood's life. 2 cells down, the voice of Robert's widow, 21-year-old Rosalie, kept her company as Cassie fashioned the metal into thin pieces. Staying awake to share random stories of her late husband, Rose would sporadically prompt Cassie to ensure she was still awake. How's it coming over there? It's taking a while, Rose. Raw, weeping lesions on her thumbs and the knuckles of her forefingers sang with pain. She blew on her left hand, shook it, but this did nothing to lessen the pain. If not for the lack of a flame, she would have believed you had you told her that you were holding a Zippo lighter to her skin. I have to take breaks. It gets too slippery with my blood. I have to snap it just right, or I won't be able to use it. Snap it. Robert's dog tag. The only keepsake Rose owned which had been with her husband when he died. Now it was being destroyed at the hand of an unseen stranger, who the widow not only had to trust with her most prized possession, but with her life. Feeling as though she wanted to throw up,
Rose shook off the emotion by conjuring another image instead. Did I tell you about the time Bobby found a snapping turtle in the middle of the road? The question was rhetorical, with Rose not waiting for an answer. It was hot that day, really hot, and somehow that turtle had gotten himself upside down. Its legs were barely moving. I think it was exhausted from trying to right itself, but getting nowhere. Honestly, I think it was close to dying. So Bobby stops smack in the middle of the road, makes me get out, and leaves both doors wide open. Well, you can imagine, no one could drive past us in either direction. We have ourselves a nice long driveway through the trees, but that road before the turn is busy. So before we know it, there are like 6 cars lined up, waiting to get past us. Bobby didn't care. He wasn't about to let that thing get run over, or worse, die slowly from the heat. So he picks that thing up and carries him through the woods, a good 100 yards to the lake. At first, it was trying to bite him, and who could blame it? But Bobby held it with his elbows bent far out in a way that it couldn't. The funny thing is, it stopped trying after a minute or two. He said it could tell that he was trying to help it, not hurt it. And when Bobby slid that poor thing gently into our lake, he said it dived under for a second, but then popped back up and looked at him. I swear, he said it just looked at him. He thinks it was the turtle's way of saying thank you. Well, by the time he gets back to the road, there are at least 20 cars lined up and honking to get by. I don't have my license yet, and couldn't drive a stick shift, so I had to just smile and look silly all that time. But it was worth it, knowing that it saved that turtle's life. For a moment, Rose was back on that road as the love of her life appeared through the line of trees, a smile from ear to ear gracing his face. He wouldn't even let a turtle die. But then he goes to Vietnam to shoot at people and be shot at. Go figure. Rose's voice trailed away and was quiet after that. As the first light of morning dispelled the darkness, numerous spears of heat shining through the wood slats of their doors, she silently cried. In her own cell, Cassie inched her way to a dark corner unaffected by the light. With her pulse throbbing inside her blisters, she closed her eyes and succumbed to a sleep plagued by another vision she did not welcome. Trembling upon the dirt floor and pulling herself into a tight ball, she heard the bombs, smelled the gunpowder, witnessed a lush green jungle in a faraway place. Steadily, her heart rate climbed, her pulse cycling through her ears until it became a steady, rhythmic thrum. She was alone at first, wading through a marshy tract ahead of a dense outcropping of palms and tropical trees. It could have been beautiful, had it not been terrifying. In her hands, an automatic rifle jittered in her grip from muscles which now tensed beyond her control. Despite the searing heat and humidity of a sauna, she shivered with cold. "Bobby!" It was a whisper shout that would be heard no more than a few feet away. When she received no response, Cassie inched forward, her boots sucking into the mud with every step. A thwack sound marked her progress and her location. Something moving caught her eye in the tree line to her 2 o'clock, and Cassie dropped into the swampy water. Holding her breath, she listened. A rat swam by her foot, chirping as it leapt to a mound. It swiped its paws over its face to dry its whiskers, defecated in the mud, then scurried off through the reeds, their stalks swishing. The silence returned, the tense, deadly silence. Once offering a respite from her worries,
Now it would forever be the harbinger of a fate so horrific, you'd wish you'd never been born. She lifted her chin from the murky water and peered through the tufts of rice, her pupils dilated and vision sharp. Whatever the movement had been, it was either gone or more patient than she. Pressing from the water in a one-handed push-up, she supported herself on the stock of her rifle, its butt planted in the mud. With one deep breath, she rose to her knees, tucking the mud-encrusted rifle stock against her shoulder. She now slid her right foot beneath her and forward, planting her boot in the mud so that her leg was bent 90 degrees at the knee. Resting her right elbow upon it, she held her index finger against the trigger, her breaths reduced to short, shallow wheezes. Eyeing down the length of the barrel, she swept the gun sight along the tree line. Slowly, oh so slowly, first right, then left. But she saw nothing. No humanoid shapes. No motion. "Bobby!" she called out once more. This time, the hushed shout was a little louder. Again, holding her breath, she waited, listening. Only the gentle swaying stalks of rice answered as the easy whisper of a breeze snaked through them. Now rising with the guarded slowness of a sloth, she dared to stand. The action was barely noticeable. More than a minute passed before she was supporting her weight on both feet and trudging forward. "Bobby!" This time, the soldier's name was spoken, not whispered. No one answered her. In the trees, nothing moved. She swallowed, cleared her throat, stood fully erect. "Bobby!" Then came a sound, faint and garbled. Cassie swung sharply to her left, her finger poised on the trigger, and ready to send a hellstorm of 5.56mm rounds to her 10 o'clock. With her heart pounding in her chest, she raked her M16 back and forth, expecting the thud of 7.62 by 39mm rounds into her torso. But none came. Instead, Cassie heard the muffled sound of choking. At her feet, the stagnant brown of the rice paddy swirled with something dark and oily, a film that seemed to float atop the water's surface. It grew as the muted choking erupted into a coughing, guttural gasp. Lying with his face half buried in the mud was the mangled body of Private Robert M. Sherwood. His right leg had been torn in two just above the knee, the splintered femur poking through the mass of shredded muscle and skin, where the inch-long AK-47 rounds had blown through it. His combat jacket was in tatters up and down his right side, the frayed edges seared. A twisting mass was pouring from it like molasses, and it took Cassie a moment to realize it was Robert's intestinal tract, oozing from his body into the water, where it bobbed along the surface. She dropped to her knees and grabbed his hand. Though one eye was upon her, it was impossible to tell if Robert could actually see her. He tried to speak, but only thick clots of blood gurgled from his mouth. He coughed, and his throat cleared just enough to utter the name Rose. Rose? His one eye above the waterline jittered in the direction of the sound of Cassie's voice. It blinked once for yes. "Don't you worry about your girl. You'll be out of here and banging her brains out in Frisco before you know it. Lucky bastard. That's what you are, my friend." Robert Sherwood's mouth twisted into the semblance of a smile, but his one eye blinked twice. He gripped Cassie's hand even harder, and she said nothing, only squeezing it in return. Slowly, his eye closed, opened, closed again, trembled open. "Hey," Cassie said in a hushed, soothing voice. "She'll be all right. I promise. I'll make sure she is." Robert Sherwood blinked very slowly, just once, then gasped. His eye remained open
as the last bit of air from his lungs released in a faint but steady sigh, a runnel of blood trickling from his gaping mouth. Just beyond the trees, a line of fire strafed the ridge, and Cassie ducked for cover. Exploding in a trail of billowing black and red clouds, moments later she was assaulted by the perverse and unmistakable odor of napalm, a combination of gasoline and laundry detergent, as the incendiary gel devoured a tract of jungle from one plateau to the next. On the horizon, a wave of Hueys skimmed the treetops, a dozen-plus legs dangling from each side of the chopper's open bellies, as mounted M60 machine guns scanned the ground. Already growing tepid in hers, Cassie released Robert's hand and tore the soldier's dog tags from his neck. Rising onto unsteady feet, she blundered through the mud and water, flailing and waving frantically to be seen as a dozen choppers cantered to the ground. One by one, they took off just as quickly with their bellies full of battle-worn soldiers. Stumbling into the makeshift landing zone, just as the last of the helicopters was preparing to take flight, Cassie was torn from the dreamlike vision by a series of terror-stricken screams. 32. Friday, October 24th. Bella is Cassie's Pekingese dog? Are you sure? Fascinated, Siobhan Jacobs was trying to process how this fit into everything else. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a tiny bell had begun to ring. Where it was and what it meant, she did not yet know. But that bell invariably meant she was getting close to a breakthrough. Is it possible you got it wrong? Perched on the corner of his desk with his arms crossed over his chest, Sid Younger shook his head.
No way. Not only is it in my notes, but I remember it. When she reported seeing the disappearance of little Lindsay Rowe in a vision, she told me how important it was for her to help because she also had a daughter, a 5-year-old. Here, look.
Sid tossed his interview notes to Jacobs, and there it was, plain as day.
It took me a while to get her trust back after the whole wrestler debacle. I really had to take the softly approach to get her to just open up a little. Honestly, I'm surprised she was willing to talk to me at all after the way Doug berated her. Maybe she thought she legally had to, or something. I don't know. But I assure you, Cassandra Kennedy told me she had a daughter.
So, why lie?
She's a nut job, Wrestler answered Jacobs. That's why. Just like I called it, back in July.
I don't buy it, Siobhan disagreed.
Nope, neither do I.
Sid slid from the corner of his desk and began combing through his files, digging through a pile of papers.
But something isn't right.
He grabbed the Gemini Halloween card in its clear protective evidence bag and studied it, squinting, pulling it far away, then so close his nose all but touched it.
Something isn't right, Sid? Just something? Brother, there is not one damn thing that's right about this case.
Wrestler sidled up to him and snatched the evidence bag from his hand.
I mean, just look at this shit. A hand-drawn motherfucking Halloween card. Is this for real?
He's an angry, psychotic narcissist, Siobhan Jacobs admitted. A thrill seeker. He wants us to know he's smarter than us. And leaving clues like the word search and that card you're holding not only massages his own ego, but makes it more exciting.
The thrill of the chase,
Sid reflected out loud as he studied the card in Wrestler's hands. Yes, Siobhan confirmed. As for the childish manner with which he goes about achieving these goals, like I've noted before, the chances are high that we're dealing with a man who's suffered intense physical, emotional, or even sexual abuse as a child. Most likely prolonged abuse over a long period of time. And when that happens, the natural development of our social coping mechanisms is disrupted. They might even fragment, dissociating from a reality they can no longer bear. As a result, 2 things may happen. First,
the individual could display an increased risk of violence. Second, a small part of the psyche could remain rooted in the maturity level of the age at which the child suffered such abuse. In the worst possible cases, where fragmentation comes into play, an individual's emotional development may simply cease altogether. In that case, although incredibly rare, they will create alter egos to deal with an unbearable reality.
So, we're dealing with an angry little boy in a grown man's body, throwing temper tantrums,
Ressler quipped. In a manner of speaking, Jacobs answered. Grossly oversimplified, but if that makes it easier for you to deal with this, then yes, that's kind of correct.
I get all that, Sid acknowledged. But we're still missing something. In the word search, he not only gave us a deadline, but the actual address of Sheila McCabe.
Siobhan shrank in her seat, unable to hold Sid's gaze. Her eyes darted to the floor, the walls, anywhere but his face, as the weight of that failure pressed down upon her like an anvil atop her chest. That one missed clue would forever be a silent rebuke that would humble her more than she would ever let on. She swallowed hard, her mouth dry as cotton, believing that Sheila McCabe's little girl would still have a mother if only she'd spotted the clue in time. She reached for her glass of water on Sid's desk, and in her haste, spilled some.
All right, Sid,
Doug Ressler reprimanded, spotting the flutter in Siobhan's hands. He tossed the Halloween card on Sid's desk.
We all missed that clue. It's not her fault.
But he's right, Doug. I shouldn't have missed it.
And I shouldn't be jacking off to penthouse centerfolds. But hey, none of us is perfect. You're gonna make more mistakes. I'm gonna keep on getting my rocks off. What can I say? Welcome to being human, Jacobs.
Sid rolled his eyes, but Siobhan laughed, almost spitting out her water. A tiny drop fell from one nostril as she choked it back and swallowed.
All right, kiddies. Let's not hang out in the wading pool, but dive into the deep end. What are we missing this time? That's all I'm trying to say.
Sid patted Siobhan's knee, shooting an awkward smile her way.
If this guy's an immature narcissist who thinks we're all dumb as a box of rocks, and he gets off on the thrill that we could catch him any moment, then there has to be something we aren't seeing. Either in this card or back in the word search.
I agree with you, Sid. Jacobs patted the back of his hand, which was on her knee.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
And stood to loom over both pieces of evidence. These are sexually motivated crimes. Not only does he get off on them emotionally, but he literally gets off on them physically, as evidenced by the semen we found mixed with the blood in Sheila McCabe's living room. He's not going to stop until we stop him. And it's only going to escalate, either in frequency or brutality, or both. Her eyes set upon the phrase, "help me," running diagonally down the left bottom quadrant of the word search. And then the word help, which appeared twice more, each interconnected and adjacent to the plea, "stop me." He needs us to be close. Otherwise, it loses its intensity. She turns to Ressler. I'm not being funny here, Doug. But when you masturbate, how often do you do it to the same centerfold? Taken aback by the bluntness of the question, Douglas Wrestler actually blushed.
Are you serious?
I am. Please, be honest. The life of Cassie Kennedy could depend on it. Slightly embarrassed and suddenly more timid than either Siobhan or Sid had ever seen him, Doug sheepishly admitted.
I don't know. A couple times, maybe.
Then what? Jacobs pressed. What do you do the next time?
Find something else. Another spread, most likely.
And why? Honestly. Growing pinker by the minute, Doug Wrestler literally shrank into himself.
It loses its luster, I guess. Can we please stop talking about this now? You brought it up, big fella, Sid scoffed.
But Siobhan Jacobs wasn't laughing. That's right, she said, talking aloud to herself more than she was talking to either detective. You don't find it quite as enticing anymore. You need something fresh, exciting, so that it feels as good as you need it to. Our perp is the same, don't you see? She tapped the word search sealed in plastic. Sid is 100% right. There has to be a clue in here somewhere. Something to reveal where his next kill is, and when. Otherwise, it's just not going to get his rocks off the way he needs it to. She tilted her head, first one way, then the other. What's this? Siobhan traced her nail under a word in the puzzle. Planting his palms on the desk, Sid leaned down to see what she was drawing their attention to.
A wolf? Yeah, we saw that last week, before the McCabe murder, remember?
Oh, I remember, she assured him. But spell it out backwards for me now.
FLOW, like, go with the flow, maybe?
Siobhan shook her head and tapped 2 more letters after that. No, read it again, Sid, including these 2.
FLOWER.
Jacobs nodded. When you see it the way you naturally would, it reads wolf. Look at it through a different lens, however, and it reads flower. Talk about opposites. Big and scary, with an inclination towards violence one way, soft and fragile, even beautiful the other. Now the words were jumping off the page at her as if they'd been typed in a different color ink. Oh, God. She ran her fingertip along the line immediately above this, then again at the very top. Jesus Christ. Guys, I think I might know who our guy is. Monday, October 27th.
Just spit it out, for Christ's sake.
It was the 3rd time in as many days that Wrestler had badgered Jacobs about her off-the-cuff remark. This time, he all but demanded an answer. No, Doug. I told you, it's only a hunch. And if I'm wrong, and I could very well be, that error could get Cassie Kennedy killed. I've already failed Sheila McCabe. Believe you me, I'm not going to let you corner me and we end up failing Cassie as well.
But if you're actually right?
Then we're one big step, closer to drawing this hell to a close. But don't you think we should be focusing on where Cassie might be? What if she's still alive, Wrestler? It's been a week now since she went missing.
Sid's working on that. My job is to find this piece of shit who took her and put him away. You could help.
And if I'm speaking out of turn, it would not only be unhelpful, it could actually hinder our case by steering us in the wrong direction and wasting more time. A resource we have precious little of right now. Jacobs was shaking her head in frustration, closing off her stance. Defensive body language activated. God, I wish I hadn't just blurted it out like that. I'm sorry. Genuinely, okay? It was unprofessional of me to say anything before I had the information to back it up. But please, let me work this out. If I find anything at all to back up my theory, even the slightest, of course I'll share it with you and Sid immediately.
Unconsciously mirroring her guarded manner, now Wrestler crossed his arms over his chest. Realizing her own affectation reflected in his, Siobhan relaxed her posture and shook out her vexation with a deep, cleansing breath. Look, Doug, we're on the same team. One thing that can help me narrow down whether my idea is right or wrong is knowing what you learned about Solomon Albrighton. According to Patricia Brewster, that's the name of Cassie's brother, correct?
One of them, apparently. And we're still working on that. It takes time.
Siobhan eased her sullen frown into a hint of a smile. I know it does. Are the Pennsylvania State Police offering any assistance?
The Cambria County Sheriff's Department. And yes, they assure me they have no record of a Solomon Albrighton having been incarcerated.
But according to Patricia, Cassie admitted that her brother had attacked their uncle, who was molesting them. He went to juvie, so there'd have to be a record. Even if it were publicly expunged.
Not this time there isn't, Sid interjected. If it's even true, Miss Brewster could have heard it wrong. Maybe his name, or the fact that he even went to juvie. Or it could all be a figment of someone's imagination. Like Cassie's husband, the elusive William Kennedy, Wrestler divulged. We've spoken with NASA, as well as Mr. Kennedy's employer, International something or other, in San Jose, and neither one has a record of a Bill or William Kennedy. According to them both, he's a ghost. Take a look at this, Sid hollered to Jacobson Wrestler, hunched over the Halloween card on his desk and studying it so intently that he barely blinked. I want you to focus on how he signed his alias, Gemini. He waited until both Siobhan and Wrestler were peeking over his shoulder before he slowly rotated the card 90 degrees clockwise. Now, tell me what you see.
Wait, does that letter M look right to you? Siobhan Jacobs tilted her head, paused, then twisted her neck to revert to the original perspective. Viewed this way, as they had been doing since they first discovered the card, it appeared to be a rounded-off M. Now she untwisted and viewed it at Sid's rotated angle. No longer a letter, it became an unmistakable number 3.
Do you see it too? G-E-3-I-N-I, Sid spelled. He pulled the copy of the word search next to it, tapping the center of it. Now look here. Typed backwards, starting at the 7th letter from the right, was the same. E31 is everywhere. We already spotted it up here in the word search. Then it appears in the hand of the skeleton, here. He slid the Halloween card across the desk. And now we spot it in his very name, on both the card and the word search. We already went over this, Sid. Wrestler was unconcerned with going over the same old ground, keen to move forward, not backward. Yes, we did. But other than the creepy reference to a time to kill, what purpose does it have? It has to have more meaning than that. This guy's too clever. So I think we should change the way we're approaching this case. Which is? Wrestler asked. We've been spending all our time focusing on the question of who and getting nowhere fast. I figure if we focus on the where and the when, the who will automatically follow. Those clues have to be here somewhere. If there's any chance of finding Cassie Kennedy before he adds her to his list of victims, I figure this tactic is our best shot. Wrestler wasn't so sure. As far as he was concerned, it was likely that the chick's head was already pickling in a jar on the psycho's mantelpiece somewhere. But Siobhan Jacobs had to agree with Sid. We know he has to give us all the answers in order to feel more powerful than we. To prove his intellectual superiority, because we can't figure out who he is, even when he puts it right in front of our faces. So yeah, let's focus on the where and the when instead. That's why I looked into this word search some more, Sid told them as he circled his finger around a jumble of letters in the lower right-hand corner. I took it home and shared it with Mrs. Younger last night. That hunk of burnin' love of mine adores puzzles. So she gets all the credit for what I'm about to show you. 'Cause I think she's found the when.
He tapped a letter H on the second row from the bottom of the word search, 5 letters from the right, then traced his fingers slowly up. The letters A and L were above it. Now he moved his finger up 1 row but over to the right, a diagonal move, which revealed another L. Then up another row, and again back to the left, a second diagonal to a letter O. Up again to a W, an E, and another E. Then immediately right to an N.
Halloween,
he read out loud, and pointed to the calendar on the wall behind his desk.
Today's the 27th. Halloween is this Friday. Coincidence?
No such thing with this guy, Siobhan Jacobs answered. On the outside, the psychiatrist appeared calm, if somewhat pensive. On the inside, her heart was racing, her fingertips starting to feel numb. All she could think of was the way she'd failed Sheila McCabe. And now here she was again, another déjà vu moment, with only 4 days to stop him from butchering Cassie Kennedy. She forced a polite smile, doing her best to shake it off. He places a high value on meanings and interpretations in these cryptics he leaves behind for us. Numbers are powerful. There's no mistake that the chapter and verse he quoted is 3-1, the same date as Halloween. Tell Mrs. Younger she did a great job.
She'll be thrilled to hear it. Hey, man, Wrestler chided. All those Sundays you wanted to go out and do something, but all she wanted was to spend the day in her housecoat poring over the ledger's puzzle page? Well, you'll never be able to say a word about it again. Enjoy doing nothing every Sunday for the rest of your life.
Sid smirked, shrugged.
If it helps us find Cassie before this psycho guts her like a fish, I guess it's worth the next few hundred Sundays.
Siobhan slid her arm around his shoulder and patted him on the back. Oh, Sid, you're one of the good ones, you know. She gave him a peck on his temple and ruffled his hair. Sid blushed but smiled, secretly loving it.
Well, there's more,
he added as he straightened his necktie, as if the act would erase the warm fuzzies and restore his professional persona.
We still have to find the where. So, knowing it has to be in these clues somewhere, I took the liberty of speaking to Morris Miller over at Contra Costa County, and he mailed me a copy of one of the photos they took of Hannah Wilson's convertible at Mount Diablo. I want you to look at the Halloween card, particularly how our guy writes the 2-letter I's in the name Gemini. Then I want you to look at this picture of the convertible's trunk.
Jacobs raised on her toes and craned to see around Wrestler, who was already examining the photo and card. They both saw it, almost instantly. Painted across the trunk in Hannah's blood were 2 slightly curved lines that looked like back-to-back parentheses in the wrong order. When placed next to the signature in the Halloween card, the resemblance to the way Gemini wrote both letter I's was unmistakable.
They sure as shit look the same to me, Wrestler agreed. Jacobs, what do you think?
The head of forensics stared at the photo, then the card, then the photo once more, all the while nodding. Said, when did we say that car was found? Detective Younger flipped the photo over and looked on the back. Typed across a sticker printed with the insignia of the sheriff's department was August 23rd, 1969.
2 months ago, almost to the day.
Wrestler stepped back.
Okay, but why scrawled 2 weird parentheses across the trunk?
They're not parentheses, Doug, Jacobs responded. Those 2 curved lines are the astrological sign for Gemini. In ancient Babylonian culture, they were gods known as the Great Twins, or Divine Twins, Pollux and Castor. Their Babylonian names mean the Mighty King, and he who has risen from the underworld. She exhaled uneasily, her nerves aflutter.
He's been telling us he was responsible for Hannah's murder all along. That zodiac sign is his calling card. He took credit for killing Hannah long before we ever heard the name Gemini. Her eyes skated from the Halloween card to the convertible, to the word search, and back. They settled on the front of the card and the cut-out paper skeleton with E3:1 in its right hand. The clue had already revealed an unsettling line about a killing season drawn from a Bible verse, along with a potential deadline hidden within the numbers. But with the clue surfacing repeatedly in everything linked to the case, especially now that it was embedded in the killer's actual alias, Jacobs couldn't shake the feeling that its full meaning had yet to be uncovered. Sid, you're the most versed on biblical studies. Do you happen to know who is attributed to authoring Ecclesiastes 3:1?
That would be King Solomon of Israel. Solomon, Ressler repeated without hesitation. God damn. Didn't Brewster, the chick who owns the cafe, say that was the name of one of Cassie's brothers?
Digging through his notes, Sid concurred.
Another one called Joey apparently died as a child. The third, she said Cassie referred to only by his nickname, Catcher. I remember. Some bullshit about J.D. Salinger. Hey, Siobhan, is it possible that either Solomon or this Catcher guy are Cassie Kennedy's twins?
Deep in thought, as she studied the documents spread across Sid's desk, the question went unheard as Siobhan's thoughts spun in a manic flurry of options and connectivity. Gemini, twins, young, vulnerable wives, Solomon, Halloween, Ecclesiastes, Catcher, J.D. Salinger, Holden Caulfield, Salinger's unreliable narrator who abhors phoniness, and the duplicity he shuns being exhibited in his own nature.
Except Solomon Albrighton doesn't seem to exist, Sid answered in her stead. According to the Cambria County Sheriff over in western Pennsylvania, anyway. Not a juvie record to be found. No priors. Not even a birth certificate. Fine. Then Solomon's a figment of someone's imagination. Forget about him.
Ressler perched on the corner of the desk, crumpled his paper cup of coffee, and tossed it across the room, landing a 3-pointer in the wastebasket.
So, we focus on this Catcher guy. But how do we find the cat, when all we have is a nickname?
The question was rhetorical, immediately answered by himself.
The only way is to study the hard facts, like the prints we took at Kennedy's apartment.
Sid, like Jacobs, had become lost in a maze of thoughts. Ressler glanced from one of his partners to the other, waited. When neither replied, he roused Jacobs by nudging her with his foot.
Hey, I said, what's the word on those prints from Cassie's apartment?
33. October. Location unknown.
The screams came without pause, one on the heels of the other. So piercing were they in Cassie's ears, she expected to open her eyes to find that she and Rosie were somehow together in the same cell. With the macabre image of Rose's husband still lingering in her mind, Cassie staggered to the door and clung to the bars as she pressed her face between. The intense stench of rot turned her stomach, rising in waves from the dirt corridor mottled with thick pools of congealed blood. 2 cells down, she could see that the door was wide open. So he had to be in there with her. No. Stop it! Cassie shouted through the bars at the top of her lungs, desperate to be heard above Rose's screams. Leave her alone! You have to stop! But Rose's screams persisted. Solomon! I said, stop! A tearing sound. Low, muffled growls. An indecent, almost bestial moan. Then, as her brother overpowered the young widow, a shriek so agonizing, Cassie had to clamp her hands over her ears. God, no! God, no! God, no! A wave of adrenaline flooded over her, and Cassie found herself once again on the verge of drowning in the self-induced panic she had suffered so many times before. But those had been the result of dreams, visions, premonitions, hallucinations. This time, it was really happening. No, 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 no. What could she do? God, please help me! Their plan had been simple. Cassie would split Robert's dog tag in two and use the pieces as a tensioner and rake to pick the padlock on her door. Her brothers had shown her how to do this with paper clips when she was young, and she had taken to it like a natural. Not only did she exhibit the necessary agility, her young, slight fingers also had been impressively sensitive to the process. "Could give the artful dodger a run for his money, you could," her youngest brother, Catcher, had applauded in a cringe-worthy Cockney accent. His class had been reading Dickens' Oliver Twist at the time, and, unsurprisingly, Catcher had connected with the story on an intimate level. "Fagin should be lucky to have a plucky little mite like you in his gang. Orphans, pickpockets, and thieves, the lot of you." But that had been a lifetime ago. Her older fingers were less nimble now. The basic principle of the pick remained the same, however. Hold light tension on the cylinder while raking a second piece of metal along the inner length of the keyway. If you did it just right, the top pins would tumble upward, the lock would snap open, and she and Rose would be one step closer to freedom. But the two pieces she'd been fashioning from the dog tag weren't finished. She'd snapped it lengthwise, so each piece was narrow enough to fit the lock's keyway. But she'd only started to file them smooth by rubbing them against the brick and stone walls. Still coarse and uneven. They just weren't ready yet. They were going to have to be. In blistered and swollen fingers that felt as thick as they were unresponsive, Cassie snatched the pieces from the dirt. The one still attached to the ball chain necklace would have been the perfect tensioner with a little more time. But that was a luxury they no longer had. Solomon had come in the night, and Rose's petrified screams were escalating to something beyond human. With her heart jackhammering in her chest, Cassie bent the end of the chained piece to 90 degrees, thrust her arms through the bars, and fumbled for the lock. With the padlock lifted from the clasp, she jabbed the tensioner at the keyway's opening. Stretching to the extent of her reach, the makeshift tool's rough edges snagged against the outside of the barrel. Not only would it not slide in, she also nearly lost her grip and dropped it. Had it not been for the chain still attached to her wrist, it would have fallen to the ground and skittered across the corridor, forever beyond her reach, along with their one chance of escape. Straining at this untenable angle, she tried again and again, but the metal sliver was just too rough, too uneven, and it refused to slide into the lock. Realizing it was impossible to both maneuver her fingers and watch them at the same time, Cassie turned her head to the side. Staring away from the padlock into the void of the chamber beyond the first metal gate, she freed up an extra inch of reach. Quivering like tissue paper streamers in a breeze, her fingers groped and plodded as she now worked blind, fumbling at the keyway. As numbing pins and needles had begun to crawl down her arms, the bent end of the tensioner suddenly slid into place. Before she could slide it back, she yanked on the chain around her wrist, and the tensioner rotated toward her just a hair, enough to keep the upper pins from locking. Inserting the second piece of the dog tag into the keyway, Cassie held her breath and focused on the feeling in her fingertips as she slowly pulled the rake toward her, back again, then toward her once more. At the top of the padlock's barrel, a single pin tumbled upward. It was announced by a tiny click she felt rather than heard. With the tensioner still pulled taut, the pin held securely in place. 1 down, 5 to go. Reverberating from wall to wall, Rose's broken screams plateaued to a single, blood-curdling cry. With tears streaming down her cheeks and shaking to the point of losing control, Cassie forced herself to pretend they did not exist as she continued to rake back and forth. 2 more pins clicked into place. Come on, come on, come on. Then another. 2 more to go. She exhaled and took another deep breath, holding it as the ripe metallic stench filled her lungs. 1 more pin popped upward. The last one now. She angled the end of the rake toward the floor, and the tip pressed against the final pin. With a minuscule pop, as glorious as any sound she'd ever heard, the final pin rose up from the keyway. Glorious sound, her inner voice repeated, realizing she had heard the pin lift away, not just felt it. She heard it because Rose's screams had stopped. 1 sharp twist of the chain, and the tensioner turned, popping the padlock open. Wrenching it from its hasp, she tossed the lock to the ground. Putting all her weight against the hefty door, Cassie pushed it open with a strained heave and toppled into the hallway. 34. Monday, October 27th.
The prints on the handle, the one at the building's ground floor entrance, were unusable, Siobhan reported. Too many people going in and out. But the door to Cassie's 3rd floor apartment, only 1 print.
A single print? I don't buy it, Ressler contradicted. She lived there. There would be prints all over.
Jacobs waggled her finger. My apologies. Many prints. 1 profile, she corrected. The same with the stack of mail on the counter, and the paper skeleton cutout Miss Brewster found in the kitchen. All the same profile.
Do we have a match?
Sid was flipping through his notes, hoping something would jump out at him. So far, nothing did. They've been on it almost 2 weeks. Nothing matches any of our ink cards from previous violent crimes. There are still a few left to compare, some outliers, but it's not looking good. What about Contra Costa County? Siobhan asked. Did they manage to pull any prints from Hannah Wilson's convertible? Or the payphone box at the scene? If so, we could make a comparison.
I called Morris the minute Sid and me got back from Lyon Street, Ressler divulged. He said there were prints, all right, but with the downpour they were having that night, nothing could be lifted. They're in the same boat as we are with our West Summerdale scene. A lot of mess, but nothing usable.
So, we have our when, Halloween, just 4 days from now, but no prints means no name. Jacobs was pacing, staring at her feet as she summarized to herself out loud. Which means we still have no who, and that means no home address, no workplace, and no way to narrow down the where. Still, she found it impossible to shake the feeling they were missing something. The answer had to be there, waiting for them to find. They may not have a name or a face, but they had behaviors, and that was Siobhan's forte. Considering everything she now knew about their guy, the likelihood that he'd left out the clues that proved his intellectual superiority was about the same as him simply walking into the station and turning himself in. Which is to say, not very. Salinger, duplicity, catcher in the rye. Siobhan leapt back from the table, her eyes wide. Jesus Christ! His name is Holden! Staring in astonishment, Sid and Doug watched as she began pacing back and forth in tight rebounding passes before them. The main character in Catcher in the Rye is Holden Caulfield. He's a deeply disillusioned young man who finds adulthood, and pretty much the entire world, full of phonies. Cassie told her friends that her youngest brother was named Catcher, after J.D. Salinger's novel. That's because her brother's name is Holden. Holden Albrighton. Her eyes were alight with excitement. Just like Salinger's main character, the only world Holden has ever known has been one of pain and suffering and hypocritical two-faced phonies. Don't you see? 2 faces, twins, just like Janus, the Roman god with 2 opposite faces. That's why he's taken the name Gemini.
With her heart pounding like a piston, Jacobs dialed her office. "We need to get our prints verified by the Cambria County Sheriff's Department back in Pennsylvania," she told Sid as the phone rang in her ear. "If I'm right, there'll be a match for a Holden Albrighton." "Sid, do you think there's any chance their office has a telefacsimile machine like ours?" 3:42 p.m., Thursday, October 30th. Slack-jawed and staring at the phone's handset as if he'd never seen one before, Sid called out to Ressler. His partner was at the coffee machine, engaged in an animated debate over the 49ers' 24-21 win over the Baltimore Colts the previous Sunday.
Jesus, Nancy, keep your skirt on,
Doug moaned as he tossed the paper cup and propped himself against Sid Younger's desk.
What's so fucking urgent? I just got off the phone with the sheriff's department over in western Pennsylvania, that's what. Christ, Ressler, it's a match. Siobhan was right.
He plunged down the phone's switch-hook buttons, tapped them a few times, then listened for a tone before dialing Jacobs's office in the county building. Waiting for the connection never seemed so slow, as each of the 7 digits in her number clicked like little bones each time the dial spun back to its set point.
"You were right,"
he blurted out when Siobhan picked up, before she'd even finished saying hello.
"No telefacsimile at their end, so I had a copy of the prints airmailed."
A moment's pause as Jacobs replied, something which Doug Ressler could not hear.
"Yes, a full match. Holden Albrighton,"
Sid relayed to Siobhan as he looked at Ressler.
"He blinded his uncle with a coat hanger in 1953 and was remanded to juvenile detention at the age of 9. He was released in 62 when he reached 18. No details of his whereabouts for the next 5 years. But in the spring of 67, his number came up in the draft, and he was conscripted to the army to serve his 12 in Vietnam. Holden was one of the lucky ones. He made it back home. But are you sitting? 'Cause I don't think you're going to be ready for this."
Sid held the handset slightly away from his face to speak to both Ressler, standing at his desk, and Siobhan over the phone.
"Holden Albrighton served in the 1st Cavalry, the same platoon as a young man by the name of Robert Sherwood."
Across the phone line, above the gentle hiss and static, Siobhan Jacobs audibly gasped, then confirmed. "Sherwood, as in Rosalie Sherwood, the Gemini's first victim taken from Mount Diablo back in June."
"The same. Private Robert Sherwood was Rosalie's husband."
"Was?"
"Robert Sherwood was killed in action in Bong Son, 1 year to the day before Rosalie was taken."
As the line softly crackled, Jacobs withdrew to that place within herself where the rest of the questions, yet unanswered, jockeyed for her attention. Gemini, twins, Holden, Vietnam, Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. A dog named Bella, who Cassie spoke of as if it were her daughter. In Siobhan Jacobs's mind, a spark ignited, and she hung up without saying a word. 8:07 p.m., Thursday, October 30th. Bursting into their office, Jacobs's feet barely touched the floor as she bounded to Sid and Ressler's desks, dropping a receipt between them. It wafted slowly down to cover the file Ressler was studying.
"What's this?"
"I visited the property appraiser's office today. That piece of paper is the record of ownership of Cassie Kennedy's building on Lyon Street." Sid snagged the paper from Ressler's desk and read it aloud.
"Albrighton, Holden. Recorded deed registered July 8th, 1968.
"It's why you had no record of a Cassie Kennedy in the city," Siobhan reminded them. "It's her brother's place."
"Cassie's brother owns the whole fucking building?"
Ressler shook his head.
"This is making no sense to me now." "Did it ever?"
Sid sniped, a forced chuckle masking the frustration he could no longer contain.
"Because it sure as shit hasn't to me. 7 years chasing some of the sickest cats in this city, and this one takes the cake."
He glanced at the industrial wall clock hanging cockeyed above the coffee machine, his eyes heavy with concern. Then at his own wristwatch.
Less than 4 hours before that woman's blood is on our hands. And I couldn't feel more useless right now.
The hum of the office was the only sound as this reality set in. They knew the when. They knew the who. But Cassie's fate depended on them deciphering the where before hers became just the latest name in a growing list of the Gemini's sadistic kills. The head of forensics dragged a chair from a nearby desk and sat alongside Sid, a black and white two-tone Mary Jane manically tapping the air. She swiped the folder Wrestler was studying and began rifling through it. We're missing something. Jesus. We have his name, no. Why can't we figure out where he took Cassie? He's smart, but he's also a creature of habit. He's got his ritual down pat by now, so you know it's gonna be where he takes all his victims. And we know for a fact that Sheila McCabe was deceased when he dragged her from her home. Which means wherever he goes, it needs to be close enough that he can get to it with relative ease, but far enough from the populace that he isn't seen carrying or dragging a body behind him. Sid chewed on his lower lip as Doug Wrestler stood and turned his back on them both, staring at the oversized map pinned to the wall with the location of each of the victims' homes and kill sites marked in red. The farthest point north was Sausalito. The farthest south was also the farthest west, West Summerdale Street, near Clarendon Heights. 25 miles away as the crow flies. The farthest east was Mount Diablo, a good 50 miles away.
Where he takes them could be anywhere. I mean, Christ, if we draw a triangle...
Wrestler rapped his knuckles on the map.
The center is over here, east of Oakland. Just look at the square miles of wilderness, mountains, and wasteland.
He began naming a few, while marking each with another knuckle rap.
Lafayette Reservoir, Sibley Volcanic Preserve, Redwoods Park, Ream Valley. Any of them would be a match for what you're proposing, Siobhan,
and they would all require a vehicle, she deduced as Wrestler placed a finger to the tip of his nose. Without saying a word, his partner snatched his leather-bound journal from his desk and flipped frantically until he found their interview with Cassie's friend 2 weeks earlier, cafe owner Patricia Brewster. With a thick black grease pencil in fingers that had begun to shake, he made 3 fat circles around a notation he'd jotted down about Cassie's car. He tossed the journal to Doug, and Wrestler read the passage aloud.
VW Bug, Dirty White, Toga. That part is in parentheses and has a question mark next to it. What gives, Sydney? You don't trust your partner on car finishes?
He shook his head in mock disdain and continued reading.
The Presidio, walked from Oakland, parks in front of the building.
Sid was already on the phone to Regan, the staff sergeant, and reeling off the details he needed checked before Wrestler had taken a breath. Within moments, a beat cop by the name of Raypack was standing at attention before them.
At ease, patrolman,
Sid told him as he pumped 2 open palms in his direction.
This isn't the Army. I'm looking for details about a Volkswagen Beetle, Toga White. Yes, sir.
Raypack beat him to it.
It was abandoned near the southern end of the Golden Gate. Let me see.
Raypack rifled through his report log.
Yes, I remember now. Late on Sunday night, August the 26th, into the early hours of Monday morning on the 27th. It's registered to a person by the name of
Holden Albrighton, Siobhan preempted, and Officer Raypack blushed as she held his gaze.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. A gentleman by the name of Holden Albrighton is the car's registered owner. The vehicle was collected the following day at our impound lot across the road.
You said it was located the 26th of August?
Yes, ma'am. That lines up with the weekend Patricia Brewster claimed Cassie went missing the first time, Sid noted. And the same weekend, Morris Miller got an anonymous call that led him to Hannah Wilson's decapitated body in the trunk of her Ford Galaxy convertible.
Ressler threw into the mix.
Is there a problem, sirs? Ma'am. Sirs?
Fidgeting with his report log, Raypack's voice had grown timid as he stood among two of the department's most senior detectives and the head of the county's forensics. Smiling as her bright green eyes held his, Siobhan Jacobs put him at ease. "No, Officer Raypack. You've been very thorough and helpful. Thank you."
Anything else, ma'am? Sirs?
Sid shook his head. Ressler had already turned his back and was again studying the wall map. In particular, the Presidio area. Gazing over his shoulders at the same, Siobhan considered a sea of possibilities as she viewed the vast, mostly green area that made up the Golden Gate's southern tip. A mix of parks, beaches, woodland, and a sporadic few small, sparsely inhabited and winding roads. The Presidio was unlike the majority of the rest of San Francisco, which was comprised of dense city blocks packed with businesses and residential buildings. At once, her eyes widened. Leaping from her seat, she called out just before Raypack disappeared around the corner. Waving him back, she bristled with anticipation as Sid and Doug looked on with curiosity. "You said someone came to collect the car that same Monday?"
Yes, ma'am."
"By a woman, in her 20s, going by the name of Cassie Kennedy?" Raypack flipped through his report log.
No, ma'am. By a gentleman. It says here, the car's owner."
Douglas Ressler slammed his fist into the wall map.
"Are you goddamn kidding me right now? He was here? In our fucking station?"
Tensing and confused, Raypack's confirmation was barely a whisper.
"Mr. Holden Albrighton picked up the car. Yes, sir."
Siobhan stepped between Raypack and Ressler, drawing the young officer's attention solely upon her. "You're not in trouble. We're just under the gun here, so to speak. Raypack." She eased closer, near enough that he could smell her perfume, and softened her stance. "Do you happen to have a record of exactly where the VW was found at the Presidio?" Nodding, his breath uneven, Raypack fumbled through the log, dropped it, picked it back up, and shuffled through it once more. He began to speak, stuttered, cleared his throat.
"Yes, ma'am. It was located in the east parking lot off Merchant Road. First row, third space. We always document that, so we—" "Merchant Road," Sid interrupted. "That's over by the old military batteries. The artillery emplacements that used to be part of Fort Scott." "Yes, sir," Raypack confirmed. "That particular parking lot is a stone's throw from Battery Boutel."
Doug Ressler froze.
"Emplacements?" "You've seen them," Sid assured. "Big concrete bunkers, built into the cliffs overlooking Golden Gate Beach and Fort Point Rock. Those badass guns were designed to fire a 60-pound shell 7 miles or—"
Sid cut himself short and jumped to his feet, his eyes wide.
"Holy shit! Bunkers! Built into the cliff! Could it—"
Now Siobhan Jacobs's voice fluttered, adrenaline coursing to every muscle until she felt incapable of standing still. "Raypack, are you telling me that Holden Albrighton's VW was found next to Battery Boutel, off Merchant Road, in the east parking lot?"
"Yes, ma'am," he said,
the importance lost on him. "Third space? Row 1? Puzzled, Raypack merely nodded. "East parking lot, space 3, row 1. East 3, 1. Her eyes grew wet as she jostled in place, barely able to contain herself and shifting her weight from one foot to the other. She unconsciously shook out her hands, her tingling skin flushing with goosebumps. E3, 1. 35. October. Location unknown.
smeared with Sheila McCabe's desiccated blood. Cassie pushed herself up from the ground and hobbled to her feet, shaking and gagging as the rancid scent of sweaty pennies filled her nose. She swiped the back of her hand across her mouth, and the earthen taste of Sheila's moldering blood permeated her taste buds. Solomon! Her brother's name echoed hollow through the chamber. It faded into silence as Cassie crept forward, hyper-aware of the silence as her feet softly scuffed through the blood-stained dirt. With the chain of Robert Sherwood's dog tag still bound around her wrist, she inched past the cell to her immediate left. The bad one, Rosie had called it, where the door had been left ajar. Burying her nose and mouth in the crook of her elbow, she stifled her gag reflex as droning flies swarmed over butchered remains strewn throughout the 6x4 pen like the offcuts of an abattoir. Most were mutilated beyond recognition, but in one corner, a single human eye, clouded, colorless, and partially collapsed, stared at her with a milky white pupil. The eyelids around it were intact, but had shriveled so that their lashes appeared extraordinarily long. In another corner, a matted scalp caked with gelatinous clots lay upon a pile of what appeared to be human jaws, teeth, and ears. Scattered all around a butcher's block table lay the torn and mangled scraps of feet, arms and legs whose bones poked from their raw, meaty ends. No longer resembling flesh, these were covered with a blanket of small, white grains that appeared to be rice. Except some of the rice was twitching. Not rice, she realized, swallowing down the bile that rose to burn her esophagus and choke off her breath. Fly eggs, thousands of them, small, squirming spawn preparing to hatch. Myriads already had, and the maggots that slid from their sheaths were hungrily burrowing into the rotting human meat upon which they fed. Draped across the wall shared by Rose's cell, a rope of entrails had been hung, coiled around the wrists of a dozen or more women's hands. They were a grotesque human garland. Perhaps most disturbing was the fact that each bore a wedding band on its third dainty finger, some modest and thin, others wide and glimmering faintly as the dying shafts of shifting light played one last time upon their precious metals and stones. Now the bile in her throat resurfaced, and yellow-green liquids spewed across the dirt as Cassie held her knees. Still crouching and catching her breath, she spat and wiped the acid taste from her lips as her pulse throbbed fast and heavy in her ears. For how long she stayed that way, she could not say. It was the faint moan that roused her, so soft it was almost a sigh, coming to her through the intermittent patches of light which alternately irradiated, then darkened the block of 8 cells. Its quietness was more haunting than any of the curdling screams which had come before it. "Rose," Cassie whispered, then waited. When Rosalie did not respond, she crept closer. Like the cell between them, Rose's door was also unlocked and open. "Rose," a gurgling sound, a low, guttural hiss like the air escaping a punctured tire. "Rosie!" Cassie's heartbeat galloped at such a pace and ferocity that it was painful. Every manic beat a heavyweight boxer's jabbed to her ribcage, except from the inside out. "Rose, hun, it worked. I'm out." She swallowed back her fear and asked the one question she wasn't sure she really wanted the answer to. "Where is he?" When Rosalie did not reply, Cassie took one final step toward her fellow captive's door. 9:39 p.m., Thursday, October 30th. Jesus H. Christ, you gotta be shitting me.
A skeptical Doug Ressler repeatedly shook his head in response to Siobhan's theory about the mental condition of Holden Albrighton. Still, he floored the accelerator, the rear tires of his Ford Custom 500 squealing as they laid down smoky black lines across the asphalt. He reached out his window and planted the magnetic cherry on its roof as the car fishtailed into traffic, the reflector spinning within the red light so that it pulsed brightly against the dusky buildings. Sid Younger tightened and buckled his seatbelt, bracing himself as they tore through their second red light. After sliding across the rear bench seat and slamming into the driver's side door panel, Siobhan Jacobs did the same. Her only brace was the driver's seat in front of her, and she grabbed onto it, her knees pressing into the seat back. They punched into the small of Ressler's back, and he elbowed them away with his right hand.
No way, that's for real,
he shouted at the rearview mirror, the comment directed at Jacobs behind him.
Fugue state? What the fuck does that even mean? I've heard of it,
Sid shouted over the whine of the siren, coming to Jacobs's defense.
Haven't you seen that crazy film starring Joanne Woodward? It was based on a book written by two psychologists.
Corbett Thigpen and Harvey Cleckley, Siobhan interjected. And yes, Sid is correct. It's a very real disorder.
It's bullshit, is what it is.
Ressler swung the steering wheel sharply to the right, cutting across traffic onto Van Ness Avenue. Both Sid and Siobhan were pitched to the left. Neither complained. The analog clock set into the dash of Ressler's Ford now read 9:43.
2 hours and 17 minutes,
Sid noted, but said nothing. He didn't have to. The others were all too aware. At the conference I told you about earlier, the one where the FBI shared their research on Ed Gein and others, one of the medical keynote speakers was a psychiatrist by the name of Cornelia Wilbur. Siobhan leaned forward, speaking loudly to be heard above the wail of the siren. Dr. Wilbur is a highly respected psychoanalyst. She shared her account of treating a patient with a severe variant of this same diagnosis for 11 years. All the way up to 65. The reality is, Doug, that you may not like hearing about stuff like this, but it doesn't matter if you feel comfortable around it. It's out there. It's fact. And it's documented.
And if you're wrong?
Jacobs didn't want to think about that. Her conclusion was the only one that made any sense, and the only one that fit all the clues the Gemini had left. She took in a shaky, uneven breath. With only 2 hours until midnight, I pray for Cassie Kennedy's sake that I'm not. The wail from Rose's cell was so haunting. The first, the only instinct Cassie had was to run, to just get out of here, save herself, find some help, then come back with police and ambulances and flashing lights and men in uniforms who would protect them. With panic growing in her chest like a red-hot poker, she turned back from Rose's door. Behind her, the chain-link gate to the block of 8 cells was ajar, its padlock lying on the ground, its shackle open. She could just bolt through the barrier, slam the gate shut, lock it, and sprint across the chamber. Solomon had the key, but it might just buy her enough of a head start to get away. 31 steps in total, she reminded herself. Only 100 feet across the antechamber. Then a third and final door to freedom. But if that last barrier was locked, it didn't matter how much of a head start she had. Solomon would be on her in seconds, and with nowhere left for her to run. On the other hand, the chain-link gate was unlocked, so wasn't there a chance he'd left the last gateway unsecured too? Stay and help Rose, or go save herself but come back with real help. It was a literal life-or-death roll of the dice.
As adrenaline lit up every nerve in her body like 4th of July sparklers, Cassie took one slow, silent step toward the gate. Waited. Took another step. Touched the gate. Slinked her fingers through the diamond pattern of chain links. Holding her breath, she pulled it slowly toward her. Softly, softly, it opened wider. One more pull, and she would be able to squeeze through. Then it was a mad sprint through the pitch-black chamber, hoping she didn't come undone before she reached the final portal. She coaxed the gate toward her one last time, and it creaked. A shrill, unmistakable scream. It pierced the silence, and Cassie's breath caught in her throat. In an instant, a flurry of options whirled through her mind. She found herself incapable of acting upon a single one. Instead, her body went stiff as a board, her fingers gripping the gate's chain links so tightly that her nails were turning purple. Holding her breath and praying she heard nothing in response, she listened past her pounding pulse for any indication of movement. And for a handful of desperate moments, that prayer was actually answered. But then they came, the slow, heavy footsteps behind her. With her eyes squeezed shut and her heart clapping like a snare drum, Cassie forced herself to turn and look. Saturated with blood and scraps of clinging, sinewy tissue, Solomon Albrighton stepped from Rose's cell. Instantly filling the narrow corridor with his massive frame, in a hand as big as a catcher's mitt, Solomon slowly traced the blade of a military knife through the air in repeating, almost hypnotic figure eights. With each turn of the blade, a series of viciously serrated teeth played across the scant light emanating from Rose's cell as he stepped slowly toward Cassie, his expression somehow crazed and devoid of emotion at once. 10:17 p.m., Thursday, October 30th. With siren blaring, Ressler peeled off the Presidio Parkway and fishtailed left, roaring through the tunnel beneath Shoreline Highway. Filling the underpass with sound, the small block V8 drowned out the blare of the siren, and Ressler flicked it off before they emerged onto Cranston. He let off the accelerator, and the growl of the engine dropped to a soothing purr as they coasted onto Merchant Road. "All right, easy now." Sid yanked the plug from the cigarette lighter, and the revolving cherry light on the roof went dark. "The east parking lot is just up here, on the right." With the heel of his left hand, Ressler depressed a switch on the dash, and the headlights momentarily brightened, then faded away. Gliding through the dark, the Ford Custom 500 drifted into the parking lot, empty save 3 cars. One of them was an off-white VW Beetle. Unassuming and devoid of occupants, it sat in the first space of the 3rd row, just as it had when Raypack had sent the department's tow truck 2 months earlier. Ressler pulled up behind it and cut the engine, blocking the VW in as Sid lowered his readers from his forehead. Squinting in the dark, he compared Raypack's report to the VW's license plate. "Numbers match." He exhaled, a long, slow breath to steady his jangling nerves. "That's our guy." In the back seat, Siobhan Jacobs felt a charge like an electric current run through her, every muscle tensing and aching to be out of the Ford. Suddenly frantic, she unbuckled her safety belt and popped the door, lurching from the car and into the cool night breeze that kissed her face as she doubled over, hyperventilating. "You okay?" Doug Ressler kept his voice to a whisper as he placed his hand gently upon her back. "Breathe into your cupped hands. The carbon dioxide will offset the excess oxygen and replenish the CO2 that's being pulled from your bloodstream." She did as instructed,
and the lightheadedness slowly waned until she was capable of standing upright without feeling woozy. "Sounded like you actually cared, for a minute there," she joked. But the jibe came off with more bitter resentment than humor. Ressler ignored it and unholstered his revolver. Sid double-checked his flashlight by shielding its lens with one hand while clicking it on and off. Together, the three stood at the edge of the parking lot, looking over the embankment to the abandoned military battery 20 feet below, and the shimmering lights of the Golden Gate peeking in and out of the fog. From somewhere in the cold disquiet, the low, mournful moan of a foghorn sounded. "Which one?" Ressler asked, shifting his gaze slowly from right to left at a number of emplacements. "There are more than I expected." Pointing to their left, Sid showed them the shadowy outline of Battery Boutel. "But this one?" he whispered, indicating a complex arrangement of geometric shapes at the bottom of a ravine immediately in front of them. "That's Battery Marcus Miller. The third of 3 gun batteries, in fact." Ressler and Siobhan both followed his hand as it swept slowly toward the bridge, the silhouettes of various shapes meandering into the darkness. In the glowing, fog-diffracted corona of the bridge's lights, the bunker all but disappeared. "There are 4 batteries here. To the north of Marcus Miller, you have Battery Cranston. To the south of Boutel, you have Godfrey. He's gotta be down there somewhere, in one of them. And hopefully, so is Cassie Kennedy." "If he's there, then she's there," Siobhan assured him, shivering as the silence and cold, damp air conspired to amplify her trepidation. "And if he's alive, then she is." "Well," Ressler deduced as he peered down into the shallow gorge below, "if you're carrying or dragging a body, which one of these bunkers would you choose? Ever lift 150 pounds? It ain't easy. I, for one, would be heading for that nearest one, right down there." A pointer dog on the scent of a kill, his left arm was outstretched, his right at his side with his fingers wrapped around the grip of his revolver as he began shuffling down the hill. Sid took up the trail behind him, determined that Siobhan Jacobs stay back despite her insistence that she come with them. "Keep close to the car. If we spot anything at all, I'll call for backup before we go in." In moments, they were nothing but shadows in the darkness as they skulked through the brush to the bunker. Folding her arms across her chest and hugging away the cold, Siobhan stood alone in the creeping mist at the edge of the parking lot. Catching the weak glow from the blinking bridge lights, the hands of her silver Cartier revealed it was 10:32 p.m. Solomon took a slow, lumbering step toward Cassie, and his sister froze. Her breath sucked from her lungs. He was naked, painted from head to toe with Rose's blood. It matted his hair and reeked of wet copper. His penis was stiff and erect, smeared with feces and gelatinous strips. In Rose's cell, all was quiet. "No, no, 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 no!" The realization snapped Cassie from her fear paralysis, and she cried out for her fellow captive, leaping past Solomon toward Rose's cell door. "Rosie, run! Please! Get out of here!" A hand to her throat stopped her, Solomon's fingers easily wrapping around her neck. Like a dog sprinting unaware to the end of its chain, Cassie's head snapped back. She lost her footing, began to tumble, feet airborne. With Solomon's fist clamped to her throat, she dangled in the air like a rag doll, her brother's grip choking off her breath. What had once been a natural creek bed in front of the bunker was now a dusty, serpentine path. Worn smooth by endless tourists' footsteps, it had become as hard as a dedicated pathway. At its haphazard edges were faded candy wrappers, soda cans, and potato chip bags, blown by the wind and ensnared in the brush from countless junior high field trips. At first glance, it appeared perfectly ordinary, but a swath of loose, freshly disturbed soil cut perpendicularly across it. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. It started at the bottom of the hill they'd just descended and disappeared beneath a scraggly patch of brush. Pulled into place with deceptive care, the arrangement was just a little too perfect to be natural. Gesturing for Sid to join him, Wrestler shined his flashlight into the break. Together, they moved the branches and thorny vines aside, careful not to make a sound. Beneath it, Wrestler's flashlight shone on the truth. Footprints, drag marks, signs that someone had been hauling something, or someone, towards the entrance that lay concealed just beyond. Crisscrossed with braces of rusted iron, 2 heavy wooden doors secured an archway set into the oxidized and graffiti-covered concrete. Set into the hillside, as Sid had described, the doors guarded what appeared to be a vast subterranean passage. A massive metal latch arm had been lifted from its receiver, the heavy-duty padlock hanging from it with the shackle open. Above and to each side was more brush and overgrown vegetation that had achieved throughout the decades what no enemy force had been able to not only invade, but overcome the Marcus Miller bunker. "Munitions store," Sid stated beneath his breath and swept his flashlight left to right. In the haze of incoming fog, the beam refracted in all directions off the airborne water molecules, causing it to diffuse like a lamp. "How big?" Wrestler's light remained focused on the doors. "It probably runs all the way beneath these 3 batteries. Could easily be 100 feet or more. It could be one big chamber, or there might be cordoned-off sections. I've never been in one, as you can see. The public is forbidden for safety reasons. So we have no way of knowing what we'll find when we get in there. For all we know, he could be just on the other side of that door." Sid shrugged. "Could be. How do you want to play this?" But Wrestler had already twisted the hefty iron ring handle and was tugging the door open. Constricting her throat, Solomon's fingers gouged deep into her trachea. A fish out of water, Cassie gasped for breath. Kicking and clawing, she swayed in her brother's grip with her feet inches above the blood-soaked floor. For 1,000. Small purple dots began to appear across her cheeks, the blood vessels in her left eye bursting as a steady, high-pitched squall filled her ears. 1,000. The muscles in her face began to droop as the rings of hyaline cartilage protecting her windpipe began to depress and separate in her neck. Spots appeared before her eyes, everything beginning to go foggy. 15, 1,000. Cassie's bladder gave way and her panties darkened, a viscous, dark yellow spray of urine spritzing her thighs and running down her bare legs. Staring into her eyes with an expression of stone-cold apathy, Solomon squeezed even harder. Swollen and dark red, almost purple, Cassie's tongue lolled over her bottom lip when somewhere across the vast antechamber, 31 steps, 100 feet, her mind autonomously recited by rote, came the muted scraping of a heavy door being prized open. Now, a faint kiss of air, cool and moist, wafted through the subterranean concourse. With it came the salty, fermented scent of the sea cutting through the bitter, metallic stink of festering blood. And for a split second, Solomon loosened his grip. Disoriented and unable to feel her own limbs, Cassie struck at her brother's face with the sliver of Robert Sherwood's dog tag bound to her wrist. Still crudely bent at 90 degrees, the jagged, razor-sharp sliver of metal skewered his right eye.
Howling and swatting at his face, Solomon released his grip around Cassie's throat. Crumpling to the floor with the dog tag's silver ball chain still wrapped around her wrist, Cassie twisted the chain and tugged. The bent portion embedded deep in his eye pulled out. Solomon's eye came with it. Extracted from its socket, it hung by the optical nerve against his cheek as the clear, jelly-like vitreous fluid inside streamed out and the eye's global shape collapsed. Solomon shrieked, an animalistic yowl, and struck wildly at the air. A battery of punches came fast and furious as Cassie curled into a ball on her knees and attempted to block the strikes with her arms covering her head. A sickening crack told her the radius bone in her left forearm had just snapped in two, even before the pain charged up it like a bolt of lightning to lodge in her skull. With her arm sloughing grotesquely to the side, Solomon continued to pummel her until Cassie slumped face down in the dirt. He slammed the back of her head again and again with the heel of both hands, and with each agonizing blow, her face struck the ground harder, sending blinding white spikes of light into her skull. The sour, moldering taste of earth and blood filled her mouth. Then he was upon her, wild-eyed and crouching as he pinned her prone body beneath him. Spinning out of control, the colors of Cassie's world began to blur to dirty gray as her breaths came fast and shallow. At her side, loose and twisted to an impossible angle, her left arm lay like a useless accessory in the dirt and dried blood. Splayed wide open, her fingers clenched and unclenched, twitching as she wavered in and out of consciousness. On her third finger, the wedding band she had never taken off, even after the separation from Bill, glimmered in the soft glow emanating from Rose's cell. And Solomon grew erect. A nerve-shredding howl, so guttural it was bestial, shattered the silence. Bouncing from wall to wall, it reverberated throughout the munitions chamber, and both Sid and Wrestler dropped defensively to one knee. Bracing their firearms across their non-dominant forearms, each gripped a flashlight in their left hand like a knife about to be plunged into a watermelon. Aiming them in the direction of the sound, two beams of light swept across the chamber, two weak, overlapping circles barely able to illuminate the distant wall. The beam from Sid's flashlight began to judder. Jesus Christ, Wrestler! Had it not been pitch black inside the underground chamber, the whites of his eyes would have been visible all the way around his soft brown irises. We know he's here now. I say we call it in for backup. Stand guard in front of the entrance outside. He'll have nowhere to go. Wrestler slowly scanned the chamber from left to right, never taking his eyes off the feeble beam of light. He said nothing. Seriously, Doug, we don't know this layout, but he does. He has the upper hand. Shit, I can barely see a dozen feet in front of me. You can't either. Wrestler squinted, lowered his gaze to think. His flashlight's barely visible halo bobbed lazily about the far wall, 100 feet away if it were a foot. He shook his head. I can see enough. You go on. You told Jacobs you would do that anyway. Use the radio in the 500 and call it in. I'll stay here so he can't get by me. You just make sure Jacobs is safe till they get here. I am, Siobhan whispered from behind, and both men spun on a dime, revolvers aimed, fingers on the triggers. Jacobs gasped and stumbled backward, palms in the air. It's me! Wrestler let out the breath he was holding and grabbed Jacobs by the forearm. Get the hell out of here! But Siobhan yanked her arm from his grip and stepped back. We were right about the location. I know I'm right about his condition, too. There's every chance Holden won't even know where he is, let alone what's happening. And if Cassie's still alive in there, you're gonna need me to talk him down. If you don't want any more lives lost. I could give a shit about this psycho fuck's life. Siobhan pursed her lips.
breathed in through her nose. The exhalation was a gentle hiss that susurrated through the chamber. "I know you don't, Doug," she whispered, "but I do. And we all want Cassie to be all right. Holden needs help."
Help? We were at the same crime scene on Summerdale, right? Remember Sheila McCabe's blood across the ceiling? Her left hand severed from her wrist while she was still alive? Then all but decapitating her as her baby girl slept in the next room?
Douglas Ressler's brows knitted together, his forehead creasing in a series of deep furrows.
He needs a bullet to the brain, is what he needs.
Jacobs sighed, stiffening. She stepped closer. "Then do it for Cassie. Think how terrified she has to be."
"If she's still alive,"
Ressler retaliated. "She's alive, at least until midnight. He's playing the who's smarter game, and there's no satisfaction in beating us if he has to cheat to do it." She shook her head in the dark. "He needs to prove his superiority, and not killing Cassie until the 31st is part of his rules. Remember, he's ex-First Cavalry. To him, those are his rules of engagement." Sid shook his head from side to side, sucking in air. Ressler hooked Jacobs around the waist and pulled her near to his back.
"You'll stay behind us, then." "At all times," Sid added. "Are we being clear?"
"Yes, I'll stay behind you. Both of you." She offered Sid Younger a compliant smile, but it went unseen, as did the subtle shiver that twitched her hands. She clasped them together, lacing her fingers together and pulling them into her abdomen. It did little to assuage her nerves humming with raw, unabated fear. When another scream reverberated through the underground passage, they pulsed like a live wire. This time, the wail was a woman's, a howl saturated in pain, and the hairs on the arms of all three of them stood at attention as the cry morphed into a terror-stricken plea.
"Hold on to my jacket,"
Ressler demanded, and guided Siobhan's hands to the tail of his blazer. He began trotting, then running, toward the sound of the woman's screams, his flashlight bobbing and his gun drawn.
"Solomon! No!"
Dragging his sister to Rose's cell, he pinned her to the ground and tore off her panties. Cassie's cry choked off in her throat as he leveraged his weight by pressing her face into the earth. Cassie's mouth filled with dirt. Paralyzed with pain and heaving for breath, she was incapable of stopping him as Solomon entered her. With her eyes squeezed shut, she soundlessly wailed as he began rocking back and forth, driving her face deeper into the dirt with every thrust. Now he grabbed her left hand and raised it to his line of sight. A white-hot bolt of pain shot through her body as the broken bones inside her arm twisted, slicing through tendons and burrowing into muscle. Hanging from a hook in the ceiling, the yellow light of a utility work lamp reflected in 100 tiny prisms from Cassie's wedding band. This fueled Solomon's excitement, and he rocked back and forth with building intensity. Expelling the dirt from her throat in a visible plume, Cassie's explosive scream came back to her in diminishing iterations. Her left eye shot open. Lifeless and staring back at her from the dirt were the bright green eyes of 21-year-old Rosalie Sherwood. Rose's head had been sawn from her neck, as had her left hand. Adorning the third finger of Robert Sherwood's widow was the simple gold wedding band he'd saved months to afford. Wiped clean of the blood which stained the rest of Rosie's fingers and palm, it too shimmered in the yellow light. Rosalie's torso had been cleaved from her pubis to her breasts, her innards torn out like a frog pinned to a board in 9th grade biology.
The serrated blade used to dismantle Rosalie lay on the ground next to her defiled corpse. Its fierce teeth snarled with clods of Rosalie's fresh pink flesh. Sluggish and dark, the immense pool of her blood flowed like syrup across the dirt floor. With every second, its thick surface rippled, spreading wider and closer as it crept toward Cassie's face. A muted sheen reflected the faint, shielded work bulb overhead, making the pool look almost alive as it swelled. In it, Cassie saw the mirrored image of her brother bucking back and forth atop her. Except the reflection of the person pinned beneath Solomon was not herself, but someone she had not seen since childhood. Joey? It couldn't be. Her eldest brother had died that night so long ago. His last moments lived in the lightless, feces-riddled confines of a cramped farmhouse pantry, where their aunt had kept him like some inanimate pleasure toy for the monster. Joey had suffered the unimaginable violations again and again, so Cassie and Holden could be free. And when suffering was no longer enough to keep the monster at bay, he died that night to save them. Just as Solomon had done what he had to do in order to protect them. Only now, Solomon was atop her, atop Joey, inside her as he lay in the offal of a young woman whose only transgression was to trust a stranger in need, while she herself was drowning in a quagmire of bleak, impossible grief. Cassie stared at the impossible reflection in Rose's blood, watching Joey's features undulate as the pool continued to spread, and her own body was violently rocked. "This is a dream," she assured herself. "One of my awful visions, a product of my own tortured mind." Back and forth she rocked as Solomon's thrusts grew faster, harder. "I'm not here. I'm at home, with my beautiful Bella Luna by my side. We're snacking on popcorn and watching an old black and white movie. Maybe one of the Abbott and Costello films. Bella always did like those. Her favorite was the one where they meet the wolf man." Now Joey smiled at her. "Tell me more," he said from the rippling puddle of red, and insisted she focus on him as Solomon neared climax. "She sounds so lovely. Your whole life sounds lovely. I can't wait to be a part of it." "But you can't," Cassie told him, and Joey's smile deflated. "You're not real." "How can you say such a thing? I've always been real. As a child, I suffered every day at the hands of that monster to spare you. I stayed in that closet, that dark, rancid closet with its piss and shit and absence of light, as my eyes weakened and my muscles atrophied, and my tummy ached from hunger. I did all of these things to protect you, just as I will protect you now. But you haven't protected me." "Oh, but I have, and I am. Look at your reflection. Who do you see, sister? Is it your own beautiful face, or is it mine? Just as I have always done, I have stepped into the light to keep you from the pain you cannot bear." Cassie did not hear the shouts of the detectives as Douglas Ressler aimed his revolver and readied his finger on the trigger. She did not see the black man at his side, screaming at her and jostling as his flashlight shone bright in her left eye, or the pretty, ginger-haired woman crouching behind them, with tears streaming down her cheeks. "Get up! Show me your hands! Slowly! Holden Albrighton, I said show me your hands, or I'll shoot!"
Doug Wrestler tracked forward, a steady sidestep where one foot left the ground only after the other was firmly planted. In his outstretched arms, his service revolver was cocked, the trigger taut. Its sights were lined up upon the head of the man crouched upon the floor, naked and clotted in the blood of the woman whose mangled body littered the makeshift jail cell. Dangling at the man's side and bent at a grotesque angle, his left arm was broken nearly in two. He was gyrating and masturbating with the other. There was no one else there.
"Holden Albrighton, you're under arrest for murder. Place your hands behind your back."
With his whole body alight, adrenaline sparking from every nerve like live wires, Sid Younger approached from the left as Wrestler did so from the right. For now, Sid ignored the evidence of the slaughter the man had perpetrated, his eyes blind to the horror. Later that night, however, as he would lie in the arms of his hunka burnin' love, Mrs. Younger, they would see it all too clearly. And they would see it for the rest of Sid's life. But in this moment, he only saw the options ahead that could cause him or his partners harm, and he took every precaution to prevent every one.
"I said, put your hands behind your back."
Holden Albrighton did not comply. Pumping himself faster and faster as he neared climax, he stared only at the left hand dangling at his side, the long, manicured fingers and the petite wedding band made of gold. In the darkening pool of Rosalie Sherwood's blood, the face was now Solomon's. It was cruel and perverse, and tainted with the kind of vile malignance which can only be born from an innocent suffering the most unadulterated atrocities at the hands of a monstrous soul. Still, Solomon climaxed, spotting the fetid puddle of blood with his semen. Lurching to his feet, he snatched the military-issue M3 trench knife in his right hand as the detectives shouted and backed away. With his left arm dangling at his side and his extracted right eye punctured and swaying from its nerve, he lumbered toward them amidst a hail of shouts and obvoluted commands. His knife sliced back and forth through the air before him in sharp, resolute sweeps. Doug Wrestler, now backed up to the chain-link gate, shouted only twice more for Solomon to stop. His finger twitched upon the trigger, and he began to pull. "Wait!" Above the din and booming male voices bouncing from wall to empty wall, the pitch of Siobhan Jacobs's cut like a knife through butter as she leapt between Solomon and both detectives. "Wrestler! Wait!" Swearing and seizing a fistful of Siobhan's jacket, Wrestler snapped the barrel of his pistol toward the ceiling, but Jacobs tugged away, taking another slow, careful step toward the killer. Gemini, two faces, states of dissociative fugue, the monster in the farmhouse closet, Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. Every clue, every cry for help the Gemini had left for them swirled through Siobhan's mind in a whirlwind of realization. Vietnam, abuse and violence and trauma. A dog Cassie now loved and protected as if a child. Siobhan slowly extended her hand, raising her palm and splaying her fingers to accept the killer's. "Take my hand." And Solomon stopped in his tracks. "Cassie?" Siobhan's voice was caring, protective, real. Her fingers waggled lightly as she reached toward the killer. "You're safe now, honey. Take my hand. Tell Solomon to put down the knife." Holden Albrighton tilted his head to one side, his extracted right eye sweeping across his cheek like a macabre pendulum. Behind Jacobs, Wrestler and Younger spread wide, each at an oblique angle and ready to fire. In her periphery,
Siobhan felt their revolvers leveled squarely at Holden, and her racing pulse filled her ears. Still, she took one final step forward, hiding the trembling that vibrated through her fingers as she gestured for the killer to take her hand. "I know you're in there. Your name is Cassie Kennedy. You're married to Bill Kennedy. He works at NASA, remember? And even though you're separated, you still love each other. Your friend is Patty Brewster at the cafe where you sometimes do tarot readings. And you have a beautiful 5-year-old daughter, Isabella. She's home and waiting for you." Siobhan dared to inch closer. "You're safe now, Cassie. We found you. The bad man is gone." Blocking out the sight of Rosalie Sherwood's butchered remains and Holden Albrighton's jarring wounds, Jacobs channeled her thoughts to Sunday mornings in the park with her favorite book and all the things in life that made her want to smile, including Douglas Wrestler, and her expression softened. "Will you let me take you to your daughter now, Cassie?" Devoid of expression, Holden dropped the knife. It clattered to the floor as he dropped to his knees and burst into an unfettered sob. Reaching for Siobhan as a child might, in the voice of a 10-year-old, he begged her not to hurt them. As he did this, his expression changed so profoundly that his facial features all but physically transformed before Siobhan Jacobs's eyes. Once again, he was Cassandra Kennedy, unassuming psychic plagued by recurring dreams of the most barbarous and sadistic crimes. Only, those visions were not dreams, and they were not the product of any psychic ability. They were memories. Reaching for the sickening lump that hung upon her right cheek, Cassie's left arm refused to move. Sagging at her side and stretching the skin from within, the tip of her fractured radius bone threatened to burst through her wrist at the slightest jolt. Confused, terrified, and in the most excruciating pain, Cassie's screams rose to an ear-splitting howl when she realized the thing which dangled upon her cheek was the mangled remnant of her own right eye. Having no comprehension of how such a savage injury could have occurred only fueled her consuming panic, and her screams continued until her voice gave out. For Cassie Kennedy had no awareness that she and Joey and Solomon were, in fact, all one and the same person. And that person's name was Holden Albrighton. 36. 6 months later, May 7th, 1970. San Quentin State Prison. Who am I speaking with right now? Across from Holden Albrighton, in a stark white room with no distractions, Siobhan Jacobs sat quietly, her fingers gently interlaced and resting in her lap. Her voice was soft and reserved, as delicate as the gesture that illustrated a modesty and natural, quiet contemplation that was as remote from threatening as possible. Although his broken arm had long ago healed, it remained thin and visibly weakened. Over his right eye, Holden wore a fabric patch. Unfocused and dreamlike, his left stared through her. But then it twitched, the reflex becoming a slow, heavy blinking. He touched his forehead, a pout drawing down the corners of his mouth. Such a headache, again. Now he grinned, lifting his chin and beaming. His voice lightened, the pitch rising to a natural feminine timbre. It's Cassie, silly. The psychic chuckled unpretentiously. You feeling okay, Doc? I'm wonderful, Cassie. Thank you for asking. Still fascinated each time they spoke, Siobhan studied the man sitting before her.
absorbed by the natural way in which he morphed from one personality into another. Is Holden still with us, Cassie? Cassie shifted in her chair. A sense of discomfort flashed across her face, mirrored in her body language. In a moment, it was gone, and she again relaxed into her chair, preening in her pragmatic gray prison blouse before resting her elbows on the table between them. With an unspoken look, she asked if doing so was permitted, and Jacobs consented. I haven't seen my brother Holden since before he went to war. She did not make eye contact with the psychiatrist. I miss him. I wish I could see him. Siobhan Jacobs put down her pen and closed her leather-bound folder. You don't recall seeing Holden yesterday? Shifting in her seat, Cassie Kennedy crossed her legs and inattentively tapped the air with her foot. You sure you're feeling all right, Dr. Jacobs? She forced a smile, behind which there was no emotion. I was joking when I asked you that a moment ago, but now I'm really starting to think you're imagining things. Siobhan nodded, an unspoken ah crossing her lips. What about Joey, your eldest brother? We haven't talked about him in a while. Would you like to share something about him? It would be nice to get to know him better. Cassie stared at her hands resting upon the table, her fingers squeezing one another as they laced in and out. Joey died when I was 9. Yes, I'm sorry. You've shared that with me before, and it's heartbreaking. I did? Jacobs nodded. How did he die? Do you feel strong enough to share that with me today? He died saving us from the monster. Cassie rubbed her left forearm, gliding her slim fingers over its smooth skin. Feels weird, still, after all those weeks in that cast. I can imagine. Siobhan said nothing more, offering instead an easy, supportive smile. It's funny. Not funny ha-ha, but funny odd, Cassie told her. I actually can't remember how he died that night. All I know is that he did. After several minutes of silence, Cassie cleared her throat. He stayed in that closet, so we didn't have to. Did I tell you that? Siobhan said that she had. And every night the monster came. He did terrible, terrible things to my brother, Dr. Jacobs. Just awful. In her left eye, moisture began to shine under the harsh overhead fluorescent tube. Cassie rubbed it with the heel of her hand, then instinctively began to do the same to her right before remembering that it was no longer there. Now that's true love, isn't it? Suffering such inhumanity so that we wouldn't have to. Who's the we in that statement, Cassie? Me and Solomon and... Cassie hesitated, swallowing hard as if forcing down the truth. And our baby brother, Holden. It all started with him, you know. The late-night visits to his room when everyone was asleep. But Joey heard, and he tried to stop it. What happened then? We knew our aunt would never allow it to happen again. Except she did. She ignored it, pretending it wasn't happening at all. Eventually, we just accepted that she either wouldn't or couldn't help us. But that's not all she did, or did not do. Isn't that right? Now, a tear formed lazily behind Cassie's eyelid, then rolled thick and slow down her cheek. She shook her head back and forth, and when Dr. Jacobs offered her a tissue, she accepted it and wiped away the salt-laden track. No, that's right. Before long, she actually began to help the monster do the things it did. And if we did not cooperate, or cried, or made any sound at all, she punished us. None of the boys ever said why she would do such an awful thing, and they hated her for it.
But as a woman myself, I understood. In my own way, at least. Even back then.
And what was that, Cassie? Why do you think she helped your uncle hurt you?
Because she was scared. Every now and then I could hear them through the walls. My bedroom was next to theirs in that old farmhouse, you see. And sometimes I heard her voice, and it sounded sad, a little frantic, like maybe she wanted him not to do it anymore. But then I'd hear the slap and the sound of her falling and the soft cries from low to the ground as he stormed away.
So you think she was protecting herself?
Cassie shrugged. I think so.
She became contemplative.
I'm a mother myself, you know. Did I tell you? Isabella is her name. I call her my little Bella Luna because she lights up the darkness like the moon. At this, Siobhan Jacobs genuinely smiled.
Yes, you did tell me. And it's a lovely story.
I miss her, my Bella. Do you think I can see her soon?
If we can make some more progress, I'll try to make that happen.
Suddenly skittish, anxiety contorting her features, Cassie leaned forward and blurted out, "Where is she? Do you know where she is? Oh my God, is she okay? I really should be going now. I'm quite sure she needs me." Cassie began to stand, but Jacobs asked her to please remain seated.
She's fine. Bella is with your best friend, Patricia. From the cafe. Do you remember?
Relief washed over Cassie's face. Tidying her skirt and carefully folding the pleats beneath her, she sat back down. You know, Solomon saved us too. Joey took the beatings and the things I can't bear to think about. But Solomon was the one who finally got us out of that hell.
When he attacked your uncle, you mean?
When he did what he had to protect us from the monster.
Do you recall what happened next?
Cassie's fingers clenched, so tightly that small pricks of blood appeared in the palm of her hand. She shuffled in her seat, cleared her throat. Now she locked onto Siobhan's eyes and did not let go. Cassie doesn't want to talk about that. She's gone to sleep now, Holden said in an entirely different voice.
Is this Holden I'm speaking to now?
Jacobs stiffened in her chair, just enough to be noticed, and the man across from her sneered. He traced a curved line in the dust on the table. "This is Solomon, you stupid Irish cunt." He eyed her up and down, a thirst evident in the unsettling stare. He wetted his lips when his gaze was drawn to the ring on Jacobs's left hand. "Married now, are we, Dr. Jacobs? What a wonderful surprise. To that arsehole of a detective, no doubt." For a moment, Solomon's voice mimicked a light brogue.
"Lieutenant Wrestler, yes. But you already know that. You've known it for months now."
Siobhan swallowed back the unease that began to build in her chest, stemming the tide of panic that would drown her if she allowed it to.
"I'm not comfortable with this conversation, Solomon. I'd like to speak to Holden now."
Solomon slammed his fists against the table and with the meat of his right hand dragged a second curved line through the thin film of dust. 2 backwards parentheses, and smirked. "That's not going to happen, Doc. I'll do anything to protect my baby brother. We all would, in our own way. But you already know that, don't you?" He casually rose from his seat and violently slammed his hands into the table's edge. It slid across the floor with a juddering squeal and struck Siobhan Jacobs's right shin. Her shriek was soundless as she recoiled, protecting her face with her arms as Holden lunged for her. But the prison guards were upon him and driving him to his knees before the pain in her leg had even begun to register. Still the same?
Douglas Wrestler was carefully applying a balm to the abrasion across his wife's shin as she sprawled across him on the sofa that evening. We make a little more progress every day, but it may be too little, too late. Tomorrow, I have to decide if I'm going to sign him off as competent or not. A man's life is literally in my hands. Wrestler pursed his lips, shaking his head without realizing it.
He's taken plenty of lives. More than we probably even know. There were 12 left hands draped across that fucking dungeon wall. We've only identified half of the victims. I'm willing to bet there are at least 12 more we don't even know about.
Cold disquiet suddenly settled over the room, and Siobhan found herself trying not to cry. That may be the case, Doug, but I haven't. I haven't killed anyone. This matters to me. She laid her index finger across her cheek, careful not to smudge her eyeliner as she blotted away the tear forming there. Her husband apologized as Scott McKenzie's easy, folksy voice serenaded them with his song, San Francisco. They both said nothing, only listening and allowing the singer's sentiments of hope and love to wash over them. When it was over and KFRC went to a commercial, Wrestler finally spoke again.
I still don't get it, though. Not really.
What don't you get?
Multiple personalities, alters, host personality. It just sounds like so much science fiction.
There was no animosity in the statement, which was a genuine expression of his lack of understanding. I wish it were science fiction. It would be a better world if every child were allowed to grow up without having to learn how to survive such vicious and depraved abuses.
So he was abused, then? That much is true?
Absolutely. Every record from his therapist at the juvenile home where Holden, was detained confirms it. That poor boy was raped over and over by a pedophile uncle whose attacks were assisted by Holden's own aunt. Wrestler glowered, sickened by the thought of it. He couldn't begin to imagine a child having to suffer such assaults.
So, there never were any siblings, is that right?
Only in Holden's mind, baby. To him, they are very real. When children go through intense recurring trauma, some may develop MPD, multiple personality disorder, as a last-ditch way to cope with such painful experiences. We don't know why some do and some don't, but when it happens, that fragmentation of their personalities enables them to separate from the emotional pain and navigate through life without the constant reminders of what they've endured. It's a form of compartmentalization, just as your mind does when you go to work and have to leave your personal worries behind. MPD is the same, only at a much more extreme level. The various personalities they create are known as alters, and each is created by the host, in this case, Holden, to serve a very specific purpose in helping the victim deal with what happened to him as a little boy.
So he's not a cross-dresser, then?
Never one to holster his thoughts, Wrestler was trying his best to wrap his mind around the fact that for extended periods of time, Holden was living as a woman rather than a man. No, babe. Cassie was a safe place for him. She still is. Siobhan pulled her leg from his lap and sat up, becoming rigid as a sober look darkened her face. But would it matter to you if he was? A cross-dresser, I mean. Would you have treated him differently?
Of course not. Listen, I'm just trying to understand it.
The early 50s weren't like today, Doug. Hell, just recently we saw young people from all around the world descend upon Panhandle Park to expand their collective consciousness through mind-altering hallucinogens, to experiment with living communally, and, in a nutshell, turning their back on the nuclear family and white picket fence social norms as they expressed their sexuality through free love. It's a different world now than the one we grew up in 20, even just 10 years ago. Siobhan sipped her wine, turning the stem of her glass between her fingers. For a little boy in the 50s being raped by a man, it's understandable that his mind dissociated from what was happening to him. Because to a young Holden, only girls had sex with boys. Cassie is a product of that belief set. It has nothing to do with his sexuality or gender.
But why keep playing the role of Cassie? Ressler asked her, even into adulthood.
Well, for a start, it's not a role he's playing, babe. He has no more control over any of his fragmented personalities than you have over Sid, for example. Once the alternative identity serves its purpose, it recedes into the background and allows another to come into the light, so to speak. With Cassie, her protective maternal nature was a source of comfort to Holden. It's easier for him to live his life as her than it is to live as any of his other identities. You have to understand, to Holden, he is Cassie. He is Solomon, and
he is Joey. So why claim that Joey died?
Joey had fulfilled the purpose for which he was created. He was always going to die. Look at it this way. If Holden's life were a movie, Joey would be the expendable secondary character. Once Holden's psyche decided that exposing his little sister, as he sees the Cassie identity, to such abuse didn't sit right with him, his mind created Joey to take the abuse instead. When the rapes ended, as they would eventually have to, Joey simply ended with them. No Joey, no abused child, no child abuse, no lingering emotional pain. At least not to the degree it would haunt him if Holden himself had to deal with the memories of the abuse directly.
So, Ressler summarized, if each personality or alter has a purpose, that would make Solomon the personified version of Holden's toughness, the heavy, so to speak, who came in to do the dirty work. In this case, finally taking out the piece of shit uncle who was raping him.
Yes. Solomon is unthinking, unafraid, and unmerciful. Cassie, a.k.a. Holden, has described Solomon to me as a large, physically imposing man who towers above her and has fists the size of catcher's mitts. Think about that for a minute. To the Cassie identity, that is reality. Even though Solomon and Cassie are both actually Holden, who is himself a rather slight man with more refined features than many. Hence the reason Cassie did not cause a stir when she walked down the street. She's actually a very pretty girl. Ressler peered far away in thought, trying to imagine it through the eyes of Cassie, as his wife was explaining it.
So, to her, Solomon is a giant, larger than life.
Yes, because he had to be. Solomon is essentially a beast whose role was to eradicate those responsible for Holden's pain. But as Holden's aunt is no longer part of the equation, Solomon still hunts for her in the guise of women who he believes are her. Suddenly, and for the first real time, Ressler understood why his wife was in such turmoil over her responsibility in determining Holden's mental competency.
How do you sentence a man to death when he has no idea that a part of him, a part he can't control, has even done anything wrong?
They discussed the duality of Holden serving as both prey and predator at once, and how each of the 5 personalities were mutually unaware of the others. To each of them, they were, and remain, the only one. Cassie believes she is Cassie. Solomon believes he is Solomon. There's simply no other option. And Holden only steps into the light when the world around him feels safe enough to do so. It's why Cassie describes him as her youngest brother, the one they all wanted to protect when they were kids. Because Holden is the most valued, and also the most vulnerable.
I get that, Ressler acknowledged. But how is that a mutually unaware situation, if Cassie knows about Holden?
Because she does not see herself as a fragment of him. To Cassie, Holden is as real as you or me. She has conversations with him. She has memories of him. The same with Solomon and Joey. When Cassie was in that bunker, she truly believed she was locked in there. You saw for yourself the evidence that she picked a lock with pieces of Robert Sherwood's dog tag, even though the padlock was never actually shackled to the door latch. She truly believed and felt herself being raped by Solomon. That's how she managed to do what you or I would find inconceivable, spearing her own eye and extracting it. To Cassie, she was fending off an attacker. The eye she punctured was Solomon's, not hers. Ressler trembled all over in disgust, finding himself squinting at the very thought of it. He shook off the image by taking his wife's hand in his own.
Gotcha. But 5 personalities?
Counting on her fingers, he gently kissed them, one at a time, then gingerly folded them toward her palm.
Cassie, Solomon, Joey, and Holden makes 4.
He held Siobhan's thumb, standing proud above her palm, and kissed it too.
So, where's the 5th?
Janice Wynne, Siobhan answered, and kissed his hand in return. She came later, but still served a purpose.
Which was?
Cassie is a good soul. She'd never hurt a fly. Holden, too, even though he was a soldier in Vietnam. Killing there was his duty, a matter of survival. But put him back in everyday society, and he's as conscientious as we are. He loved Hannah Wilson, but Solomon would not allow that. It was Solomon who arrived at Hannah's door that day, not Holden, as Hannah expected. And when she freaked out, Solomon struck.
Because Solomon is charmless and couldn't lure someone if he tried. From what you're saying, he's 1 step from an animal.
Siobhan placed her fingertip to her nose. Correct. So, enter Janice Wynne. Not as put together or as pretty as Cassie Kennedy, admittedly, but certainly charming enough to convince a child to come with her. She waggled her empty wine glass, and Ressler took it to the kitchen for a refill.
So Cassie Kennedy was never a psychic,
he shouted over his shoulder.
Her visions were dissociated memories of Solomon's and Janice's actions. It's why she knew so many details about the Rose, and about Hannah Wilson's attack at her Sausalito home.
In Ressler's mind, he saw the missing poster for little Lindsay Rowe with her ivory dress and matching bow in her hair, and his stomach tightened. He served his new bride her fresh glass of Chardonnay, oaky, not buttery, and forced the conversation to pivot.
What do you say we hit the sack soon?
He winked at her, a comical, over-exaggerated gesture.
And I'm not talking about going to sleep. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
He narrated the gestures as he performed them, and Siobhan giggled, patting him on the backside as he turned for the bedroom. Tempting, very tempting. She winked back with equally exaggerated hokiness. But I have my final session with Holden tomorrow, and I really need to be alert. You understand, right?
Of course. My part in it is pretty much over. In many ways, yours has only just begun.
He blew her a kiss and said goodnight before disappearing down the hallway. Alone in the living room, Siobhan waited until he turned out the light in their room at the end of the hall before she buried her head in her hands and cried.
Oh my! Don't you just look spectacular this morning?
Holden beamed with delight as Siobhan Jacobs joined him in the interview room. Only it wasn't his voice, nor was it Cassie's or Solomon's.
Loving this look with your hair. You must give me the name of your stylist.
With his ankles bound together by heavy shackles and handcuffs locked to his wrists, the metal clinked and jangled with every slight movement. I'll be sure to do that. Slightly perplexed, Siobhan pointed toward the bindings. This is new.
I guess that's what happens when you slam a table into your head shrink's legs. I see. She waited to find if Holden had anything else to say about the matter. When he didn't, Siobhan shuffled through her notes, familiarizing herself with where they had left off the day before. Holden, today is a very important day. Do you know what a competency analysis is? Studying his nails, Holden shook his head. No, darling. Why? He placed his palms flat upon the table and looked up to hold Siobhan's gaze. A single eye, dark and devoid of emotion, drilled into the psychiatrist's. And I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else, dear. My name is Janice, not Holden. Lowering her gaze, Janice went back to examining her nails, tisking at the state of them. I really must get to that mani-pedi appointment, so if you could hurry it along. Oh, Siobhan said in feigned surprise. I am so sorry. I guess I do have you mistaken. She pointed to her own right eye, tapping her cheekbone just below it. You don't often see eye patches. I guess that threw me. This old thing, Janice Wynne sneered as she lifted the black fabric patch and leaned forward to display the sinewy hole where Holden's bright blue eye had once been. Catfight. Looks worse than it is, but you should see the other gal. And who would that be, Janice? That Cassie chick. She really got the shit end of the stick, let me tell you. Pretending to rifle through her papers, Siobhan spoke without looking up, her nerves firing off warning shots. For the first time since their interviews had begun, the head of forensics had to force herself to concentrate to keep her voice from cracking. Oh, yes? How so? Janice leaned ominously forward, a single cold steel blue eye locking onto Siobhan's. Janice's lips curled slightly, not into a smile, but into something humorless, dark and threatening. Each of her slow breaths amplified the sensation of menace, making Siobhan feel small and powerless in Janice's suffocating presence. Because the bitch is dead, Janice Wynne sneered. No use for her anymore. Much like you big sloppy see you next Tuesday. Now Janice leaned back in her seat, threw back her head and guffawed. There's no one else here now but me, so I don't really care about what day it is. I don't care about your interview. I don't care about your analysis. And I sure as shit don't give a rat's ass about any cock-sucking thing that comes out of your mick-whore of a mouth. It was an extreme response, more than extreme, and Siobhan bristled. Still, something felt off. She'd been introduced to Janice just once before, and while that interview had been brief, Janice had presented herself in a way that was somewhat socially awkward, yet charming. It was a perfect overlay for the role she fulfilled as the lure for children like little Lindsay Rowe. She hadn't come across as disagreeable in any way in that meeting, let alone caustic. Not even a bit. This Janice seemed more like Solomon. Or maybe it was an act. Janice, I would like to speak with Holden. Can you ask him to come into the light, please? Slapping the table, Janice laughed loud and hard. Now, why would I do that? Because you want to analyze him some more? See if he's fit to be strapped into that great green monster in the basement so he can suck on hydrogen cyanide until every cell in his body dies a slow, excruciating death by suffocation? He's quite fine where he is, thank you. The shadows suit him. Because I have something for him, that's why. Something I think he'll like. Siobhan sat forward, bolstered by the eagerness which swept across her interviewee's face. Or should I say, I have someone for him. She signaled to the armed guards just beyond the interview room, and they unlocked the door.
while never taking their eyes off their prisoner at the table. They held the door open as a woman stepped tentatively through, something small and uneasy fidgeting beneath a blanket. Playing it cool, Janice sat upright, her expression little more than detached disinterest. She crossed her arms and adopted an air of aloofness, but she did not take her eye off the doctor. Siobhan, on the other hand, studied Janice's face intently as she made their introduction. "Janice, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Patricia Brewster." And there it was, the slightest twitch in Janice's left eye. While the rest of her stature remained staunchly unresponsive, that eye had just belied the pretense. "I believe you know one another? Patricia, this is Janice Wynne. Janice, this is Patricia Brewster." Janice smirked and tightened her arms over her chest as much as the handcuffs would allow. "No idea who this bitch is." At the sound of her voice, the thing beneath the blanket in Patricia's arms began to squirm. "You sure?" Siobhan asked. "I seem to think you not only know one another, but are friends. Close friends." "Best friends," Patricia interjected, her voice shaking. Wet and jittering every which way, her eyes focused on everything and anything but the person who had once been her Cassie. Patricia Brewster sidled next to Siobhan, standing at what felt a safer angle behind the psychiatrist's chair. "See," Siobhan confirmed. "Best friends. She recognizes you. She's full of shit, is what she is. And a disgusting lesbo," Janice denounced, her sour face twisting into a snarl. "I can tell by the smell of her nasty poontang. It reeks all the way over here." Janice wrinkled her nose, then spat, a ball of gelatinous mucus splatting onto the table. And the writhing blanket in Patricia's arms jiggled free. "Oh, and this little gal," Siobhan declared, "is Isabella." Flailing free of Patricia's arms, Bella leapt onto the table. Slipping and sliding, her little paws scurried across its surface, her entire body wriggling back and forth as she erupted into a series of ecstatic barks. She leapt into Janice's arms and licked every inch of her face. Janice did nothing, but the recognition was evident. To Siobhan Jacobs, it was unmistakable. "That has to feel amazing, doesn't it, Cassie? To not only see, but actually feel your Bella Luna in your arms once more." Janice pushed the dog away, a hard but calculated swipe, so that it would flit across the table but not slide off. Instantly, Bella was pawing for purchase to scrabble back to her mommy. This time, Janice swiped at her harder, and Bella yelped and flew off the table. Siobhan caught her before she hit the floor, and immediately called the guards to take the dog away to safety. "That seemed a bit extreme, don't you think, Janice? I mean, who doesn't like dogs? You're locked away in here for 6 months already, with a lifetime of isolation lying ahead of you, and you don't enjoy the affection from a little pup who clearly misses you. Feels a bit odd. Some might even say contrived." Jacobs gestured for Patricia Brewster to take a seat in the chair she'd just vacated, but the cafe owner remained standing. Her face had blanched, her expression troubled and tense, and Siobhan was certain she could see the pulse of Cassie's friend throbbing in her neck. Janice had no reply, but the sternness in her face had softened. "Janice, I'm going to share something with you, and I want you to be honest with me. Can you do that?" Sticking to her position, Janice merely tilted her head. Siobhan shrugged. "Fine. I'll take your silence as consensus. So here it is, in a nutshell. If I deem you competent today, Holden, you're going to trial. You'll be found guilty, and we both already know this, and like you said, you'll go to the gas chamber." Janice's eye, Holden's eye, did not blink.
Or, Siobhan countered, you come clean with me, admit everything, and I write up a report that says you're incapable of understanding the consequences of your actions, so we can get you the help you need. It may not be the life you, or Cassie, thought you would have, but you'll be alive, and you'll be in a federal medical institution with some limited freedoms and choices, instead of waiting in San Quentin for your life to end. Siobhan perched on the edge of the table, her body language open and vulnerable. The FBI have approached me. They want to help you. Janice/Holden laughed.
And why would they do that, exactly?
Because they want to study you. They're launching a program to better understand people like you. They help you, you help them. Quid pro quo. It's ready when you are. The only catch is that you wouldn't be in California. The therapy is at an institution back east, a highly respected facility called Barrow Moor. In response to this, Holden's good eye flitted to Patricia, then back to Jacob's, looking less and less like Janice, and more like the handsome, compassionate face of the man Hannah Wilson had fallen in love with. She can come visit you, yes, Siobhan assured. And even your sweet Bella Luna. All you have to do is say the word. Jacobs allowed the silence to consume them, as Janice all but disappeared, and Holden shrank in his seat, his cuffed wrists jangling as he nervously tapped the tabletop. In the corner, stock still, Patricia Brewster did everything in her power not to break down into a flood of tears. "Tell her, Cass," she implored, though the person she spoke to now looked very little like the friend she so loved. "Tell her you want help. I understand it now, all of it. It's not your fault. That was someone else who did all of those horrible things, not you. Not my Cassie." And Holden Albrighton broke into tears. When he composed himself, the voice was now Cassie's. The expressions were Cassie's. Even the features of Holden's face had changed just enough that they had become Cassie Kennedy's. "I'm so sorry for what I put you through," Cassie told Patty. "How could you ever begin to forgive me?" She held out her cuffed hands and spread them apart, beckoning an embrace, and Patty Brewster sprung toward her, arms wide as tears glistened on her cheeks. Siobhan Jacobs grabbed her by the elbow and pulled her back, restraining her from reaching across the desk. But Patty twisted away. She stumbled around the desk and threw her arms around her friend, and both of them embraced. "I've missed you, Cass," Patty whispered in her friend's ear. "God, I've missed you. Bella misses you. How did any of this ever happen?" Twitching and lifting her cuffed hands to her head, Cassie pulled back just enough to look her friend in the eye. She rubbed her temple, squinting. "These damn headaches," she grimaced, a pitiable pout drooping the corners of her mouth, shook her head as if fending off a stubborn, lingering sleepiness. "I miss you too, Pat." Not Patricia, not Patty, not Trish, but Pat. And Patty pulled away, or tried to. But Cassie's voice had grown heavy, masculine. Her single eye had followed suit, no longer soft and remorseful. It was the dagger-sharp eye of the identity claiming to be Janice Wynne. Everything from this point on occurred as if in slow motion. Siobhan twisted toward the door, her ginger hair sweeping around her in a flowing arc. Wide-eyed, the guard on the other side lunged for the handle. From somewhere down the corridor, Bella began barking. And Holden Albrighton captured Patty Brewster in a perilous embrace by sweeping his cuffed hands over her head and pulling her tightly to him in one seamlessly executed move.
Don't worry, Trish,
he whispered in Patty's ear, his voice steady and calm.
I really did love you when I was Cassie, but Solomon will never let me go. I knew he was in me all along. If I had been brave enough, I would have stopped him. This is the only way left.
With a violent heave, he tossed Patty to the side, ensuring the guard had a clear shot, and with no one left between them, Holden rushed the door. Cassie never took her eyes off Patty, not even when the bullet tore through her chest. "Take care of my precious Bellaluna," she bade her friend, as she stepped into the light where Holden was waiting for her, his arms open wide. And Janice receded into the darkness, where Solomon, too, was waiting. This concludes Now is the Time of Monsters by A.G. Mock. Narrated by Jeremy Carlisle Parker. Copyright 2024 by A.G. Mock. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.G. Mock and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.